undead, it's fine. But is that really true? He thought to himself. Are you sure? Most summoned creatures, including spirits, are all aggressive because, after all, they are monsters or demons. Lafdell spoke up from behind. That damn dark mage. I've got my eye on you. One side of his cheek was also swelling up. How dare you slap me? Li Han explained. My hand just slipped. Lafdell grumbled. Yeah, whatever. A while ago during the lesson, beyond just summoning, Li Han also wanted to experiment with the extent of commands he could give. Mortem, standing beside him, looked amazed. You even successfully ordered it to self-destruct. At that moment, he was messing around with the skeletal hand in the back. Lafdell grumbled, what a jerk! Suddenly, the skeletal hand slapped his chest hard. At the same time, Li Han's skeleton immediately lunged toward Lafdell. He stared at it with a confused look. The skeletal hand flew up into the air. To Lafdell's shock, it quickly and decisively smacked him. Lafdell's scream echoed. Snapping back to the present, he whispered, it really was just an unfortunate accident. Because those summoned creatures acted on their own. Ananda whispered, Li Han, he's gone. Li Han was stunned. Oh, really? That's too bad. The next day, sunset slowly descended upon a road. They were now at the spirit sanctuary, Professor Min's workspace. Gainanda was nervous. I'm so anxious. Li Han looked around. It's totally different from the Shadow Tower, isn't it? There's even a poison lake here. They walked up and knocked politely on the door. He called out, Professor Min! Sorry for being late. I had some personal business to take care of. Inside, Min was focused on reading a book. She glanced at him and said, If you had business, it can't be helped. No need for that. Seeing this, both Li Han and he were surprised. Min's face remained expressionless. Sorry, he wondered what was going on. He wasn't surprised at all to see me here. Could it be Professor Mortem has already told the other professors? This kid is going to be my disciple. Don't even dream of touching him. Is that how it went? Ainando turned around, confused. He asked, Professor, where are the friends who came here before us? She replied, They have class, so they went back to do their homework. Gainando breathed a sigh of relief. I see. He suddenly froze. Wait, homework? I already have a mountain of assignments from other classes. Min raised her hand and snapped her fingers. Several books suddenly appeared in front of the two of them. The book was titled, Basic Theory and Application of Summoning. She continued, Both of you sit down, read the book, and take notes. Then answer the questions. Li Han flipped through the pages. Actually, he thought, it's more like theory and application, principles and practice. Li Han looked deep in thought. This book is pretty good. I've seen all kinds of textbooks about my major before, but this one is much easier to understand. Most books are like, my only goal is to waste your time. Something like that. But this one is different. Read it slowly. You'll gradually understand and remember the basics. She really is an amazing professor. Min was puzzled. Why is that kid looking at me like that? How surprising. Usually, this kind of teaching makes students complain, especially the younger ones. Gainando slumped gloomily over the table. I miss Professor Mortem so much. She stared at him intently. To think the student I expected to be the most arrogant is actually following instructions so quietly. Garcia currently gave him a nudge, signaling he wasn't like that at all. Min plotted silently. I'll have to keep a closer eye on this boy. A while later, the two of them were still in the professor's office. She placed a thick stack of papers on the desk. That's enough for today. Make sure to read and study all of these books by next week. Hearing that, Li Han and he felt a bit of pressure. Gainando quickly picked up the papers. He replied eagerly, Yes, Professor! He thought to himself, there's no way he's coming back to study. Min could guess as much, too. This kid is definitely never showing his face here again. Then, the two of them turned to leave. Li Han said, Then I'll see you next week, Professor. She looked at him but remained silent. Suddenly, she called out, Wait! Min followed them all the way to the door. She gave a faint smile. Sorry for misunderstanding you. See you next week. After that, the office door quickly shut. He stood there completely stunned. Huh? Li Han's face turned pale. What? What did the professor misunderstand about me? A familiar voice suddenly rang out, instantly grabbing everyone's attention. All right, it's time for another life lesson. Osu's figure slowly emerged. Radiating a terrifying aura, he asked in a low voice, I'm sure you haven't forgotten the homework I assigned. Right? Let's take a look. Li Han sat in a corner, silently praying. The homework he assigned was to snatch flags from other towers. How could anyone forget that? The headmaster's voice continued to boom. I'll check on Hyunmu and Hwapung first. As soon as he spoke, someone stood up decisively. Two girls representing Hyunmu and Hwapung confidently replied, We exchanged flags peacefully, sir. Hyunmu Tower and Hwapung Tower have completed the homework. The spark of interest in his eyes vanished instantly. Osu gave a disappointed, half-hearted compliment. Very well. Both girls were taken aback. Him, Did he have to show his lack of interest so obviously? Then he turned toward Lee, Han, and asked expectantly, "And what about Chongryong Tower?" He stood up and replied in a quiet voice, "We also obtained the flag." But with a look of immense pride, Lee Han finished his sentence. "By using peaceful methods, Chongryong Tower has completed the homework." Osu's expression became bizarre. He began plotting something in his head again. He showered him with praise. "Good, good! You did very well. Simply marvelous." As soon as he finished speaking, the headmaster's attitude did a complete 180. Now, the students who hadn't been questioned yet jumped in fear. Osu's voice echoed with a terrifying pressure. "Over there, my honorable knight students. You guys brought your flag too, didn't you? Tell me you did." Among them, Giselle was blushing with embarrassment. Her whole body trembled, unable to utter a word, while some other students glared at Lee, Han with absolute malice. He felt it too and thought to himself, "It feels like someone's aiming a laser at the back of my neck." He continued to interrogate them. "Why haven't you brought it out?" Unable to take it anymore, Gigi took the lead and stood up. "I'm sorry, sir, we weren't able to get any flags." Beko Tower failed to complete the homework. He clenched his fists tightly. Veins popped out in pure rage. "Damn it! This is going to seriously tank our grades." Osu burst into a fit of gleeful laughter, a reaction he hadn't shown until now. "Looks like your negotiations flopped, didn't they?" Lee Han stood by and watched, wanting to immediately rush over and shut him up. "Seriously, just put a lid on it already." Osu's voice continued in a threatening tone. "As I said before, the point of this class is for everyone to get to know each other and live in harmony while studying here. However, it seems not everyone understands that. So I'm going to make this homework much easier for all of you to grasp. If you head toward the west of the academy, you all will see a lake. Those who have laid eyes on it will know it's as vast as an ocean. There is an island in the middle of that lake, and I have hidden a pass that allows you to leave the academy. Right there for you." His words instantly woke up every sleepy student. Everyone was floored by this revelation. He continued to speak, this time with a hint of mockery in his voice. "Your eyes really lit up just now, didn't they? So this time, I want all of you to cooperate and bring it back here to me." The class seemed split into two distinct moods. One side was stoked, while the other side just collapsed in despair. Anando trembled, silently cursing that damn bag of bones. Then he yelled out in the middle of class, "Why the hell do we have to work with these guys?" An annoyed classmate snapped back. "What are you barking about now, Genando?" Rewinding to a moment ago, Professor Osu's voice rang out during the lecture. "Hyunmu and Hwapung will be one team. Chongryong and Beko will be on the same team. Suit yourselves, whether you choose to follow my instructions or not." In his hand, an explosion erupted as a blatant threat. Osu gave the students an eerie warning. "But if you fail because of that, there will be severe consequences." Back to the present. The class remained divided into two clashing moods. Lee Han witnessed this scene and couldn't help but feel frustrated. This atmosphere is way too heavy. If it stays like this, things will only get worse. A voice suddenly spoke up, breaking through the previous gloom. "Friends from the brave Beko Tower, can't we just move past the misunderstandings and work together?" A student from Beko Tower pointed straight at Lee Han and shouted furiously, "Hell no, this academy collapsing is more likely to happen than that." But he still thought there was a way to salvage this. "It's not that bad." They continued to bicker. "My grades are trash because of you." Meanwhile, Lee Han silently evaluated everything. Are they really that worried about grades? He stepped forward to mediate. "I think there's a misunderstanding here. Think about it carefully. The headmaster is here to teach us. Would he really give his students an F just because of one mistake? In fact, you'll definitely get an F if you give up and refuse to cooperate. Don't you think—" Suddenly, a contemptuous laugh interrupted Lee Han's speech. A figure approached, and his voice rang out. "Wake up, everyone!" It was Jisoo. He stood arrogantly with his arms crossed, staring at Lee Han. Jisoo's voice continued, stopping those who were about to believe Lee Han's words. "Don't let his silver tongue fool you. Has anything good ever happened to us when we got involved with him? We even got punished because of him. And recently, we even got blindsided." He was flustered and wanted to explain but had no chance to cut in. "Wait a sec." Giselle finally asked him a lethal question. "In the end, who do you think tricked Drugo and Anrago?" Every murderous gaze shifted toward Lee Han. Anner stepped closer and patted his shoulder, suggesting they should retreat. Lee Han thought resolutely, "I didn't want it to come to this." But with that thought, he commanded that orc classmate, Rugu, "Come here." He dizzily walked over as Lee Han instructed. "What's up?" He only saw Lee Han reach for the back of his neck. A powerful force pressed down, making Rugu unable to breathe. A second later, Lee Han pointed his wand straight at him. If we don't cooperate, another tragedy is going to happen. This time I'm dropping him into the lake. All the students from Baeko Tower were stunned. Even Eoner couldn't have predicted this move. As for the victim, he still didn't understand what was happening to him. Lee Han thought helplessly. I can't believe I'm choosing such a low-down method. To get everyone to cooperate with one another, the orc student turned to the others and pleaded, "Help me!" The other group of students arrived just in time. They shouted, "Rugu! Stop! We'll cooperate, so please let him go, okay? We get it. Let him go. We give you our word." After hearing this promise, Lee Han finally felt at ease and pushed him back. Fine, then. I'll let it slide this time. His eyes darkened threateningly at those around him. I hope you all will be more careful from now on. Once the others saw that Rugu was safe, they swarmed around him, checking on him while glaring at that wicked jerk. Rugu, are you okay? Meanwhile, Geo stood there like a total outsider. He hadn't even snapped out of his state of shock yet. He cried out in total confusion. I can't believe he actually did that. Despite some complicated relationships formed during their education on basic magical personality, that wasn't the main point. The real issue was the tiger's refusal to cooperate. Suddenly, a girl's voice spoke up softly. So, Lee Han, when are you going to start? It was Sienna. She looked at Lee Han with an earnest expression. He replied a bit awkwardly, I'm still thinking. Indeed, this whole situation was a bit suspicious, because raiding Professor Urium's laboratory was a truly urgent matter. Ioner's eyes caught his confused look, and she was baffled. Lee Han, why are you suddenly acting all formal? With Sienna like that? Lee Han thought to himself. Timing is everything. If we go there... The door swung open. On the other side was Professor Urium. His eyes were gleaming, his greed was written all over his face. And if this happens, I'll probably have nightmares for the next month. It's best to figure out his schedule, without getting caught. Scene change. The class has ended. An announcement rang out. Today's basic horseback riding training session concludes here. Great job, everyone. Lee Han's group of friends gathered in a corner, chatting happily. Suddenly, Jetta Wardeness's voice was heard from behind. Seeing her, Lee Han immediately walked over obediently. Is something the matter? She spoke in a low voice to instruct him. You don't need to come to the tent today. I'm taking my nephew to the market. And we won't be back until tomorrow. We'll pick up some candy for you. Professor Jetta's words hit him like a bolt from the blue. A moment later, Lee Han hurriedly saw her off. Safe travels, Professor! Jetta waved back happily. All right. Time seemed to stand still for him. He immediately set his plan in motion. They were leaving so suddenly tonight. However, this was his golden opportunity. Lee Han returned to his group of friends, his face still wearing a calculating look. This didn't escape Ioner's notice. She raised her voice to ask him, Lee Han, what's going on? Then, Lee Han suddenly rushed over and huddled them together, forming a tight-knit circle. He spoke in a serious tone to signal them. The time to act has been decided. It's tonight. Everyone looked stunned. They asked back in disbelief, Tonight? Jason quickly regained his composure. He tried to act cool and replied to Lee Han, It's a bit sudden, but that's fine. That way we can actually relax. Over the weekend. Ioner crossed her arms and spoke boldly. Finally, the moment came for them to join hands, brimming with determination. Only at this moment, the whole group seemed to share a single thought as they chanted, For a peaceful semester without homework. For a peaceful semester without homework. Meanwhile, Lee Han was like an outsider, blankly witnessing this whole drama. When did you guys even come up with this slogan? Night had fallen, and the moon was finally high in the sky. There are two types of students. Those who have snuck out many times at night, and those who haven't, but of course, Lee Han is simply the GOAT. He excitedly took the lead, turning back to give orders to the crowd behind. My friends, those who will carry out the campaign, gather here quickly. Sienna approached from out of nowhere and asked Lee Han in a cold voice, Do you know how to open the gate of the Horned Beast Tower? He didn't answer the question directly, but turned to speak to Redford. We've already found a way. Everyone just stay quiet and watch. You'll soon see what we've prepared. A sharp crack echoed through the silent atmosphere. The wall in front of them had a hole punched through it, big enough for them to crawl through. The whole group stood frozen in place. After witnessing that scene, everyone was shook. They couldn't believe it. With countless questions in their heads, they could only mutter a few words. Lee Han is truly a scary dude. No one expected him to be this prepared. Lee Han mouthed something as if to speak. Then he pointed straight at the wall, with a look just as surprised as theirs. What the heck? Asan stepped forward and hurriedly asked Wardenas, Didn't you do this? Lee Han responded to the question with doubt. Sometimes I wonder just what kind of person you think I am. The original plan was for Redford to pick the lock physically, while I would break the magic seal, but this is bad. They immediately asked, What do you mean? He looked inside, evaluated everything, then explained in a low voice, the debris is inside the horned beast tower, meaning someone has already entered the tower. Something that was supposed to be outside has infiltrated the horned beast tower, one of the students asked in total confusion. So what are we supposed to do now? Another voice spoke up, sounding defeated. Should we just go back? But Lee Han remained firm in his choice. No, everyone listen up. We're not secretly infiltrating the horned beast tower. From this moment on, we're here to stop the summoned monster that has taken over the horned beast tower and protect the professor's precious property. We are all volunteering for this together. Everyone felt a surge of morale. Every face looked much brighter than before. Bet. They excitedly rushed forward. Let's get in there. Let's go protect the professor's assets. While he calmly leaned back against the gate, deep in thought. All right, the search should be quick now. Suddenly a male student asked, but I wonder if it's just because it's dark, or if this place is just low-key creepy. Seeing that, he immediately cast a spell. Lee Han did his best to reassure everyone. Don't worry about it, the darkness isn't the issue. The real problem is we've only visited the first floor. The second floor is completely uncharted territory. Let's go. His eyes glanced down, carefully observing how everyone was tense, and he realized it. Everyone is anxious, and you can't blame them. However, we can't turn back now. The second floor is just one step away. It might look normal on the outside, but we can't drop our guard. Lee Han's hands moved. His gaze darkened as he looked forward. Another gate appeared before them. What could this be? Lee Han seemed extremely stressed, secretly evaluating the situation. It looks normal on the surface, but we can't lower our guard. His hands suddenly moved as a murderous aura enveloped Lee Han. Then he entered the gate ahead of him. What could possibly be in here? The entire surrounding landscape changed instantly. Before Lee Han was a starry sky. Then he recoiled in fear. Seeing that, Ioner kindly checked on Lee Han. What's up? Lee Han's voice responded with a slight tremor. I feel a very powerful source of mana. This space itself is saturated with mana. Could it be? As soon as he spoke, he reached inside. This time he entered without any hesitation, only to see a whole new world before him. Lee Han alone stepped deep into the desolate but strangely cozy forest, and Ioner along with Sienna also entered one after another. All three immediately recognized the space expansion magic. Sienna looked around. She vigilantly assessed her surroundings. There's a saying that a great alchemist must first be an expert gardener. The scale of this garden was truly mind-blowing. The others had also fully gathered. That elf girl suddenly spoke up in a panic. There are so many plants here that I've never seen before. Sienna agreed. Same here. Lee Han took a walk around and saw man-eating plants everywhere he looked. Yet he felt somewhat relieved. Nonetheless, many other dangerous plants were also visible. It's a relief this is a workshop and not a dormitory. It means I don't have to worry about traps like there were before. Lee Han turned to warn them. Everyone, stay cool. Let's find the path the professor likely took, if we can. While speaking, he suddenly froze. A skeletal hand crawled out from Lee Han's sleeve. It pointed toward a bush not far from them. Underneath it was a strange set of footprints. He stared at it suspiciously. Monster tracks? The students, hearing Lee Han say that, couldn't help but be shook, screaming, "A monster?" They were already losing their nerve. Is there a chance we'll run into one? Maybe we should just bail. Sienna suddenly cut in. Hold on, I just had a bright idea. Lee Han, how about we follow these tracks? Monsters have sharp senses, so they must have found a safe spot. He was satisfied with that idea, he said with a smirk. Nice one, Julia. You're actually pretty cracked at this. She was so flexed by the praise that she got all cocky. It's nothing. Then everyone moved out together. They trekked through the forest, and as predicted, none of the students were attacked on that path. Not even once, however. We ran into a strange entity that suddenly lunged out to block the way. It was snorting and huffing. It was a buffalo. Its face was full of terrifying bloodlust. But Ioner whispered into Lee Han's ear, "That's just a cow, isn't it?" He confirmed, "Yeah. But I don't think it's any ordinary cow." Internally, Lee Han was roasting the stupid student. His thoughts were cut short by Redford. What's the move? Lee Han closely watched every single twitch of the buffalo, constantly weighing options for an escape. It's blocking the way to the upper floor. We have to do something if we want to get past those stairs. Then he told everyone, it's not necessary to fight it. It looks like it's hungry. It'll probably leave once it's full, right? Ioner immediately shot back at Lee Han. I don't think that'll work at all. Sensing the noise, the buffalo stopped, grazing on the grass. It spat out the grass it was chewing in a purely aggressive way, then went wild and charged at Lee Han's group. Ioner was the first to react. It's trashing all those plants under its feet. If the professor sees this, he had the exact same thought. Ioner's right. If this keeps up, we're all cooked. I've got to stop this from happening. Lee Han acted fast. He gripped his staff and stepped up, intending to clash with the beast head-on. Bind to the earth. The paralysis spell kicked in, coiled around the buffalo, pinning its movements, but it dodged the attack with ease. The students were stunned by the scene, shouting out a warning. It dodged it, Wardeness. We'll back you up. Fire! Lee Han quickly cut them off to stop them. Wait a minute. You can't use fire in a place full of plants like this. Only use magic spells. That won't harm the surroundings. Asen and that male elf student hesitated. In that case, paralysis and stunning moves are like hitting a brick wall. They didn't even make a dent in that buffalo. It let out a huff, showing its anger, then continued its duel with Lee Han. They were also taken aback by this. It doesn't even give a damn about us. Just what on earth did the professor feed it? Sienna hurriedly brought a crate of potions to everyone. Throw these potions! These are weakening potions. The whole group competed to hurl those potions forward. Take this! But the result seemed to be the opposite. Its expression seemed to grow even more enraged. A second later, the buffalo charged at them in a fury. It's coming! It's totally triggered now! Ioner spoke up to reassure the people behind him. You guys stay calm. Its magic resistance has dropped, so magic should definitely work on it now. Cast your spells on it again! They bombarded it, with consecutive strikes, leaving it no time to react. Paralyze, paralyze, damn it! And it actually worked! The buffalo froze, grimacing in extreme discomfort. Asen cautiously stepped forward to take a look. He said with a hint of excitement, "It worked!" The moment he spoke, the buffalo snapped back to its original state and immediately lunged straight for Ioner. The whole crowd panicked like a stirred-up hornet's nest and screamed, "It can move again, get out of the way!" An unlucky male student couldn't run fast enough and became its prey. He trembled, calling for help in vain. "Help me!" Then he turned to Lee Han, pleading with him. "You guys look like you're about to lose it." Lee Han rushed over immediately, mapping out a plan in his head. "At this rate, they're going to get hurt. I need a magic stronger than what I just cast. Right now, at this very moment, this critical situation became the motivation for him to grow stronger. The magic was activated even before he finished the incantation. Then in an instant, Lee Han unleashed the paralysis move. This small but mysterious change, in the future, would be remembered as a miracle moment that left everyone speechless. Someday, as teardrops watered the ground, a somewhat familiar voice rang out. That person's gaze focused on one spot. After staring for a long while, he asked, "What's this?" As for the buffalo, after being hit by Lee Han's latest move, it stopped dead in its tracks, only to see that a second later, it collapsed onto the ground. To the absolute astonishment of everyone, Lee Han was just as surprised. In that moment, time seemed to stand still to celebrate this victory. A student spoke up in disbelief. "We're saved!" Saved? Before long, they excitedly turned to look at Lee Han, with pure gratitude. "Thanks, Lee Han," but he calmly reminded them that they couldn't rest just yet. Lee Han, full of doubt, looked at the staff in his hand, deep in thought. Something felt very off just now. It felt as though a familiar magic was present. "Anyway, it'll wake up. I only knocked it out. No telling what else is around here." The moment he finished, a loud noise erupted. The students, seeing this, screamed in panic, "What was that noise? Look, something is charging this way!" Across from them, a fierce old tree stared at them. It asked in a low, somber voice, "Who are you that dare to trespass here?" Everyone was plunged into despair. A talking willow tree? Could it be another monster? Then suddenly Lee Han spoke to calm them down. "Everyone, just calm down!" He closely observed the willow tree opposite them, silently calculating its presence. "I can feel it coming from this willow tree. It's definitely no ordinary tree based on this reaction. It must be at least the guardian of this place." With that, Lee Han glanced over at Ioner. He introduced himself with a serious tone. "We are protecting Professor Urium's plants." She also jumped in to back him up. "Yes, that's right." The willow tree's aura softened a bit. One could catch a hint of a smile in its voice. "That's very good. You're protecting the plants while he's away." Lee Han bowed deeply and replied politely, "Thank you, sir." This time he introduced himself in a deep voice. "I am the professor of botany. You can just call me Professor Willow." The tree glanced at the buffalo lying on the ground and asked, "Did you do that? Impressive." Lee Han didn't stand on ceremony and immediately replied, "Thank you, Professor." He lifted the buffalo high, looking at it judgmentally. "This is the cow Professor Urium raised. It's way too clumsy." He stepped closer and looked up to ask the willow tree, "Have you always been looking after the plants here, Professor?" He had no choice but to tell the truth. "I was given the responsibility of guarding this place today." "It's boring as hell." "But he had to go meet the king's people. So what can you do?" Lee Han was suddenly stunned. Surprised, he asked the willow tree again. Professor Urium said he was going to the market with Professor Thunderstep. His eyes narrowed. The willow tree nodded and said, "Is that so?" Li Han dutifully confirmed it. Yes, you'll know if you ask Professor Thunderstep later. It seemed his words had sparked his anger. Every branch trembled as he tried to keep his voice steady. I see. Thank you for letting me know. Right, I should reward you for taking down that cow. To protect the flowers and grass here, shouldn't I? What would you like? The two behind him were instantly dazed, but Li Han calmly asked the willow tree, Do you know where the materials and reagents for performing alchemy are located? He spoke in a low voice, quickly discouraging his intent. This place has too many things that are dangerous for you. Li Han was pensive. He understood his intentions. He won't reveal it that easily. I have to try another way. Very lazy. Li Han then played dumb, stepped forward and replied with confusion, Forgive me for being so demanding. It seems I was a bit greedy in such a wonderful place. I was also curious to see Professor Uriam's laboratory as well. Hearing him say that, the willow tree let out an O of surprise. He decisively replied, That'll work. Wait, did this response go beyond Li Han's plan? But the willow tree continued, Follow me to the 3rd floor. I'll give you guys whatever is usable. Having said that, he immediately showed them the way. You just tell Professor Uriam that the cow ate them, and that's that. Seeing this, he was excited, because his goal had been achieved. The whole group then followed the willow tree. They returned to the original gate area, but this time, they entered a different space. And Iona looked all around. She couldn't help but be stunned. It's too dark, I can't see anything. While Li Han tried to use magic, but it didn't work. My light spell isn't working either. A small ray of light was lit up. The willow tree told them in a deep voice to be careful. Don't get lost. The path is a bit complicated. Along the ray of light, they noticed a wooden door in the distance. Something is running toward us. The door kept getting closer and closer. His expression was calm yet completely unpredictable. There was a giant number 6 printed on it. Iona and he stood silently behind, watching, without a single word. Did that door just hop right in front of me? Then the door was opened. Inside was a very strange space. It was freezing cold. Snowflakes fell, covering the entire space. The willow tree's eyes widened in surprise. A second later, the door slammed shut before everyone's stunned eyes. His voice echoed softly. I think it's better if we close this lab permanently. Then something similar happened again. Professor Willow summoned a few more laboratories. However, the spaces behind those doors weren't real. Meanwhile, Li Han was intently taking notes. It seemed that everything happening had made him realize something. I'm starting to get it. There weren't many traps on the 1st and 2nd floors, but the 3rd floor is heavily guarded. I've noted down how to summon the laboratories. I should be able to use this knowledge now. No more. After speaking, he glanced to the side. He saw over there, large bags stacked high in layers. Iona sat down and carefully sorted through each bag. Finally, we've received a gift after searching for the professor's lab. Li Han bowed deeply to the willow tree in gratitude. Thank you, Professor. The professor asked in surprise, But I haven't done anything. But Li Han interrupted with a smile. I'm still very grateful, sir. Everything was going smoothly. Everything was going according to plan. He thought he could get out of here without any obstacles, but life at a magic academy is never that easy. When they returned to the vast forest, the willow tree simply gave them an order. Make sure to water this entire area. Li Han helplessly began to ponder his life choices. How did it end up like this? Earlier at Uriam's laboratory, the professor gave instructions. The willow tree softly ordered the students. You kids take those bags and head back first. I'll clean up this mess later. Li Han immediately replied with gratitude. Thank you, Professor. We'll be on our way then. Suddenly, he noticed some withered flowers in a corner. While the professor was about to reach for a watering can, Li Han instantly cut in. Professor, would you mind if I helped clean up the rest? In his heart, Li Han had a plan behind this move. Making a good impression on a professor is never a bad thing. Hearing him say that, Iona also enthusiastically stepped forward to volunteer. I want to help too. I'm actually quite good with plants. His face flushed and his eyes welled up. Deeply moved, he looked at his 2 dear students. Oh! I never expected to meet students as outstanding as you two. This is truly touching. I have a reward for both of you. Follow me. The professor then led them to a corner. The 2 looked at each other with curiosity. Is he going to give us something? Guess what? That's what we were thinking. But a professor is still a professor, even if it was just the willow tree. Recalling that moment, he had softly ordered them to water the entire area. He could only lament his fate internally. How did it turn out like this? I thought he said there'd be a reward, right? Li Han quickly turned back to ask, Wait, Professor, this... But in response, was a magical transformation scene. Iona tried to comfort him from the side. He's already gone. Li Han held his head in total despair. Maybe I was just too greedy. I'm sorry, Iona. It's my fault. He saw that Ioner was still happily doing what they were assigned. She calmly looked back and replied. Looking at Ioner's innocent face, Lee Han didn't dare say another word. He was afraid of corrupting that purity. He stepped closer and asked caringly, "Don't you think this amount of work is a bit too much?" Ioner smiled and disagreed with what Lee Han just said. "But the plants look pretty happy. Plus, there are so many rare plants here." He could only give up and sighed with frustration. At least she enjoys doing this. Eventually, Lee Han accepted his fate and picked up a watering can. Each focused on their task in complete silence. They didn't notice behind them that the lake was emitting a shimmering light. On the surface of the lake, tiny bubbles suddenly rose up. A few hours later, Ioner stretched tiredly and turned to ask, "You look like you're finished, huh?" Lee Han hesitantly replied, "I guess so." His handsome face was beaded with sweat, feeling deep regret inside. "This was harder than I thought. I'm sorry, Ioner." When Lee Han turned around, she was wearing a radiant smile. "Even though it's tiring, it was actually pretty fun, right, Lee Han?" All his previous thoughts vanished into thin air. I guess there's no need to feel guilty anymore. The two of them left the forest together. "Shall we go back then?" "Let's head back." The calm blue surface of the lake held a massive mystery, just waiting to be discovered. In those tiny droplets of water, the scene of Lee Han and Ioner chatting harmoniously appeared. Suddenly, a mysterious voice rang out. "I have been watching you, young man." He spun around in shock. Ioner also sensed the voice and jumped reflexively. He stepped forward and shouted, "Who's there?" Lee Han's eyes widened, his pupils shrinking in pure amazement. Right before his eyes stood a water spirit, floating in the air. The mysterious voice continued, "I am Parasite, the spirit of this pond." They both stared at the entity before them, in utter disbelief. The spirit softly asked Lee Han, "Young man, you must be a disciple of that short tree?" Then the two looked at each other knowingly. It doesn't seem dangerous. Only then did he step forward and speak loudly to the water spirit. "That's right, do you know our professor?" He calmly explained, "More than that. He and I have signed a contract. My duty is to oversee this garden. It's rare to see youngsters your age, willing to take care of plants. It's quite admirable." Lee Han suddenly realized Willow's intention, so this is why Professor Willow told us to come here to work, so that we could leave a good impression on this spirit. Parasite's eyes held a friendly glint, wishing to offer him a favor. "Therefore, I also wish to assist you. What can I do for you?" While Lee Han was still lost in thought, "I feel so bad for being annoyed with Professor Tree." He continued, "I can give you advice on what's bothering you." Only then did he snap out of his thoughts. "Oh well, spirits usually get scared of me and run away. Is there any way to befriend them?" Parasite calmly replied, "Perhaps I know why." But his gaze shifted toward the wooden staff in Lee Han's hand. "Lee Han, how fascinating that you're carrying a wood spirit with you." He bashfully explained the origin of the wooden staff. "If you mean this, a tree gave it to me." Parasite nodded. "I see. But don't worry. Even though the wood spirit in that staff is scared of you, it says you have a very kind soul." Lee Han was dazed by the sheer amount of information, then looked down and stared at the staff in his hand. "Really? I didn't know you were scared of me." Suddenly, Ioner interrupted their conversation. She worriedly asked, "Sir Parasite, is there any way for Lee Han to form a contract with a spirit?" He replied in a deep voice, "Low-level spirits will just bolt the moment they see you, so you should look for more powerful ones. A violent and fierce spirit would suit you quite well." Lee Han bowed his head, fully understanding what Parasite had just said. "Thank you for the advice, sir." But suddenly, his gaze darted around shiftily. "Of course, even if it's a high-level spirit, that doesn't mean that they won't run away. What I'm saying is, it's your most likely and only chance." A big thought popped into his head. This guy doesn't sound very reliable all of a sudden. Ioner hurriedly interrupted Parasite. "If we're done talking, could you sign a contract with Lee Han, sir?" Lee Han's eyes were filled with shock, while he stared at her intently with a meaningful look. He stammered to stop Ioner. "Ioner, it's fine. You don't have to do that." Her expression was one of firm resolve. "But this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity." Lee Han was flustered. Heavy beads of sweat rolled down. "That's a no-go." He swallowed the words he was about to say. "Don't you see I'm cringing so hard right now, Ioner?" Lee Han's face turned beet red. It was like a teacher trying to set a kid up on a playdate. In his imagination, Ioner was like an excited teacher pitching Lee Han like a piece of merchandise. "Are there any kind spirits who want to be friends with this little guy?" "Lee Han, no." At that moment, Parasite responded in a low, deep voice. "I'm afraid that's a no-can-do. Because after all, I've already signed a contract with that short tree." He obeyed without question. "Yes, I know." But suddenly, he reached his hand into the lake's surface and pulled something out. "But if you don't want to leave empty-handed, Then let me introduce you to a spirit I know. Its personality is very eccentric. But if you tell it you know me, it will at least be willing to listen. I hope this meeting helps you out. Parasite generously gave them a lead. In that case, I'll introduce this spirit that I know to you. The still lake suddenly began to ripple. An image of a villa appeared along with it. He advised, even though his personality is quite quirky, if you say I referred you, he will at least talk to you. He gave a mischievous grin and left them with a cryptic remark. I hope this encounter proves useful to you. The water surface trembled a few times. Under Parasite's command, the water split in two and flew up into the air. It merged into a mass with him, opening a wide path hidden at the bottom of the lake. He guided them, saying, if you go in here, you'll meet the spirit. Li Han looked deep into the bottom of the cave and found a passage beneath the lake. The owner thanked Parasite and jumped into the lake with Li Han. Let's go in. Before they left, Parasite called out with a reminder. Wait, before you enter, give me your hands. This confused them both. Pardon? Despite their doubts, they both reached out their hands. Instantly, a stream of water, carrying light blue mana, shot straight onto the back of their hands. It flashed and then absorbed into their skin. Li Han was dazed, watching his hand emit a shimmering glow. When the layer of water disappeared, he was shocked to find a circular mark on the back of his hand. This is, Parasite explained unhurriedly. I have infused my power into that charm. It will come in handy for you someday. Even though Ioner and Li Han had no idea what it did, they still said thanks, and thanks again. Thank you, sir. Parasite smiled and stepped aside. You're welcome. As they entered the cave, he added one last thing. Don't forget your love for plants. Li Han felt lucky, because although Faraki was a spirit, he was still kinder than most of the other professors. He used his wooden staff to call for light, and then fell silent again, thinking about the spirits hiding nearby. Is it too pathetic if I say the spirits down here scare me a bit? Would that be too lame? In the meantime, Ioner was still busy looking around. Li Han, that spirit lives under this pond. I wonder what the spirit we're looking for will look like. Looking at the water droplets on the cave walls, Li Han took a guess. Maybe it's still a water spirit? I bet it lives in a lake or a river. While Ioner was busy daydreaming, I wish it were a river spirit. I heard. Most of them are wise spirits. Then Li Han spotted a strange object on the cave ceiling. He reached out to probe the area. If so, then I'll be able to escape this prison that's holding us. I could gain some wisdom while being in the academy. After pushing the lid of the cave and climbing out, he was completely stunned by the sight before him. Much to Li Han's surprise, this place, Ioner also began to feel anxious. What's up with this? Once they climbed up, she was even more shocked to realize that the place they just climbed into was the disciplinary room. Neither of them understood what it meant for the lake to lead them here. But Li Han thought one thing was for sure. This was definitely not a river spirit. Ioner was confused. This is where you were locked up before, right? Is this happening all over again? Li Han carefully cracked the door open to scout outside. Luckily, Ioner's guess was wrong. Nope, we're still safe. It seemed no one was using this place right now. Only then did she dare to let out a sigh of relief. Phew, let's get out of here fast. But Li Han had already realized the reality the two of them were facing. Actually, no, there's no way out. All the exits have been blocked. His every word made Ioner turn pale. Wait, what? She terrifiedly grabbed onto the hem of Li Han's shirt. No exit. I'm totally spooked by places like this. Li Han reassured her. It's okay. I've roughly figured out the layout of this place. He recalled the past, having had a similar experience before. Then he told Ioner, this is a magical passage, but unlike last time, there are no surveillance devices. If that's the case, I have no choice. I'll have to use mana to blast a path. Li Han didn't hesitate and pulled out his staff. Ioner, stay behind me. If the mechanism isn't working, then I'll just force it with mana. I just need to do exactly what I did when I blew the door off, the dormitory entrance, earlier, and so he began to concentrate on his spell casting. Gushes of sea blue wind appeared more and more, as if the air was being sucked entirely into the wooden staff, gathering enough powerful magic to force the passage open. Just as he was most focused, a voice that was both firm and fierce rang out. Stop right there, you idiot. A strange light quickly absorbed all of Li Han's magic, leaving him confused as he looked around. A voice? Who are you? The light source spoke in an annoyed tone. I don't give my name to those who are unworthy. Why are the two of you here? He anxiously watched the lightning spirit and replied, Farakis. He sent us here. He said that if I came here, I would find a spirit I could form a contract with. The lightning spirit hummed thoughtfully and then replied, Looking at you, you seem to be young mages. Farrakis is always a softy for people like you. Ainer looked excitedly at Li Han and the light. So then... But before they could celebrate, the lightning spirit quickly poured cold water on their hopes. But I won't form a contract with you. Go back. Without another word, the lightning spirit vanished in an instant, leaving the two of them staring at each other in disbelief. Did that spirit just disappear? Ainer felt gloomy. Li Han, looks like we struck out again. I think it's just as scared of you as the other spirits. The light source felt salty hearing that, and rushed back to set the record straight. What did you just say? Who's scared of who? That's totally not it. Seeing its reaction, the two of them felt a bit lucky. Turns out the spirit was still there. Ainer seemed to have spotted the lightning spirit's weakness. She began to grill it. You're totally avoiding him, aren't you? Sir Farrakis said that. Spirits are terrified of Li Han's presence. But the lightning spirit had been denying that it was scared. Li Han felt a bit cringy as well. He didn't exactly say that. Still, I was curious why it was rejecting me. So Ainer followed up. If you aren't scared, then why are you dodging him? The lightning spirit hesitated for a moment before finally speaking up. It's because I hate meaningless battles. Li Han and Ainer looked at each other with blank expressions. The two of them expressed sympathy in a very sarcastic way. Got it. Yeah, makes sense. This annoyed the lightning spirit. You clearly don't believe me. Looking at the trembling eyes of the lightning spirit, you can see why it's so prickly and hard to get along with. The reason this spirit refuses to sign a contract is quite simple. It was scammed by a contract once before by the principal. At first, it refused to contract with a lich because of its massive ego. But after a week of non-stop fighting, it signed because of the principal. He told it that it would only have to do simple chores. And that mission was monitoring students sent to the detention room and making sure they didn't escape. But academy students aren't exactly easy to stop. They escaped so much that the spirit had zero time to even catch a break. So it ditched everything and came here to dodge the work. It was so traumatized that it kept refusing contracts. But I didn't think it would get triggered in this specific way. This prideful spirit couldn't take it anymore. The more the lightning spirit talked, the saltier it got. It began to shroud his body in sparks of electricity. Faced with the earlier interrogation, the lightning spirit roared in a fit of rage. For you two to call me a coward is a total insult. It had been hurt before, which was why it kept turning down contracts. But it never expected to feel so disrespected. Quite like this. The arrogant spirit had finally reached its breaking point. Beams of light radiated from Poruncha, shrouding Li Han and Ainer. He spoke up. That's beyond offensive. Bolts of lightning gradually gathered around him. Poruncha was totally hyped up, wanting to flex his power. You two doubted my strength. So let me show you just a fraction of my true power. Immediately after, his lightning bolts formed into a hand and pointed straight at Li Han. Concentrate as much mana as you possibly can, then convert it into an element. He gave him a deliberate warning, the most destructive element you can manage. Li Han quickly followed suit and replied, all right. Terrifying scenes from his memory suddenly flashed in his mind. Li Han reminded himself to be careful. I can't let what happened before occur again. I'll compress it as much as humanly possible. A warm light immediately reflected off his face. Li Han stared at the piece of wood in his hand and spoke quickly. Ignite immediately! A small sphere gathered in midair. That sphere zoomed closer and settled onto the wood he was holding. Looking at the bright torch before him, Li Han couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Contrary to his worries, it seemed the magic was stable. Meanwhile, up above, a sphere of dazzling gold light, the very color of Poruncha, approached. It flew down and merged into the torch in his hand. He watched the sparks of lightning discharge powerfully in all directions. Both Li Han and Ainer were dazed, but Ainer's eyes were filled with pure admiration. She worshipped Li Han even more now. I can't believe it. He actually managed to summon such a massive bolt of lightning in a place like this. Just what on earth is about to happen? But the torch suddenly began to shrink, bringing her thoughts to a screeching halt. Both of them stared blankly as the lightning bolts dissipated. Li Han spoke up and asked, what exactly are you trying to do? Puran? Cha turned into a bolt of lightning, jumping wildly through the air. His eyes were wide with panic. He thought to himself in disbelief, no way. I actually failed the elemental conversion? Elemental conversion is an ability spirits use when they want to flex their skill. Changing one element into another and being able to hijack spells or elements is how they prove their dominance. Yet looking at the suspicious glares Li Han and Ainer were giving him, Poruncha also nervously wondered, what on earth just happened? His eyes instinctively narrowed, and he looked at the torch in Li Han's hand with suspicion. I can easily counter the elements of even veteran mages, yet I can't seem to transform. The fire magic of a young mage? Why? Or is there something special about that magic? Instantly, Fukuncha's gaze became intense. He stammered in his thoughts, "Wait, that's impossible." Looking at the flames burning on Li Han's hand, he thought to himself, "Those flames look normal on the outside, but inside they hide an incredible quality of mana. It's as if what I'm looking at is a dragon's fire itself." Fukuncha couldn't help but overthink it. He started picturing fierce dragons, breathing fire. Looking at Li Han's young face, he found it even harder to believe. Did this young mage really create those flames? Meanwhile, Li Han was also looking at Fukuncha with doubt. Did he just fire a lightning bolt? The discovery of the Anif left him completely stunned. Fukuncha thought nervously to himself, "This is actually super dangerous." Then his eyes, along with the radiating lightning sparks, all focused on Li Han. Li Han's small figure looked like he was holding a bomb that could go off at any second. The magic control of young mages is usually very weak, no different from a child holding a literal time bomb. Right now, Fukuncha stared at that bright flame with doubt. How the hell does he have this much mana? If that thing explodes here, terrifying memories came flooding back. A crimson void that would strike fear into anyone. Not just this punishment room, but they themselves would be in deep trouble. The flames would swallow the unlucky souls, along with this whole ruin. His lightning bolts slowly gathered. Fukuncha thought again, this isn't even about pride anymore. Looking at the young mage with the massive mana pool, Fukuncha made a silent decision. I have to cancel that magic. Before he panics, at that moment, Li Han looked at Ioner and said, "The lightning you showed us was pretty sick." Right then, the power of the flames flared up even more violently. He was losing his patience. "Could you just open the path for us already?" Fukuncha seemed absolutely terrified at the sight, and quickly screamed, Don't move your staff!" Hearing that, Li Han moved his staff just a little bit, and asked suspiciously, "Staff?" Shocked that Li Han was being so clueless, he screamed out, "I just told you not to move!" Li Han asked, confused, "Why's that?" Fukuncha frowned. He wanted to explain, but he couldn't. If I tell him it's dangerous, he'll get spooked, and the fire might explode because of it. So he chose the simplest excuse to save face. "I don't like other people," waving a staff in my face. Immediately, Li Han and Ioner turned to look at each other, totally puzzled. Li Han's fire was like a thorn in Fukuncha's side. He thought anxiously, how am I going to cancel that magic? With his weak magic control, there's no way he can easily cancel such a powerful spell. But Fukuncha's imagination ran wild. He began to imagine the worst-case scenario. What if he panics? Before the magic is canceled? He pictured a massive explosion occurring. If Fukuncha had a physical form, he'd be sweating buckets. He thought helplessly, I've got no other choice. I'll just have to go for it. Then he said, I've changed my mind. The firelight reflected the shock in Li Han's eyes. He replied blankly, yes. To his utter amazement, Fukuncha solemnly declared, I will form a contract with you. This sudden turn of events immediately made Li Han suspicious. What? Why the sudden 180 on his attitude? Thinking this, he asked Fukuncha, why'd you change your mind all of a sudden? The brilliant flames seemed to surround Li Han. He quickly explained, because I see your infinite potential. Your mana is so massive that other mages can hardly even touch your level. He knew that for sure. Li Han instinctively looked at Ioner and hesitated. But just a moment ago, seeing his hesitation, Fukuncha immediately acted pissed and urged him on. That's because I didn't know back then. Now I think I've got it figured out. Hurry up, let's make the contract. To Fukuncha, Li Han's flame was a literal time bomb. He thought nervously to himself, I have no idea when that fire is going to blow. When Ioner asked him curiously from behind, what are you going to do? Li Han was lost in thought for a long time without replying. Remembering Parasis, he fully trusted the spirit's abilities. This had to be a special one, since Parakas was the one who suggested it. Wait, did he mean Farrakis? Suddenly, Li Han had second thoughts about this spirit. I mean, its head seems a bit sus, because Fukuncha kept pressuring him. I really want to make a contract with you now. Hurry up, right now! Please, let's just do the contract. Well, since he was already here, he sighed and decided to go along with it. Li Han thought helplessly, whatever. I'm not exactly in a position to be picky about the spirit I'm contracting with. After that, he quickly agreed to Fukuncha's request to form the contract. As the lightning sparks approached Li Han, he didn't hold back on the praise. You're making the right choice. Bolts of lightning flared out and surrounded Li Han. It seemed he had begun chanting the spell. Open your soul and accept me. His eyes shimmered with the golden hue of those lightning sparks. Fukuncha continued to mumble, I recognize you as my partner, and you shall have the right to summon me. so keep this engraved in your heart. Li Han felt as if he had fallen into an endless void. With Fukuncha drawing closer toward him, he reminded him, I am not your servant, and you are not my master. The light finally made Li Han realize something. He thought to himself, now I know. The true identity of this spirit is... At that moment, a massive lightning bolt struck down, as if to envelop Li Han's entire body. Then, on his forehead, a lightning-shaped sigil suddenly appeared. Li Han closed his eyes and slowly felt the power within him. Fukuncha's eyes were still intently observing him. Li Han quickly realized the spirit's identity, the lightning spirit. He gently touched the mark on his forehead and thought about Fukuncha's erratic behavior. Lightning, huh? Guess that explains why his head is so fried. Immediately, his eyes turned angry as he warned him. Now that I've formed the contract with you, I can feel your doubts, you know. Don't push it. Seeing that everything had returned to normal, Ioner finally stepped forward to congratulate him. You finished the contract, right? Congrats, Li Han, Li Han replied softly. Thanks. At that moment, Fukuncha suddenly spoke up. That doesn't matter. Now that the contract is complete, I'll show you my true power. Li Han asked suspiciously, What are you planning to... Before he could even finish the sentence, several bolts of lightning flew over and covered his arm. Looking at the current running along his arm, Li Han thought excitedly, it's entering my arm. So far, this feels freaking amazing. Staring at the brilliant flame in front of him, Fukuncha used every ounce of his strength to scream, ordering Li Han, I'll help you control it. Release those flames, hurry up! Right now. But he didn't take any action. He just stood there looking totally clueless. Sir, what are you even trying to... Before he could finish his sentence, a surge of electricity wrapped around his arm. A sensation that was both comfortable and novel surged through him. Li Han looked at his arm. He entered my arm. That's lit. He controlled Li Han's arm, raising it urgently. I'll help you take control. Release those flames! Hurry, do it now! Seeing his frantic reaction made him can't help but wonder. The flames flickered out. The lightning spirit appeared, looking salty. What's the deal? He seemed to be in a major rush. He snapped at Li Han's poker face. You! He interrogated him angrily. Ignoring his punchable face, the spirit went on a rant. Do you have any idea how dangerous what you just did was? Why would you use such an insane amount of mana? With that much mana, this whole room would have been burnt to a crisp. Only then did Li Han snap out of it surprised. But he still looked pretty clueless. I'm not exactly sure what happened either, but it sounds like it was sketchy. After thinking it over, he decided to call it quits. Right now, fire magic is probably still out of my league. The lightning spirit couldn't help but sigh and talk trash. An OP mage, but still so wet behind the ears. He continued asking, Anyway, are you guys good? The sun is already up. Outside, the sun was already hanging over the mountain peak. The lightning spirit reminded them, Don't you have classes to go to? Only then did Ioner and Li Han suddenly remember. Ioner cried out, trembling, No way! They started yelling at each other like crazy. This morning, we have geometry and basic imperial arithmetic. We have to submit our homework today, too. Li Han recalled the nightmare-inducing pile of homework Gonfan had assigned. This is a magic circle I drew previously. You all must practice this magic circle and calculate the amount of mana needed. Remembering it still made him turn pale. I finished the assignment last night. I'm not turning it in late. Li Han looked up at the lightning spirit and said, Lord Fukuncha, please lead us out of here. He sweated awkwardly and had to explain. I can't do that, because I've made a contract to protect this place. The two of them looked grim once more. Given this messed up situation, Li Han rubbed his forehead, not knowing what to do. Even if he pulls back, I'm not even sure if we can get to class on time. Because he was so stressed out, he also cross-examined the lightning spirit in annoyance. Oh my God! Why can't you help at all? Then why the heck did you make a contract with me? Ioner was caught off guard by Li Han's impatient reaction. Wow, he's really lost it. A grad student terrified of a late assignment. But in this situation, the lightning spirit had to yield and lower his voice. Being stuck in a punishment room is a different story. Once you get out of here, when you summon me again, I'll be able to prove my true power to you. And he continued, Now, I can only open the blocked path for you, but I can't leave this place. So seal me right now. Just recite the sealing incantation here. With no other option left, Li Han complied, with the spirit's wish. Fine. Li Han recited the sealing spell, and after a moment, the lightning spirit was bound by tangled chains. Li Han said, Let's go, Ioner. She replied, Got it. The two of them ran quickly down the stairs together. Even though he was chained, the spirit didn't forget to remind them, Once you get out, don't forget to summon me. His voice echoed down from the doorway at the top of the stairs. My skills are much better than this. Lee Han set the paper down. Tangled paths gradually appeared with every stroke of the pen. Under Ioner's guidance, even this way is just another dead end. Every passing second made Lee Han more restless. For real, this DIY map is totally useless. Suddenly, a bone with a yellow ribbon came flying over. He turned around and asked, "How's the search for the way out going?" It shook, meaning no. All right, then. Then he looked back to analyze the map. This basement structure, this place is laid out exactly like an anthill. The structure makes it nearly impossible to escape. Even with the sketch, the path was still uncertain. So Lee Han made a decision. Let's check this corridor one more time. Suddenly, a voice interrupted them. You two are just wasting your time. A sound from the wall caught their attention. A voice echoed from behind the wooden door. Are you guys looking for a way out of here? Lee Han stepped closer, wary that someone was in the cell. He asked cautiously, Who's there? A girl with wings was behind the door. As if recognizing Lee Han's voice. Wait, this voice? The girl inside asked Lee, hand making him freeze up. Are you that freshman? The one caught after escaping the tunnels? They spoke as if they were longtime friends. Are you the senior? Who got busted for stealing from the principal's storage? What'd you mess up this time? Seeing this, Ioner tentatively asked, Who is she? Lee Han explained how he knew the senior inside. Back when I was in the punishment room. This senior was in the room right next to mine. At that moment, the skeletal hand set down the bone fragment. The girl inside continued, The exit isn't exactly easy to find. The skeletal hand tugged on Lee Han's shirt to get his attention. He brushed it off. Hold on a sec. It hopped away as if it were salty. It went over to a nearly complete skeleton. Bone joints began to reassemble behind them. A skeleton was slowly standing up. The girl inside asked, Why should I even tell you? Lee Han calculated his moves. This time I have nothing to convince. Her to help me out. Mid-thought. Something kept tugging his shirt, making him turn around in annoyance. I told you! Appearing before him was an entire monster skeleton. Snow white but missing a head. It seemed to want to say something friendly. At that sight, Ioner jumped and screamed, Monster! Lee Han blocked her with his arm to reassure her. Wait, chill out, Ioner. I think I'm the one who summoned this. He sat down and asked it, Is this skeleton of yours a leopard? Did you assemble this skeleton yourself? It nodded, though the way it attached the neck looked a bit sus. Lee Han turned pale again, wondering if this was actually good. He continued talking to it. All right then. So we need to find the bone fragment, hidden in the punishment room. Hearing that, a sound came from behind the wooden door. Wait, what? The girl inside asked him cautiously. Did you just say you summoned a skeleton? Did you accidentally learn dark magic from Professor Mortuong? Lee Han answered nonchalantly. Yeah, so what? The girl inside hesitated for a moment, then pushed out a piece of paper. Take this. The girl inside was being unusually nice all of a sudden. Handing him a slip of paper, she left him completely stunned. You were asking for the way out, right? Good luck. Getting a map so easily was a total win, but he had a bad gut feeling. Why am I holding this map? And not feeling happy about it at all? Whatever, a win's a win, no use complaining. He politely thanked her. Lee Han didn't forget to say goodbye. We're heading out now, let's bounce. Ioner and the skeleton also scrambled to follow them. The girl with bird wings still stood by the wooden door. Pensive. A freshman learning dark magic, huh? Lee Han had left quite an impression on her. I've got to meet him eventually. Direct stood in silence, staring intently at the door. A smirk tugged at his lips. A newbie learning dark magic, is it? I really want to get a look at him. The next morning, as the first rays of sunlight hit the school, the classmates hung their heads in gloom. Thank you for today's lecture, Professor. Lee Han poked his head out from behind the wall, watching their retreating backs. In front of him was Oomph and Nathan. They were way too late. The lecture had already ended. Ioner clutched a notebook tightly. Then what about our assignment? Lee Han calculated silently. This professor didn't take attendance, but if they turned it in now... The professor's voice echoed in his mind. You guys didn't even bother to show up for the lecture, right? Why should I waste my time? Reviewing assignments from students, who have zero sense of punctuality. But Lee Han was still lost in thought. At this point, seeing him not answering, she called out, Lee Han, let's go! Lee Han raised his magic staff before a bewildered Ioner. She hurriedly stopped him. Wait! Lee Han, calm down! You can't just attack a professor. Only then did Lee Han speak up. Over there, I'm not planning to do that. Ioner froze. Wait, what? He pointed toward the stack of books. I'm aiming for that. I'm going to slip our assignments into that pile of papers. She was a bit skeptical. Is that even possible? Lee Han took the notebook from Ioner's hand. Of course it is. Give it here, let me toss it in. She replied, fine. He aimed straight at the stack of books, all set. All the drama that I've had to endure because of Professor Volati might have been just for this very moment. Li Han pointed his magic staff toward that stack of books. Ioner couldn't hide her shock. Step back. He makes basic control spells look so easy. Li Han is truly exceptional. The magic staff in his hand twitched slightly. Li Han moved it upward. Just stuffing them into the middle of the pile wasn't enough. He also had to do it without getting caught. He closed his eyes tight. Li Han tried to tell himself, focus. A voice whispered in his ear, focus. Sensing someone had just whispered in his ear, Li Han froze. He scratched his head, confused. Am I hallucinating because of everything that's happened? I suddenly heard Professor Volati's voice. Suddenly a voice came from behind Li Han. It's just a simple move, like slipping paper into a stack. Startled, he whipped around. Wait, he hadn't misheard. Volati stood with arms crossed. He said sternly, what are you looking this way for? Focus. His face turned pale. Besides my bad luck in bumping into that professor, in the corridor, who is the professor standing next to him? I've never seen him before. Kaminku stroked his chin, watching intently. But there's a barrier around the target, isn't there? The moment you touch it, the barrier will notify me immediately, even if it's invisible to you. It's quite fragile and intricate. Li Han frowned. A barrier? Now that he looked closely, he could see a bit of it. If I can see it. He whispered, I don't think a student can get past it. At the same time, he twirled his staff. With magic, I can pull this off. The two documents were easily placed into the stack while, Fan Nathan was none the wiser. He and the stack of books vanished instantly. Li Han wiped the sweat still lingering on his forehead. Kaminku gasped in amazement. Good Lord! A barrier that thin would have flagged even the slightest mistake. Unbelievable. How could he do that? He maintained his cold tone, because he's already been through the ringer. He looked at Volati helplessly. Yes, it's all thanks to the professor's guidance. He laughed to break the awkward silence. Honestly, this student seems almost too good to just be under your wing, right? You're Godanis, right? My name is Professor Kaminku. I teach illusion arts. My specialty is magic barriers. I suppose I should shake your hand now, but I suggest you don't because of my race. Li Han replied flatly, I get it. His eyes suddenly flashed. Illusion magic, huh? I'd better keep up my image for this professor. Ms. Kaminku continued the conversation cheerfully. You'll probably see me soon, at one of Professor Garcia's lectures. I'll show you just how cool illusions can be. He stood there watching the two of them, his face completely expressionless. After a long silence, Volati spoke up. Illusion magic is useless. A mage who reaches a certain level won't be fooled by illusions. His words hit Li Han like a total bombshell. The professor just trashed someone else's specialty, right to their face? The vibe here is definitely about to get awkward. He asked curiously. So Godanis, just now, you tried to slip papers through the barrier again? He was slightly surprised. The professor didn't even care? Seems like he's already used to it. Li Han answered honestly. Because we submitted our assignment late. Ms. Kaminku couldn't help but laugh. You went that far for just a tiny assignment? You really are a very hard-working mage. If it were me, I wouldn't have even bothered with an assignment given by Professor Alpha Nathan. Then he froze. Why is that? He answered the question, because Professor Alfred Nathan is a high-ranking administrator for the Empire. He's better at power trips than magic. He let out a long sigh. Did you know he actually cut my research funding in half? Volati's expression soured. Me too. Li Han was deep in thought. So the professor was a high-ranking administrator? Then I definitely need to keep up my image in front of this person. Ms. Kaminku smiled. Godanis, I suggest you be careful. Otherwise, you'll end up as an imperial bureaucrat too. He spoke softly. Enough joking, Ku. No way. Would a Godanis choose such a basic path with zero connection to magic like that? He replied instantly. Right. After all, he's a Godanis. He fell silent and thought, I'd better ghost them soon. My dream is actually to be an imperial manager. The sun was high in the sky now. The sunlight was becoming intense. The light hit the whole tall tower. Ioner sighed in relief, finally back. Li Han saw the group up ahead. We should call everyone down to split the loot. Perfect timing, everyone's already here. Everyone did great yesterday. Asen jumped and shouted, Godanis is back? There's a massive problem, we need your help. Deju and Genando were snatched. Hearing their two friends were kidnapped, everyone rushed off immediately. But Asan recounted what had happened. When we were coming back after class, a summoned monster attacked us. Most of us got away, but Kainado tripped. Li Han kept running full tilt. I see, why was Dugu caught too? He replied immediately, because he tried to save Kainado. He thought to himself, Dugu, you're so unlucky. A moment later, they ran up to a building. We're near the main hall, so we can get help from a professor. Students from Sutap have arrived. Everyone there was super anxious. What happened? Will the teacher go save Rugu? Andrago's face went pale. The teacher said to figure it out ourselves. Those words sent the crowd outside into total despair. The blue-haired classmate broke into a cold sweat. What do we do now? Asking for help won't change anything. Li Han didn't flinch at all. I totally knew this would happen. Suddenly, something caught his eye. A puddle appeared on the ground. I bet that's the trail the monster left. Li Han pointed at it and shouted, "Since it's come to this, we can only follow those tracks and rescue them ourselves. Sutap, if you want to save Rugu, come with us." The others looked a bit salty. Wait, what? Afdel was still a bit suspicious. Even though I don't want to do what he says, we have to save Rugu. Everyone nodded and immediately ran after him. After running for just a short distance, the short-haired girl was already huffing and puffing from exhaustion. He rushed forward to Yihan. "Can we really pull this off?" He replied, "It'll be fine." Yihan glanced toward the tower. "If the professor won't help, then we'll just have to find another way." He reached into his robe and pulled out a magic wand. Then Yihan thrust the wand into the ground. He looked on dazed. "Yihan?" The short-haired girl couldn't help but wonder too. "What are you doing?" He held out both his hands. A stream of golden light shot forth. Lightning bolts surrounded his body. "Yihan, O spirit, call forth the rain and thunder. Even though you are the guardian of the kingdom, the bell tower has fallen. Those who travel upon the sea still fear your name." Adenis frowned slightly. The incantation used to summon a spirit reflects the mastery and level of that spirit. With an incantation this long and complex, he continued to chant, "The one who holds a contract with you commands you to appear now." Above the magic wand, a flower bud immediately appeared. As the bud bloomed, a sigil appeared on Yihan's forehead. A circle formed from bolts of lightning, rested right within his hand. The circle kept growing to Yihan's amazement. He stared directly into the lightning circle. A classmate looked disappointed. "What's this? I thought it was going to be some super powerful spirit." A classmate nearby sneered, "It's small as hell." Yihan's face showed no sign of joy. "Why did only a part of you appear?" Pungunja replied, "Sir, did you forget? I'm stuck somewhere because of you." His face turned grim. "Even so, this is way too small. If you always have an excuse to dodge when I need you, then how can I trust you anymore?" He became even more irritated. "I'm starting to get tired of these arrogant and delusional old geezers. I could just shock them to death." Pungunja shouted, "Hostile detected! Someone is hiding!" Yihan immediately looked back. "I'll lurk in the shadows." "Where is he?" "I don't see anything nearby." Beneath his feet, the ground began to crack. He warned, "Below you!" That monster must be able to tunnel underground. The mages here probably did something pointless, like giving it extra skills. Be careful if you're caught. Your mana will be drained dry just like them. He maintained a calm expression. "Understood. I'll take it out right now." Pungunja shouted in frustration, "You must not use fire magic. If something goes wrong, you could incinerate the other students too." Yihan then asked, "So are you going to step in?" He shook his head frantically. "In my current state, it's a bit tough. But there's still a way. I'll teach you a spell. You're going to need this." He turned back suspiciously. "Say what? Isn't that even more dangerous than the magic I just learned?" Pungunja began to lose his patience. "Stop talking. I want you to visualize lightning just like how you did with the other elements. But I want you to imagine lightning striking down from the heavens." Yihan began to use his imagination. To cast the magic, mana needs to be concentrated at a single point. However, the image of lightning is completely opposite, and the strikes don't stay in one place. It branches into many arcs after striking, so it's perfect for the current situation. If the lightning bolts branch out in many directions, then the worst-case scenario might happen. He broke into a cold sweat. This is really dangerous. He moved closer to Yihan's shoulder. "It's difficult to keep the lightning bolts from splitting apart like that, so I will help you. Lend me your hand." He immediately held out his other hand. Yihan was absolutely stunned. "It actually manifested. I pulled it off, didn't I?" Pungunja couldn't hide his excitement either. "You actually did it. How on earth did you manage that?" He simply replied, "It wasn't that hard." That image was still vivid in Yihan's mind. "I just kept thinking about a battery." The spirit didn't hold back on the praise. "You're quite a natural at controlling lightning." He reached out to touch the sparks. "So why was this spirit making such a big deal out of it?" The lightning surged through his veins and into his body. "Yihan, focus on the incantation that I'm about to tell you." He clenched his fist tightly. Even though spirit magic is quite volatile and constantly changing, even a rookie mage can use it. With the help of Pungunja's low-level lightning magic, he was teaching Yihan a second circle magic. Pungunja gave a stern reminder. "From now on, focus on my chant." Yihan had already grasped the electrical current. Spirit magic is brutal and difficult to pull off. But with Pungunja's help, even a total noob can cast it. Pungunja's low-tier thunder. That was the circle magic Pungunja intended to teach Li Han. He continued, that monster is in an unstable state from being experimented on so much. Because of that, it absorbs electricity really well. This magic will be even more effective. He grew even more confident. I get it. I'll cast it right away, Pungunja said excitedly. That's it! Bring what you've imagined into reality. Li Han pointed his magic wand at the monster, unleashing Pungunja's thunder. He suddenly flinched, his eyes narrowing slightly. Pungunja stared at the tip of the magic wand. Wait, there's way too much mana concentrated in one spot. This kid has no clue what he's doing. Nearby, two people came running breathlessly. One of them asked, "Is it this way?" The other immediately replied, "Yeah, that's right." Both of them stood dazed by the scene before them. Garcia was horrified. Oh my God, it's already captured this many students? I'll save them right now. With enough power to take it down, she suddenly froze in her tracks. A bolt of lightning suddenly tore through the dark sky. That lightning strike came straight down, slamming a powerful blow onto the monster. The surge of power was so massive that Garcia had to shield her eyes with her hands. She struggled to open her eyes. What is this insane amount of mana? The monster's tentacles stiffened in midair, but the other tentacles weren't doing much better. Garcia was beyond curious. Who could have done this? A shout from the spirit snapped her back to reality. Professor, the students are falling. Catch them, quick! Garcia immediately cast her magic to catch the free-falling students. Worry was written all over her face. Is everyone okay? Is anyone hurt? Garcia gasped in shock. Good heavens! And Rago's whole body was shivering. Smoke was literally rising from his head. Li Han stood there looking at his handiwork. It's scorched to a crisp. Did I do it right? I get the feeling you weren't really focused. Pungunja's face was all scrunched up. This isn't my fault, it's on you. Suddenly a voice rang out. I was wondering whose mana that was. And as expected, it was you, Li Han. He looked over at Professor Garcia in surprise. How are the students who were caught? He spoke softly to reassure Li Han. I'm worried about the kids, too. But there's no need to worry. He let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. Garcia chuckled. They're just a bit numb from the electric shock. Li Han froze. Wait, what? Electric shock? She leaned down. Here, let me heal you all. He stood watching Garcia perform her healing magic. Li Han watched the professor's reaction in silent contemplation. It didn't seem like anything serious happened. Plus, I didn't know Professor. Garcia could use recovery magic. Normally, professors don't know anything outside of their own majors. Thanks to her, the students recovered immediately. They struggled to stand up, and Anrago walked with great difficulty. We're alive! Thank you, Professor Garcia. Garcia pointed toward the young man standing behind her. Don't thank me. Go thank Li Han. He's the one who defeated the monster to save you all. Her words left the group of students speechless. Then their faces immediately turned pale with shock. He thought to himself, getting electrocuted is a way worse injury than having your mana drained. So I totally get why they're salty. But Li Han was about to say something else. Suddenly he bowed his head low. Thank you, Wardenaz. It's definitely awkward. But as a knight, if I received help and didn't give thanks, that wouldn't be right. I'll say thanks for that. I can finally see why Gainas trusts you so much. Thanks, Wardeness. Of course, I don't plan on calling you a friend. However, I won't forget this. Another student added, me neither. Let's cooperate as best as we can on the lake quest. And Rago left those final words and turned to walk away. See you later. He watched their backs with a helpless look. These guys certainly know how to draw a line. Garcia looked at Li Han and gave a slight nod. She suddenly spoke up. Li Han, can we talk about that lightning magic from earlier? His voice was stern. Pungunja, it's time you explained yourself. Pungunja turned away, avoiding Li Han's gaze. Hold on, sorry, but my summoning time is almost up. Looks like you'll have to handle this on your own. Garcia was bewildered. Wait, what? He spoke, and then immediately vanished into thin air. Next time I'll show you my true power. That was all Pungunja left behind. He was still reaching out into the empty void. Li Han had a somewhat serious expression. Professor, there's a story behind this. She immediately cut him off. Are you the one using lightning magic? Suddenly, another person appeared out of nowhere. In their hand was a piece of a dried, stiff tentacle. Baladi crushed it. Interesting. His face turned pale as cold sweat poured down. Garcia immediately jumped in front of Li Han to shield him. Wait, Professor Baladi, why are you asking about lightning magic? He replied in a cold tone. It's necessary for teaching him. Yes. She turned back in shock. Wait, what? Li Han, does that mean you're in his class? His answer hit Garcia like a bolt from the blue. Yes. She fell deep into thought. I respect every professor in this place, to a certain extent. However, Professor Baladi's classes have crossed the line. They're too brutal for students to keep up with. Furthermore, Lee Han, a freshman, is in his class? Biloti's low voice rang out. Don't worry. He's always been able to, keep up with my teaching pace. But Garcia couldn't help but cut him off. Excuse me? He recounted honestly. Wardenaz has learned a vast amount of magical knowledge. In fact, he even taught himself how to create a water shield. His desire for learning is so intense that even I have to hold him back. She immediately turned to look at Lee Han as if he were some strange creature. Ugh, why is this so twisted? Lee Han's extraordinary talent has become his own poison. It breaks down all barriers, allowing him to take an impossible course. If he's still performing well, then there's no way for me to stop him. Only then did Garcia accept defeat. She looked dejected. Please take good care of Lee Han. As for Biloti, he remained as cold as ever in his reply. I always teach with consistency. Suddenly, she turned to look at him with a look of deep regret. Good luck. Lee Han snapped out of it and hurriedly asked the professor, What do you mean by that, Professor? Lee Han's scream echoed throughout the academy. Now Lee Han began to dread the next lesson. Scene change. At this time, 2 students are strolling along. In his hand, he held an object tightly wrapped in a white cloth. Aslan stared intently at his hand and spoke softly. We have to pay him back at some point. Wardenaz is always helping us score the good stuff. Once we're there, we can buy some tasty snacks. Walking beside him was Gainando. He pouted with annoyance. I don't know about that. The last time I went, the black market didn't have much food. Aslan continued to persuade Gainando. Actually, a ton of food just went up for sale a few days ago. It seems they've reached a deal with the tiger. Suddenly, a figure blocked their path. He slammed on the brakes, stunned. Stop right there! We want to conduct an inspection. They saw a tall, imposing figure standing before them. The other person introduced himself. You 2 are from this Blue Dragon Tower, right? Not exactly a pleasure, but it's good to meet you. I am Sanko from the Tutanta family. The Tutanta family. They are famous throughout the empire for their stonemasonry. Aslan pondered to himself. From what I know, that's a dwarf family, renowned for their craftsmanship. Why is there an elf in this family? Regardless, he still replied with the proper etiquette. Pleased to meet you. I am Aslan from the Dankin family. We want to trade this for some goods. With those words, Aslan pulled back the cloth. The white veil revealed several potion bottles. They were all potions swiped from Urium's lab. Sanko was stunned. A flash of realization crossed his eyes. A second later, he flat out refused. I'm very sorry, but we cannot trade with you. Both of them were shocked. What? Why not? While the 3 of them were having a heated argument, out of nowhere, a figure slowly approached from behind. What are you all doing standing there? Relieved to see their savior, they both cried out, Lee Han! Then Gainando rushed forward to tattle first. Talk to this guy. He won't trade anything with us. Lee Han nodded as he listened to his words. Really? Then he turned to ask Sanko, What's the reason for this? He answered honestly. Because of the rules? From now on, we cannot accept items that aren't legit. He flinched as he suddenly remembered. I get it. This student must be the leader of the Turtle Tower. With that, Lee Han pulled out a basket full of tubers to show Sanko. I harvested these myself. Straight from my own garden. Can I go in? He nodded slightly with satisfaction. You may. That was all he needed to hear. Lee Han turned back to say goodbye to the other 2. See you later. Aslan and Gainando watched wide-eyed as the 2 of them left. Suddenly, Aslan remembered something and screamed in panic. No, I failed to pay him back again! By this time, the 2 had moved deep into the area. Sanko stared warily at the basket in his hand. Lee Han asked him, Did you really grow these yourself? Even someone from the Wardenaz family does that? He replied immediately, What's my family got to do with it? I even shared some of these with the students in your tower. Shared? Sanko looked as if he had just heard something completely absurd. For free? If that's the case. But as he spoke, he was interrupted by his stomach growling. He clutched his empty stomach, embarrassed, stuttering to explain that Lee Han quickly pulled something from his basket, a potato, and held it out to San. Koy, want a potato? It's good. Even that famously picky princess couldn't stop raving about it. But deep down, after witnessing how the princess actually ate, he had a different opinion. Of course, that's just what her fans say. If you ask me, she's actually a pretty easy eater. Sanko was still being prideful, immediately refusing the gift Lee Han offered. I'm fine. Right now I have nothing to give you in return. But you don't even care about calculating all that. He then continued to insist, just take it, no need to pay. It's totally fine. But to him those words were the most insulting slurs. Sanko's cold eyes shot a sharp glare. Don't disrespect me, Wardenaz. A dwarf of the Tutanta family doesn't take things for free. I'm out of here. With that, he turned and walked away. leaving. Li Han standing there frozen like a statue, clueless as to what just happened. 1,000 questions were racing through his mind. Wait, isn't he an elf, though? Scene cuts to the marketplace. A familiar voice rang out. Welcome back, Wardenaz. I'm sure you've already heard the news, but tough times have come. For a thief like you, Li Han sat across from Radford, asking seriously about the current situation. Seems like it. Can you explain what the hell happened? He honestly spilled the beans. Of course, the black market is expanding under the leadership of Sanko, but obviously problems were bound to arise. Recalling the chaos outside the market, 2 beefy thugs rushed a tiny stall to harass the owner. Hey, this much money for just 5 loaves of bread? In another corner, fierce orc slammed the table, yelling at a merchant who couldn't even put up a fight. Hey, this coffee is fake. Give me back my bread. I told you from the start it was imitation coffee, made by mixing dandelions. Radford continued, only a few students are causing trouble. As you know, Turtle always has a hard time when the other towers are at war. That's why Sanko brought out a new trump card. Standing before those dangerous threats, Sanko didn't flinch one bit. That treasure is a set of strict rules. One side, if you don't work, you don't eat. The other side, proper compensation. Anything stolen will be banned. Li Han slammed the table in anger. He lowered his voice and said coldly, it's the same everywhere. Idiots like that make life hell for students. Because of them, thieves like us are gonna starve to death. Radford agreed. True that. And while you were out, something new showed up. Looking where he pointed, he saw a crowd gathered around a small table. Watch closely, the dealer said intently, introducing his cards. There's a 6 of spades among these 3 cards. I'll flip them and shuffle them all up. If you can find it, your bet doubles. Li Han asked helplessly, is gambling even allowed? He answered honestly, he doesn't like it, but he permits it. The opponent seemed to have lost and screamed in regret. My bread! 3 days of food. The dealer from earlier apologized profusely. Sorry, I shuffled pretty slowly, didn't I? His hands were moving lightning fast to cheat. Gainando immediately whispered into Li Han's ear, never play with Imia. He immediately got the hint and agreed. That technique is insane. Is he from a gambling guild? Suddenly from behind, a voice called out. There you are, Wardenaz. Li Han flinched and reflexively turned around. It was Sanko. Now he had brought 2 more people along. It seems these 2 took your food without paying you back. Is that right? His eyes were dead serious as he looked at them. Li Han recognized them. They were the ones he had cooked tomato stew for before. Thinking that, he explained, wait, about that. But before he could finish, Sanko interrupted. I don't mean to blame you or anything. I'm here on behalf of my friends to apologize for their misconduct. Because being a total freeloader is such a thoughtless move. We want to pay you back for what we ate. However, our current situation is a bit tight. Noticing he was a bit tense, Li Han tried to reassure him. But it's totally fine. He also thought it would be petty to take anything back from them, especially since they weren't even from the Tiger Spire or his own tower. Even so, he still flatly refused. No, I can't just let this slide. I'll pay it back on behalf of my friends. Seeing him insist so firmly, Li Han was curious about how he planned to do that. Sanko replied vaguely, from what I've heard, you should roam the academy at night. I've got some useful tea for you. Come find me tonight. I'll let you in on everything. Night scene. Li Han walks toward a certain set of stairs. Curious, he kept scanning his surroundings. After observing for a while, he confirmed that no one else was here besides them. Sanko explained, the passage to the 3rd floor of the main building is hidden so that our new students won't know about it. But actually, every time we try to reach the 3rd floor, the building's layout changes. But our persistence finally paid off. After exploring this place countless times, once to confirm there are 5 corridors in total, and another time to realize their positions shift, I was sure I'd find the stairs leading up here. And finally, even the architecture itself isn't fixed. Today, we're blocked by a wall again. Recalling those explorations, Sanko said confidently, we found the solution. Hearing that, Li Han's expression turned serious. He continued, it's when the hour and minute hands both point to odd numbers, when the fog hides the moon, and in that precise moment, you must grip your wand tightly with your left hand. Those are the 3 conditions that must be met to reveal the corridor to the 3rd floor. As he spoke, he opened the gate. Seeing the gate actually open, Li Han was impressed, just as you'd expect, from a magic academy. I wouldn't have believed you if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes. It's incredible that you decoded the whole thing. But did you ask me here just to tell me this? He replied, no, this was just the warm-up. I want to introduce you to someone. Li Han asked curiously, who is it? But Sanko didn't seem ready to say just yet. I can't tell you yet, but you'll find out soon. Then he suddenly stopped, making Li Han suspicious. What's going on? Just as he was wondering, the other guy suddenly said, Warden Oz, I've been asking other students about what kind of person you are. Hearing that, Lee Han felt a bit anxious. He was asking about me? Based on the rumors about me, there's nothing good. Wait, could the person he wants to introduce me to be? As soon as he realized it, two silhouettes suddenly appeared behind him. He gasped, This is... Sanko gave a sinister smile and replied, Bingo. It's a trap! Die! But all of that was just in his head. He wondered, it wouldn't really turn out like that, right? Sanko seemed to notice his anxiety at that moment and asked with concern, What's up? He quickly replied, Nothing. What did everyone else say about me? He shared that. I heard you gave lots of food to many people, and I want you to stop doing that. Those who can't even get their own food or clothes will never know how precious they are. Lee Han nodded in agreement. You're right. Seeing him agree so suddenly left Sanko skeptical. You agree? Lee Han coolly replied, What's wrong with that statement? Those who don't work definitely won't know the value of labor. As he spoke, he said to himself, especially the professors. Seeing that he didn't seem to be lying, Sanko's hands suddenly began to tremble. Maybe I misunderstood you, I'm sorry. Some guys from the Tiger Spire said you were a heartless mage, evil and brutal. I see now those rumors were straight up cap. He replied politely, Thanks for thinking they're fake. At the same time, he wondered to himself, I'm not sure what's going on, but I can roll with it and confirm the rumors are false. Scene change. After walking for a bit, the two finally stopped in front of a stone statue. The statue looked incredibly solemn and elegant. Lee Han observed it for a moment and noted it was slightly cracked, but it's still a beautiful stone statue. Weird, why does this feel so familiar? While he was lost in thought, Sanko suddenly called out to him. Do you see how it's cracked here? I restored it once before after seeing it. I just couldn't leave it all broken like that. Hearing that, Lee Han made an observation about Sanko's character. The guy is a total workaholic. He then asked, But why is it broken again? He replied, The statue keeps cracking even after I fix it. And that's because... He did something as he spoke, causing the ground to suddenly shake. Then a secret tunnel appeared before them. Sanko explained, This is how you open the secret door. Go on inside. From here on, you have to go alone. Lee Han nodded in agreement. He stood there staring at the door for a long time. Before leaving, he said to Sanko, You bet, I trust you. He replied confidently, All right, just count on me. Hearing that, he breathed a sigh of relief and ran straight into the tunnel. At the same time, somewhere else, a pair of eyes suddenly snapped open. He seemed to sense something. Another new student has come. The lion-headed stone statue slowly opened its eyes and spoke. Looks like the freshman is here. In front of Lee Han, a towering three-headed stone statue appeared, and it was staring right at him. Lee Han looked up at the massive three-headed statue with suspicion, but the statue looked at him and spoke friendly. Nice to meet you. I am the statue of a forgotten monster. The statue said, O student who came to repair the statue, do you dare to swear not to tell anyone around you about me? Lee Han replied, I swear I won't say a word. Lee Han asked curiously, Sorry for asking, but what are you doing here? The statue in the back kept wagging its tail as it answered, I'm just killing time. The room I guard was sealed. 187 years ago. Lee Han asked the statue suspiciously, Why am I not allowed to tell others about you? The stone statue closed its eyes and answered his question, Because the professors might put me back to work. Once again, Lee Han showed respect and said to the statue, You really are wise. Lee Han looked up and spoke to the statue. I heard you know the way out. I heard you possess the wisdom I need. Lee Han asked the statue about what he wanted to know, which had been unanswered for a long time. Do you know the location of a chamber located in the main castle's tower? The stone statue licked its lips and replied, I know of 3. Lee Han was overjoyed. Finally, in that case, the statue suddenly stomped its foot on the ground. But first, the stone statue stared intently at Lee Han and set a condition. You must beat me in a race. Suddenly, smoke rose from the ground and something slowly emerged from the earth in front of Lee Han. Lee Han's eyes widened in surprise at what was before him. Appearing before him was a chessboard. The stone statue grinned and said to him, Let's play a game. Lee Han let out a helpless laugh. This statue must be bored out of its mind. Sanko on the outside was still diligently making repairs. Sanko was deep in thought. The monster statue possesses god-tier chess skills. Even I, who used to be top tier in my clan, couldn't score a single point against it. Sanko imagined the scene of Lee Han losing to the stone statue. I don't know how good Godana is at chess, but he's almost certainly going to take the L. Sanko closed his eyes and thought to himself, Of course I'll have to comfort him. I must respect his pride. Sound from behind made Sanko turn around to look. Lee Han stepped out from the cave. "You're back!" Sanko brushed the dust off his hands and walked toward Lee Han. "I'll coach you until you can beat it. Just let me know whenever you want a rematch." Lee Han quickly declined Sanko's offer. "No need," Lee Han replied, holding the map in his hand. "I won. This is the map the statue produced." His words left Sanko jaw-dropped, making him drop his hammer. Lee Han sighed and said, "That statue was way worse than I thought." Lee Han recalled memories of his past life. Its skills weren't even as good as the foreign professor who lived next door. Then again, that professor was a total goat. Sanko asked in disbelief, "Are you for real?" Lee Han tucked the map away and replied, "Yeah. It even told me that thanks to me it can finally get some good sleep." Sanko was silent for a moment before speaking up. "Well, that's good then." Sanko sat down to pack his things and said to Lee Han, "Let's head back. I'll lead the way." As Sanko turned to leave, he asked, "By the way, how did you actually win?" Sanko turned back with an admiring look and said, "I want to talk to you about the dwarf opening, the signature of the Tutanta clan, and the tactic of moving the knight to f3 when the opponent captures my pawn." Lee Han smiled helplessly and agreed, "All right. I'm starting to feel like something is sus." On the way back, Lee Han was tortured by Sanko's endless chess stories. The next morning, Sunday, Lee Han stood before a vast lakeshore. "This place is massive." Lee Han recalled the principal's words. "That skull-headed principal? I don't even know if he even expects me to finish this quest." Lee Han thought about the potions he had acquired earlier. "I've gone through the vials I collected. I wonder if any of them can help me cross this lake. Not this again, but all I have is Royal Western liquor and a bottle of eye drops. Both items are useless." And Lee Han recalled last night. After Lee Han returned, "Ganando, how did you make a tier 10 mana potion?" Ganando crossed his arms, looked at Lee Han, and replied, "Cut off the bottom of the Galamaru and cut the rest into several parts, about the length of 2 pinky knuckles." Ganado sat with his legs crossed and continued, "Then you'll have to shred the snow incense into many pieces, sliced thin by hand. You have to do it fast, before the Galamaru dries out." "Next you," my owner interrupted. Ganado held up a potion vial to flex. "Lee Han, look at this. This is a wisdom potion. It'll make you smart. Just by drinking it." Lee Han looked at the vial in his hand. Ioner remained silent. Lee Han turned and asked Gayano, "Gayano, what's 14 times 19? Gayano replied bluntly, 417. Both Lee Han and Ioner stared at Ganando helplessly. The correct answer was 266. Lee Han skeptically asked Ganando again, "Can you repeat the instructions for making a low-grade mana potion? Is a low-level one okay?" If this potion actually worked, he would repeat the same answer. Ganando still had his arms crossed and replied confidently, "Cut off the bottom of the Galamaru and cut the rest into parts, each 2 pinky knuckles long." Lee Han and Ioner were stunned by Ganando's answer. "Wait, along with what? The final conclusion? All right, this is definitely not a wisdom potion." Lee Han remembered that potion wasn't actually called wisdom potion, just like what Ioner said. That is the potion of confidence, not the potion of wisdom. All I have are those 3 potion bottles. He looked toward the distant lake and thought, "Right now, none of these potions are useful to me. The problem is this lake." Lee Han rested his chin on his hand, thinking of a way. "I can't just spawn a boat. Use magic as a quick fix, huh?" There was a voice coming from the forest behind, making him pay close attention. He tiptoed closer, standing behind a large tree looking toward the noise. A boat was nearby, not too far away, and people were talking. "No need to worry, all right. Slowly put the boat in." Anrago and Dumak were holding a boat and talking to each other. "I've done this countless times back in my hometown." Anrago said to Dumas, "Just trust me." Lee Han saw it, and it was exactly what he needed. A boat, he shouted, giving Anrago and Dumak a heart attack. "Hey!" Lee Han held his magic staff and pointed it at the two. "Freeze!" Anrago and Dumas raised their hands in surrender. "You scumbag!" Anrago shouted, "Are you planning to jack this boat from us?" "How? You won't steal Baphomet from me. I haven't even named her yet." Lee Han's expression remained unchanged as he spoke coldly. "Don't move." Lee Han snapped out of it. "Wait, why am I threatening them? These habits are honestly scary sometimes." Lee Han lowered his staff, walked over slowly, and said, "Looks like there's a misunderstanding. I didn't come here to steal the boat. I just wanted to ask where it's going," Anrago said. "Is that so?" Anrago looked up at him and asked, "Are you interested in the boat I made?" Anrago burst out laughing and said, "If you're interested, why don't you try sailing it?" Lee Han was still suspicious. "So you actually made it yourself?" "I'm not so sure about this." "So are you digging the boat I made, if you're that interested?" Why not try rowing it? So you really made it yourself? I'm not sure about this. A while later, Li Han sat on the boat with Anrago and Dumas. He sat there chilling, while one of them rowed the boat, and the other acted as a lookout. Li Han looked at the boat and marveled internally. The boat isn't leaking, even with many people sitting on it. Li Han looked at Anrago and Dumas and thought, but these guys, can't believe they're so easy to bait. Li Han recalled the previous moment. I pretended to doubt their skills, so they offered to go scouting. When Dumas heard him doubting Anrago's technique, he immediately protested. You're questioning Anrago's honor. What? They even let someone they don't like on the boat. Li Han watched Anrago and Dumas laughing and talking, then thought, contrary to what I thought, we really might become friends. Li Han turned around and said to them, now let's confirm the island's location. Anrago nodded. Copy that. Anrago continued rowing. Dumas was observing from the back of the boat. Li Han looked into the distance. Since he couldn't see any land, a thought occurred to him. I think I need some binoculars. Li Han suddenly remembered something. Thinking back now, Li Han recalled Alalong's previous teachings. A swordsman, once they reach a certain level, can use mana to buff their physical state. Alalong patiently taught Li Han when he was little. Although it won't provide as much power as magic, but it enhances the physical strength of a person in case of danger. Li Han closed his eyes, reflecting on Alalong's words. If what Alalong said is legit, then... Li Han snapped his eyes open. I can buff my vision with the power of mana. A powerful surge of mana flared up, surrounding Li Han's body. That energy source radiated a brilliant glow. A blue light radiated everywhere. 2 magic circles appeared in both of his eyes. Li Han hadn't reached the level where he could enhance a specific organ yet, but he had an infinite pool of mana. That allowed him to cheese the effects. Using his magic bit by bit, he spotted a small island very far away from them. As he channeled his mana, the image of the island gradually became clear before Li Han. Li Han finally spoke up. I see it. He pointed forward and said, I found it. There's an island over there. Anrago and Dumas were shocked and said, What? You actually found it? Li Han turned around and said humbly, Just luck. Now that we have the direction down, we can head there next. Li Han looked at them and said, By the way. Li Han looked at them suspiciously. Anrago and Dumas were pointing wooden swords at him. He asked, Why are you guys holding wooden swords? The two flinched but kept their grip as they answered, It's nothing. Anrago and Dumas were terrified by the mana radiating from Li Han. Li Han stopped caring and told the two, Let's head back, copy that. While Anrago was rowing, he felt a bit scared. Li Han was pretty sketchy at first, but it turns out everything is fine. Rowing is wearing me out. While he was daydreaming, the oar of Anrago got caught on something underwater, but he didn't realize it. I have to get back as soon as possible. Anrago's voice seemed to have noticed something was wrong. Li Han saw his expression and immediately asked, What's up? Anrago's voice trembled as he spoke. I think I just poked something. Something like air bubbles began to rise. It floated up from the water looking like a water droplet. It hovered above the heads of the three. Li Han quickly detected something. This aura, it's blasting out from that water sphere. Water splashed in all directions. Li Han shielded his face and cried out, A parasite! Dumas, terrified, clutched his head and asked Anrago, Anrago, what did you do? Anrago was flustered. I'm sorry. Li Han stared intensely at the water spirit. Judging by the fact it can't speak, it doesn't seem to be a high-ranking spirit. And the emotion coming from this spirit is... He suddenly realized, fear? Li Han realized something. He questioned his own guess. Could it be? He realized the reason the water spirit was attacking them. The real culprit isn't Anrago, it's me. Because the mana he used earlier disturbed the water spirit. It was caught off guard by the mana I radiated. He turned back to the two behind him. Anrago, pull yourself together and stand up. I need your strength. Anrago thought about it and asked him back. You don't blame me? Li Han looked at Anrago helplessly. He still thinks it's his fault. Li Han fell into silence once more. Finally, he turned to the two of them and spoke words of comfort. Everyone makes mistakes, but what's important is how you face those mistakes. Anrago looked at Li Han, moved. He still had his back to them as he continued. Keep rowing. Anrago gripped the oar tightly, ready to row. All right, just leave it to me. Good. If we can escape then... Li Han glanced at the water spirit. The water spirit flinched when it saw Li Han's gaze. Another water bubble appeared on the surface. Beneath Li Han's reflection in the water, it hovered in front of him, catching him off guard. Parasite's POV, the water spirit began to fluctuate. It released powerful mana. What is this? Li Han quickly took a defensive stance. Wait, this feeling is... Water spirits began emerging from under the water. One spirit came out. Then many other water spirits surfaced onto the water. Those water spirits surrounded their boat, and Rago and Dumak clung to each other in fear behind Li Han. The water spirits started shooting out jets of water. Aiming right at them, Li Han braced himself to channel his mana. Damn it! He used his magic to conjure a shield right in front to back me up. Luckily, the shield he created blocked the attack from the water spirits. Li Han turned around and urged the two behind him. What are you guys doing? Row, row, row! The two in the back panicked and replied, Got it. Li Han pressed them. Don't even think about stopping. Keep rowing. And Rago, after they had finally put some distance, finally stopped rowing. They eventually came to a halt, and Rago asked, Are we far enough away from it yet? Maybe. The boat finally reached the shore, but the boat stopped right in front of the island. Li Han looked around. We were planning to go back, but now we've ended up at the island instead. While escaping, Li Han, Rago, and Duma accidentally rowed to the island that Li Han had found. Looking at the surroundings, Li Han felt a bit confused and thought to himself, The problem is we wanted to go home, but we've reached the island anyway. Turns out he had drifted onto a deserted island. With no one around and no other choice, Li Han and his team had to step onto the island to scope things out, but after just a few steps, Rago looked back at the boat they had rowed. Then he called out to Li Han. Wardenis, can we take a break? My arms are beat from rowing all this time. Li Han didn't object. Sure. Seeing him so straightforward, Rago felt a bit awkward and stammered, Thanks. Meanwhile, Dumak looked down at his feet and marveled, The sand here is really soft. I feel like I'm sinking. As soon as the words left his mouth, he went quiet, watching his body actually sink down. Then he finally reacted and screamed in terror, I'm really sinking. Li Han! At this point, he also noticed that his own legs had started to sink. In the meantime, Rago was shrieking his head off. It's a trap from the principal. Run, everyone, we have to get off this beach. Seeing him act so rashly, Li Han hastily warned, Wait, if you run like that. But before he could finish his sentence, he had already sunk knee-deep. Dumakan and Rago just kept screaming in panic. Save me! Meanwhile, Li Han just looked at them like they were total idiots. Staring at the two of them, he pulled some kind of orb out of his pocket, thinking to himself that their reaction time was way too slow. Then he tossed the orb into the air, while commanding it to move, watching it hover in midair, he told himself. Basic manipulation can't lift others up, but it can do a few tricks. I'll move the iron ball. As he thought this, he put all his muscle power into his arm. After that, his body slowly lifted out of the quicksand. He muttered to himself, Hang on to it. I just need to shift the orb and use it to get out. They've already sunk more than halfway down, so I can't just use it freely. Thinking that, Li Han first controlled the orb to land on a nearby rock. Then he suddenly noticed something and cursed. God damn it! The boat those tiger guys were in has vanished too. It's going to be tough to use a boat to bail now. Right at that moment, he noticed a strange movement in the sand. What? Is the sand shifting? Right as he said it, a hand wearing a glove suddenly popped up from the ground. The hand pushed against the sand, trying to shove the rest of its body up. Li Han just watched it silently, feeling a little uneasy. After waiting for a bit, a creature that looked like a centipede also emerged from the ground. As soon as it crawled out, it stared right at Li Han and spoke. For a freshman, you're pretty good at running away. The second he saw it, Li Han recognized it as Andre. If this is the principal's trap, then he quickly lowered his posture and spoke respectfully. It's a pleasure to meet you, sir. What are you doing here? Are you here to give me a quest? He saw that Yi Han didn't look scared at all. The guy asked with a hint of curiosity, Aren't you shocked or surprised at all? He replied, Of course I'm surprised. Hearing that answer, the guy didn't even know how to roast him. The student then changed the subject. This student is so built different. Since you asked, I'll answer. Yes, I also want to bury you in the sand. After that, your teamwork test will begin. All right, go inside. The others are waiting for you. He bowed respectfully again and replied, Yes. With that said, he suddenly pulled a magic wand from his chest. He whispered, All right, go. Watching the sphere suddenly fly towards him, the guy was momentarily stunned. However, the sphere predictably couldn't do anything. The guy just fell flat on the ground with a thud. The guy now became furious. Freshman, what the hell did you just do? Before the guy could blow up, Yi Han quickly bowed and admitted it. My bad, I'm sorry, it was a slip of the hand. He was once again caught off guard by Yi Han's sudden move, making him dazed as he blurted out, Huh? Meanwhile, Yi Han was secretly controlling the sphere to attack. The guy shouted, Go! The moment he turned his head to follow the sphere, there was a sudden movement in the sand beneath his feet. Then, just as the sphere was about to hit his face, the sand layer suddenly shot up, forming a shield that blocked the sphere. Seeing it had no effect, Yi-han unexpectedly pulled the sphere back. To his utter shock, he finally realized he was being played. He roared in anger, "You dare mess with me?" Facing his fury, Yi-han let out a soft breath. Then he thought to himself, teamwork, huh? Instead of trusting them, I'd rather beat down this undead. With that thought, he chanted a spell to use stealth. I hide within the night, treading upon the earth. Hearing the familiar incantation, the guy was a bit surprised and couldn't help but ask, "How do you know my master's magic? Did you steal that spell?" In the meantime, Yi-han was moving to another spot to avoid revealing his position. He told himself he didn't exactly want to learn that kind of magic either. He thought so, but he didn't have time to hesitate. Immediately after, he summoned a creature made of bone and quickly ordered it to attack. Easily swatting the creature away, he criticized, "You're such a pain. You're using summons just to stall for time, and then hiding with invisibility, right? I'll admit, for a freshman, you've got some bold ideas, but that's all there is to it. Since you ran out to this island, now you're like a cornered rat." Just as he was reaching his boiling point, sword appeared out of nowhere, aiming straight for his body to stab him. Even so, the sword was immediately shattered. Despite the failed attack, he was once again caught off guard. "Not running? And you're even absorbing my mana? How on earth are you doing that?" It turned out the sword Yi-han used was the kind favored by the anti-magic faction. The sword was named Morning Star. This sword was forged from obsidian, capable of absorbing mana. You're forged from obsidian. This sword possessed the power to absorb his mana. Andes collapsed on the ground and asked Yi-han in disbelief, "You? How can you use an anti-magic weapon? Don't you have the dignity of a mage?" Without paying him any attention, he suddenly exerted force into his legs to leap up. He flew in and delivered a slash at him. Then, staring at him with ice-cold eyes, he thought to himself, "The principal, your master, is the one who made me like this." He was now completely livid and swung his arm. A wave of sand was hurled towards him. He cursed angrily, "You bastard!" Damn, he seemed to be worn out by now. Panting heavily, he thought to himself, "If this keeps up, I won't ever be summoned again. I can't go easy on him just because he's a first-year student. Since things have come to this, it's better to be safe than sorry." With that thought, he continued to swing his arms, then slammed them hard against the ground. The sand below began to rise, gradually covering his entire body. He spoke in a cold voice, "I will officially consider you an enemy, under the name of my esteemed master." By now, his body was completely encased in sand, forming a suit of armor as he shouted loudly, "Jovan II will defeat you!" As those words were blurted out, Yi-han, standing opposite him, fell silent. At this moment, his head was filled with questions. He actually has a name? It must have taken a lot of effort to summon him. Should I just take it easy on him? Because there are still many things I need to ask him over there. Seeing that he remained silent, Jovan continued to scream, "Prove yourself!" As he spoke, he used magic to create spikes made of sand. Very soon after, the sky was filled with his spikes. He first launched 2 spikes toward Yi-han, but he easily dodged them. Even so, he knew the current situation was not in his favor. Thinking to himself, "I can't just stand around here. If he can continuously launch wide-range attacks like this, I'm really at a disadvantage this time. In this situation, light magic isn't a good choice. Using the same attacks as before won't be effective either, because he won't wait for me to finish chanting anymore. Then I'll just have to use this." With that, Yi-han chanted the flame spell, but as he cast the spell, his silhouette was revealed, making Jovan take notice. "There you are. What do you plan to do with a single charm?" As the words left his mouth, he gasped at the scene before him. He saw that he was now being engulfed by a massive wall of fire. At the same time, in another location, Andrago had just woken up, choking on sand. He lay on the sand, shivering, while Dumark exclaimed, "Oh!" Gradually, after crawling out of the sand, Andrago asked anxiously, "Did we get sucked into the sand again? How could this happen?" But as he said this, he suddenly realized something. He saw Yi-han walking toward them. Surrounding him were lingering flames, along with something that had been burnt to a crisp. Seeing this, Andrago blurted out in shock, "Wardenat!" Right now, one of Yi-han's arms was bandaged, coupled with the expression on Yi-han's face, which looked incredibly terrifying and murderous. Startled, they immediately stood up straight, but then they still ran toward him. Andrago asked with concern, "Are you okay?" "What happened?" Yi-han replied, "I ran into the principal's summoned undead and fought it, but it's safe now, too." Mark didn't press for more details at that moment. Instead, he focused on his arm. "I see, let me take a look at your arm." Seeing his worried expression, Yi-han wondered if he could trust him enough to let him do that. As if sensing the doubt in his heart, Dumark looked at him with reliable eyes and said, "Trust me, since I've studied healing magic. You did a good job with the first aid. Seeing that the danger had passed, Andrago stepped forward and asked hesitantly, "By the way, I have a question. Did you handle it all by yourself?" Ihan had no intention of hiding it and replied, "Yes." Hearing his answer, the two of them were once again amazed. Dumark exclaimed, "Unbelievable! Did you really defeat one of the principals, summoned beasts?" Meanwhile, Andrago turned his face away and muttered to himself, "Just one look is enough to tell." How brutal that battle was. It must have been one hell of a fight. Ihan nonchalantly thought to himself, "They're probably thinking that." In reality, he recalled the battle from a moment ago. When his magic flames flared up, Jovan immediately started to panic. How can he unleash this much firepower? Using only basic first-tier magic? If this keeps up, Master's Island will be reduced to ashes. I have to put out this fire first. The moment he shifted his attention to the fire, a boulder suddenly appeared in midair and crashed right onto him. Jovan finally reacted. "A rock? Wait, what?" At that very moment, Ihan unsheathed his anti-magic sword once again. It was firmly impaled into the creature's body. Feeling his mana draining away, he began to feel terrified. "My mana is leaking out!" "Just you wait, freshman, I'll remember your face." Thinking this, Jovan glared at Ihan and asked, "What's your name?" He replied with a deadpan expression, but very seriously, "I am Giselle from the Marani family." Looking at Yihan's arrogant demeanor, Jovan said coldly, "Just wait, I'll remember your face." "State your name." With a deadpan look, he replied seriously, "I am Video from the Marathi family." Before vanishing, Jovan didn't forget to leave a warning. "Just you wait, Marathi. Next time I won't go easy on you just because you're a newbie." With that, he completely dissipated. Seeing him gone, Ihan finally breathed a sigh of relief. It's finally over. But suddenly, the tree behind him collapsed towards him. He was still feeling relieved while putting away his sword, completely failing to notice it. After a moment, he realized something was off, and quickly turned his head to look. Thinking back to that, Ihan hesitated. Then Yihan, who had no sense of shame, decided to say nothing while cursing, internally. "Damn it! I let my guard down at the very end." Meanwhile, seeing him remain silent, Andrago and Dumark glanced at each other, their eyes full of anxiety. Then Dumark looked at Yihan with concern. "Wardanus, you could have just quit. Why did you choose to keep fighting?" He faltered. "Because," while in his mind he thought, "I didn't want to redo the trial with you two." Despite his real thoughts, he still maintained a solemn face and replied, "Giving up is a shameful act." Hearing that, the two of them felt his image, instantly became much more noble. Andrago replied, "I see." Dumark added, "The honor of the Wardanus family." Once he understood the reason, Andrago said with determination, "Wardanus, while your arm is recovering, we will become your arms." Dumark also took the initiative. "Give me your bag, I'll carry it." Just after those grand words were spoken, their stomachs suddenly growled like traitors, making the atmosphere incredibly awkward. Ihan was silent for a moment before offering, "Let's eat first." The two replied in a rush, "We'll get the food ready." The scene changed to a pot of soup being finished. Handing bowls of soup to the two, Ihan said gently, "Here, eat up." Taking the food he handed them, Andrago replied emotionally, "Thanks." While Dumark felt a bit embarrassed, "We should have been the ones cooking." Watching the two of them eating heartily, Ihan felt somewhat at a loss. Since they wanted to help, I was curious what they'd cook. But I didn't expect them to pull out actual sticks to gnaw on. It's definitely better if I do the cooking. Meanwhile, the two of them were eating happily and praising the meal non-stop. "This is so delicious, unbelievable. I never thought I'd get to eat something this good." Seeing that they had eaten a bit, Ihan finally spoke up. "Listen to me while you eat. Our boat is wrecked, so we're stuck on this godforsaken island. My point is, we need a plan to escape the headmaster's island." "The headmaster's? Is there any way to build another boat?" "I think it'll be tough to do it ourselves. There is one huge problem." Hearing Yihan's grave tone, the two of them couldn't help but feel terrified. Andrago thought to himself, "He even defeated this headmaster's undead. Yet something is still giving him a hard time? It must be something really serious." Meanwhile, Dumark couldn't hold back and asked directly, "What is it?" Yihan replied in a low voice, "At this rate, we won't be able to make it to class tomorrow." Looking at his incredibly serious expression, the two of them were at a loss for words. Go to class? He's this stressed out over that? Are you kidding me? Even so, Dumark didn't forget to comfort Yihan. "Given our current situation, missing a few classes is perfectly normal." He replied, "No matter what situation we're in, we must not skip class." Seeing how stubborn he was, Andrago said awkwardly, "But Wardanus, I don't think there's any way for us to get to class tomorrow." Meanwhile, Yihan remained incredibly optimistic. "Is it possible they'll come rescue us once they realize we're missing?" Andrago replied, even if they know we're gone. There's no way they'd come save us. Hearing that, Yihan stroked his chin and muttered, "Luckily, every Monday morning is just basic magic ethics." But then suddenly, Andrago seemed to have a brain blast and shouted, "Oh right, the headmaster. If he knows we're missing, I'm sure he'll come to the rescue. We just need to hang in there until he arrives." Before he could finish, Yihan shook his head in denial. "That's never going to happen, the headmaster?" He repeated a line in the exact same tone as the headmaster. "The headmaster? You can't even handle something so simple?" "That's exactly what he'd say." "I think the only way is to swim." As he spoke, he stared intently at the sea. Meanwhile, something blue flickered behind his back. In a split second, Yihan sensed it and jumped to his feet. "This energy!" It was Parasis. In the sky right now, a blob of water was floating in the air. He quickly grabbed his staff, thinking the undead might not be dead after all. He quickly commanded, "Group up." At the same time, seeing him suddenly whip out his staff, Parasis seemed to get a bit spooked. Then, without hesitation, it turned tail and flew away. Seeing this, Yihan shouted, "It's running! Stop right there!" Watching Yihan take off, Dumark reacted quickly as well. "Let's chase after it too!" Andrago yelled, "Wait for us! I haven't even finished eating yet." Scene change. Barrage of water jets was fired. The attack was aimed directly at the three of them. Looking at this simple attack, Yihan thought, Parasis's attacks are very basic, but just chasing it forever won't solve anything. "So stop running!" As he spoke, he unleashed a massive surge of energy. Then he looked seriously at Parasis and said, "I don't mean you any harm." Looking at his facial expression when he said that, Andrago couldn't help but wonder, who on earth would believe that? Meanwhile, Yihan continued obliviously, "You're one of the headmaster's subordinates. Aren't you? Don't even think about lying to me. Why do you keep attacking us? While we're trying to rest?" Hearing his question, it pointed at the group, then pointed at the ruined forest. Looking at Parasis pointing around, they stood there in stunned silence, totally clueless. Andrago wondered, what the heck does that mean? After a moment, Yihan finally realized and thought, "I get it. It's angry, because I burned down the area around here." Seeing that he'd figured something out, Andrago stepped up and asked, "Wardenas, what did that spirit say?" He played dumb and replied, "It's mad because you used your hand to greet it by hitting it." Hearing that, Andrago immediately panicked. I didn't mean to." "If I'd known you were there, I've been rowing the boat very carefully." Meanwhile, Parasis was confused. It didn't know why this person was acting like that. Parasis felt something was fishy, but it got caught up in the story anyway. Seeing that it had finally forgiven him, Yihan said, "Parasis says it has forgiven you. Chill out." Then he asked, "Anyway, I want to ask you something. Even if you aren't one of the headmaster's subordinates, you must have witnessed what he did on this island. What kind of spell did he actually put on this place?" Yihan said calmly, "Even if you aren't the headmaster's lackey, you surely saw what he did to this island. What kind of curse did he cast on the island exactly?" Scene change. Yihan and the other two were now standing before Parasis. He frowned slightly, deep in thought. This island can't be that simple. He must have hidden a trap somewhere. Seeing Parasis's actions as if it were trying to say something, Andrago was startled. "It's trying to tell us something. A lock? A tomb?" Yihan pondered again. "The professor sealed something here. Maybe it's only possible to be that." While he was lost in thought, Andrago curiously leaned in and whispered to Dumark, "What is it saying?" Yihan used the picnic card and said to Parasis, "Take us there." Scene change. At some structure with stairs and pillars, Yihan and the others were now standing before a tomb. Looking around, Andrago and Dumark marveled. Are these stairs connected to a dungeon beneath the beach? While those two just saw it as a picnic, Yihan was seriously evaluating the place. Why is a facility like this on such a remote island? What exactly is he planning? Right then, Andrago suddenly noticed a slab and called Yihan over. "I think the professor wrote something here." Yihan asked back, "Oh, does it say traps are coming?" Andrago replied, "No, wait, let me read it. Congratulations on making it this far. A sudden challenge for my new students must have surprised you. But all of this is part of the process to train young mages. On your way here, you must have learned how to deal with the other towers. I want you to remember that lesson for the final, cooperative mission. If you go inside, you will find an altar set between stone pillars. When one person steps onto it, you will break the seal of the altar, and the picnic card will appear." After listening to the headmaster's speech, the three of them were now standing before an altar. Yihan wondered, what's going to happen to the person placed on the altar? Dumark was losing his patience. This is so sketchy. There's got to be another way. Yihan quickly countered, "No shot. This is exactly the kind of thing Professor Skelton loves." Then he added to himself, "To be more precise, This is his idea of teamwork. This is bad. There are two of them. My arm is injured, so I'm at a disadvantage. I'll have to ambush them to win. Damn it! Andrago is making a move. I can't react in time. But then he watched blankly as Andrago ran straight towards the altar. To the side, DeMarc saw this and yelled anxiously, Andrago! What are you doing? As he ran, he turned his head and replied, I'll sacrifice myself. I can't forgive the shady stuff. Wardeness did. Hearing that, Yihan felt a bit helpless. He's still holding a grudge? Now Andrago continued. But if Wardeness hadn't helped us, we'd still be stuck in the dungeon like we are now. So I'll leave this picnic card for him and get the next one on my own. Hearing that, DeMarc was deeply moved. With sparkling eyes, he softly called, Andrago, let me go with you. Seeing him suddenly rush towards him, Andrago also cried out in emotion, DeMarc! Behind them, watching those two, Yihan nodded slightly in approval. Maybe they still have a bit of a conscience. Let's just keep an eye on them. He just thought so, but the parasite next to him seemed to want to tell him something. Yihan asked it, What, you want me to stop them? I don't know why, but fine. While speaking, he chanted the rising wave spell. Then right after that, a stream of water shot out and blocked the two of them. The two of them face-planted right into the ground, sprawled out flat. Then they turned their heads to look at Yihan with resentment. They said in unison, Wardeness, what the hell are you doing? Are you stopping our noble sacrifice? At the same time, Yihan also turned to look at the parasite with eyes full of murderous intent. I did as you said. There must be a reason you told me to stop them, right? Terrified, it quickly used gestures, pointing at the two of them, then using both hands to form an X shape. Seeing that, he realized something and blurted out, No way! Even if someone steps up, the seal won't open? It kept nodding to indicate that's right. While the other two yelled in horror, What? Upon hearing that news, Yihan couldn't help but cover his mouth, thinking, that old professor is out of his mind. Even the sacrifice is a trap? Thinking that, he immediately explained to the other two, Looks like this isn't the right way. The two of them looked at each other and nodded in agreement. It seems so. Then Yihan went back to his thoughts. If it's not a sacrifice, then the thing that looked suspicious from the start is the altar. It's too well maintained, as if it wants people to look at it. In that case, just like how I destroyed the barrier of the Tiger Tower. After thinking that, he immediately focused his power on his staff. The surrounding aura also quickly converged at his staff, feeling the flow of massive energy and the source of light shining directly into their eyes. The two of them quickly used their hands to shield themselves. DeMarc asked in doubt, Wait, Wardeness, what are you? But no matter what they said, Yihan was extremely focused at this moment. Parasis was off to the side, shaking like a leaf, and then a flash of light burst out. Parasis was so scared that its body went limp. But seeing the situation stabilize, it also lifted its head to observe. There was Yihan standing in front of the coffin, saying, I knew it. That was no ordinary altar. Arango and DeMarc also rushed over. Arango couldn't help but ask in confusion, Wardeness? What just happened? Yihan replied. I tried using mana to break the spell cast on it, but it didn't work. DeMarc replied confusedly, Is that so? Yihan then continued looking at the staff in his hand, wondering, there should have been some reaction. Is this magic different from the one in the common house? If so, the only way left is that. But if I get caught, it could cost me my life. Looking at the staff in his hand, Yihan was strangely puzzled. Why didn't it work? Could it be different from the spell on the common house? Then there's probably only that way left. Of course, assuming I get caught using it, I'm toast. Even so, he still decided to give it a try. Then he said to Arango and DeMarc, Everyone stand back. Then he began to raise the staff in his hand, softly chanting Rising Wave. Watching the water gradually converge, Yihan started thinking. Professor Volati said creating a whirlpool was overkill, but as long as they don't know, it's not a problem. But what if I get busted? Switching scenes now. The surrounding rocks had been smashed into fragments. Arango and DeMarc had looks of terror on their faces, as if they had just witnessed something absolutely horrific. They just stood there in silence for a while. After composing themselves, Arango finally bent down to observe the surroundings, wondering what kind of magic this was. He created a massive water bomb and made it explode. I've seen Einard use water magic a few times, but I never knew it had such insane power. Just how strong are you anyway? But at this moment, Yihan suddenly slammed his staff hard against the ground. His face was pale. He thought to himself, I've only used it once and yet it's drained so much mana. I definitely shouldn't overdo it. Then, from within his overcoat, a book suddenly poked out. It fell with a thud to the ground without him even noticing. Watching the book as it gradually began to glow, Yihan was confused. What's this? Wait, could it be? He thought as something clicked. The book suddenly emitted blinding characters. causing him to instinctively shield his eyes with his hand. After a moment, Lee Han stood there as if paralyzed. Then he suddenly collapsed. Seeing this, Arango and Dumark immediately ran over. They both asked with concern, "Wardanus, what's wrong? Are you okay?" He reached out his hand to stop the two of them. He waved them off, indicating he was fine. Even though his face was quite pale at the moment, he still gritted his teeth and said, "I'm fine, you guys go ahead and find the exit cards." Arango replied, "Got it." Once the two of them had left, only then did Yi Han pick up the book. His heart was filled with intense doubt. Why did he do that? Why would he teach me all these divine scripts? Gonodontus's 4 sharp hands. Tier 2 body. Strengthening magic. It makes the mage's hands exceptionally sharp. Is he mocking me for recklessly destroying the altar? Or does it have some other meaning? While he was still lost in thought, Arango suddenly shouted, "Found it! The exit cards! Wardanus, you did it! Take it. It's yours. Just as promised, you get to keep it." Yi Han didn't refuse, softly answering, "Mm-hmm." Looking at the ticket in his hand, he thought to himself, "It looks just like the previous one. It seems all the exit cards are identical." With that thought, he suddenly turned to the other two. "Guys, could you help me carry that flat stone over here?" Arango was confused. "Wait, why that one?" Dumark asked back, looking a bit drained. "I don't really get it. But can we rest before doing it?" Despite seeing their confusion and exhaustion, Yi Han still flatly replied, "No, we have to do it right now. Monday morning, basic magic properties class." A loud voice echoed throughout the school. "Tell me where Wardanus is!" The voice just now belonged to Asan. Meanwhile, caught off guard by the question, Jiro asked back in confusion, "Huh?" Asan continued with a firm tone. "The last time we saw Wardanus, he was with a few other students in the Tiger Tower, near the lake. I'm 90% sure you've kidnapped him." Jiro quickly denied it. "No way." His expression at that moment looked extremely displeased. He thought, damn it, I was actually wondering why they were missing. What are they even doing here? But I have to deal with this situation first. With that thought, he spoke up, "Look, about that." But just as he started to speak, a flash of light suddenly appeared behind him. Osu appeared with a radiant smile. "Morning, blockheads! What are you kids screaming about first thing in the morning?" Recognizing the newcomer as the principal, they all bowed respectfully at once. Asan replied, "We were just greeting each other, sir." Jiro added, "Yeah, we're just so hyped to see each other after the weekend." At the same time, they both thought, if the principal finds out, it's game over. Better to just handle this ourselves. They all had the exact same thought without needing to say a word. Seemingly not hearing a satisfactory answer, he put on a pouty face. "All right then, you guys are so dull. Has anyone secured an exit card yet?" "No one? Man, I'm disappointed. You're seniors. Finished the task right on schedule." "Well, nothing for it then. I guess I'll give you guys one more shot. Now let's head to the lake." Seeing Osu forgive everyone so easily, 2 nearby students immediately put their arms around each other, chatting happily. "Didn't expect the principal to be that chill, huh? I was stressing over nothing." Looking at their naivety, Jiro cursed those idiots in his head. He must have some kind of ulterior motive, but I just can't wrap my head around it, even though I hate to admit it. If Lee Han Wardanaz were here, he probably would have figured it out by now, right? Right at that moment, Osu, who was walking, suddenly turned his head to look at everyone. Then he kept glancing around, looking back and forth as if searching for someone after seeing nothing. Osu felt suspicious. Strange, where is that kid from the Wardanaz family? If that boy had a reason to miss school today, then he's lucky. But if he went to the island early, he's in deep trouble. He's been trapped in that dungeon, underground all weekend long. Either way, this is getting interesting. While lost in thought, he had also just led the students to the seashore. He froze a part of the sea's surface, then turned to the group of students and said, "Pair up and cross over now." The principal had already predicted that some students wouldn't be able to finish their homework. A few might try to run away even if he forced them onto the island. All of this was just to stop anyone from escaping. No student would suspect a thing if he gave them an impossible mission and then helped them out. Watching the naive students follow his orders, Osu smiled. "Your suffering has only just begun. Just thinking about your screams makes me pumped. I mean, it makes me sad, of course." While he was thinking that, the students had also spotted an island ahead, shouting, "It's an island!" Suddenly, he flinched in surprise, watching the students stand on the sandy shore with ease. Osu wondered why no one was sinking. Why? Why aren't they sinking into the sand? "I don't feel Jovan's magic at all. He can't respawn anymore. The only person who could do this is..." Right at that moment, a pair of footsteps slowly approached. It was Lee Han. His face looked incredibly pale right now, but the second Osu saw him, Osu's jaw dropped in shock. "Wardanaz, this brat!" But Osu, with a terrified expression, thought to himself, the only one who could pull this off is Right then, a pair of legs slowly walked over. The person arriving was Lee Han. His face looked incredibly pale right now. Seeing him arrive, he gasped in shock. "That Wardenaz kid!" Immediately after, he began to scold him. "Because of your arrogance." The other students lost a precious opportunity to learn, but at this moment, when the other students saw Lee Han return, they rushed over in concern, shouting in unison, "Wardenaz!" They crowded around him. Asen was the first to ask, "Are you okay? We thought you'd been kidnapped." Lee Han was confused. Kidnapped? Arango and Dumark also looked at each other with puzzled eyes, as if anyone could actually kidnap him. Then two students ran over to the pair. They called out loudly, "Arango! Dumark!" They grabbed both of their sleeves and dragged them to a spot not far away. The spirit student whispered, "Are you guys okay?" "He didn't use some weird magic on you two, did he?" Arango quickly replied, "No, it's nothing like that. Actually, he helped us a lot," Dumark added. "If Wardenaz hadn't defeated the principal's summon, we'd probably still be stuck underground." Hearing that, the two classmates seemed relieved, on the outside at least, but inside they were grieving for the two of them. They're toast. I think Wardenaz has totally brainwashed them. The principal could never do something so extreme. Just then, the principal's voice rang out again. "Very good, well done. Even defeated my summon. I'll get the lesson ready right now. You all did a great job." Sensing the sarcasm in Osu's words, Lee Han bowed his head to apologize. "I'm sorry, sir." He continued, "You defeated the summon. I should have kept you underground. The moment you all set foot on this island, the real challenge begins. So what if it was supposed to be harsh and educational?" Hearing this, the other two students were stunned. "What? Are they for real?" Arango and Dumax had "told you so" written all over their faces. After a moment of scolding, he let out a long sigh. "Anyway, it's hard to believe you actually got an off-campus excursion pass. This is definitely worthy of praise." As he spoke, he used healing magic on the arm. Lee Han watched the arm heal rapidly. He was briefly taken aback. His arm was healed, and he quickly said, "Thank you, sir. Actually, I didn't complete it alone. I got the passes together with those two over there." Seeing Lee Han suddenly bring him up, Dumax was deeply moved and replied, "No, we didn't really do anything." Aragon followed up with immense pride. Wardenus did all the heavy lifting. Immediately, Osu looked at the two of them with a side eye. He replied, not surprised at all. "I would have known even if you hadn't said a word." No need to state the obvious. Observing his behavior, Lee Han thought to himself, "He really has a black belt in roasting people." Osu continued, "Lee Han of the Wardenus clan, since you're the first to finish the assignment, I'll give you a special grade. Let me check that off-campus pass." Lee Han handed him the ticket as he requested. His eyes gleamed as he felt the ticket in his hand. Then the ticket suddenly vanished from his grasp. The other students gasped in shock. "What? Did the off-campus pass just disappear?" Asen immediately stepped forward. "Are you taking it back?" Another student couldn't hold back and added, "Principal, isn't this different from what you promised?" Osu calmly looked at the two of them and asked, "What I promised? Think back carefully to my exact words. There is an island on the lake. I hid the off-campus passes there. I wanted you to work together to bring them to me." The white-haired student realized it and gasped. "Wait, now that I think about it." Asen was pulling his hair out in frustration. "He never said we could keep the passes for our own use." Seeing that they finally got it, Osu burst into laughter and said, "See? Realize the importance of semantics now? Take today as a learning experience." They all looked at him with major side-eye. Lee Han didn't seem too surprised, though, thinking, "Yeah, he definitely has a talent for being a pain." He continued, "Wardenus, since this affects you most, what are your thoughts? Do you feel cheated?" He paused for a moment after the question. Then he replied seriously, "No, Principal. I never expected to keep the pass. For myself from the start, I have no issues with it." Hearing his response, everyone couldn't help but praise Lee Han. "You're so magnanimous." Meanwhile, seeing his serious demeanor, Osu thought to himself, "It's normal for talented kids to be cocky, but it's heartwarming to see him so humble and boring too. There will be another chance." Thinking that, he clapped his hands and said, "All right, dismissed. Training is over." Everyone headed back along the ice path they came from. Lee Han did as well. But suddenly, he caught the eyes of Arango and Dumax watching him. He let out a sigh of relief. Didn't expect the principal to show up in person. "Good thing I gave him the one from last night." In the dead of night, someone's voice echoed. "Is this actually going to work? Will he fall for it? It's worth a shot." Lee Han exhaled after finishing the task. Looking at the tickets before him, he thought that one was a total fake. Arango and Dumax finally caught up to him. Arango whispered, "Wardenus, did you see this coming?" Lee Han hurriedly hissed, "Shh, keep it down." But he still cautiously followed up with a question. "Is it really okay for us to hold on to something this precious?" Max also showed a worried look and added, he might have done very little, but now every one of us has a pass. Ignoring the concerns of the two, Lee Han simply gave a reminder. Use them wisely. Don't use it while the principal is still on campus. Arango hesitantly replied, for sure. Watching the two of them laugh and talk happily, Lee Han thought to himself, you have to treat your accomplices well, so they don't stab you in the back. But will those fake off-campus passes actually work? Since this situation was quite unexpected for the principal, he probably won't even suspect they're fakes. I'll decide whether to use mine or not, after seeing how it goes for them. Anyway, I'm the one holding the real ticket. After returning to the shore, Julia exclaimed, the bridge is gone! Ioner was also startled. It only disappears once we've all crossed over. Lee Han looked at Parasis and said, thanks. If it wasn't for you, I would have been in a real bind. Seeing it gesticulate wildly, Lee Han found it a bit funny, thinking to himself, it's acting shy. Wait, have I actually gotten close to a spirit? This could be my chance. Thinking so, he began to speak. Could you? But suddenly it zoomed away and ran to Yulia's side. It flew around Yulia while she looked on in confusion. Then it affectionately rubbed its cheek against hers. She didn't stop it. Instead, she wondered, why is it acting like this? Do you want to form a contract with me? No, go sign with Wardeness? Seeing the pained expression on Lee Han's face as he heard them talk, Ioner came over to comfort him. Let's go. Currently, Lee Han was strolling down the road. Recalling when Parasis formed the contract with Yulia, he couldn't help but feel triggered. That spirit already bonded with Yulia. I'll just put that aside for now. Now's not the time to be caught up in that. Thinking this, he pushed open the door in front of him. Inside the room, Vodali was already sitting there waiting. He was glaring at him with an angry look. Lee Han bowed respectfully. Greetings. But Vodali said bluntly, you used lightning magic. Though slightly flustered, he didn't dare deny it and replied, yes, while sighing inwardly. So it finally came to this. I've prepared myself for this. The moment I was caught using lightning magic on the monster tree. Seeing that he didn't deny it, he stood up from his chair and continued. I also heard about another situation. Word has it that you defeated Gonadantes' summon, Jovan Druggy. Lee Han just stood there silently listening to him, but inwardly he was cursing like a sailor. That cursed skeleton. How many people has he told about that already? Vodali continued, I assume he also mentioned your arm was injured. He replied, there were some unexpected circumstances. Without letting him explain further, he suddenly stepped forward and grabbed his arm. His tone was dead serious. This always happens in battle, but the enemy won't listen to your excuses. Lee Han hesitantly replied, yes, sir. But inwardly, he agreed with him. I feel even more frustrated because I can't even argue with that. Suddenly, he walked over to something and stopped. Mysteria said, that's why I prepared this. As the words fell, Lee Han seemed to sense something. He immediately drew his staff, ready for a fight, thinking to himself, something else is coming. Seeing him like that, Vodali just gave a slight glare, then pinkish-red energy burst out around him. Realizing what it was, Lee Han whispered, impulse. I'll strike first and block it. But then his arm flicked slightly. A sudden surge of impulse shot toward him. The skill you used was also shattered by it. Lee Han couldn't help but be stunned. My attack was shut down before it even started. He's never done this before. He wants me to dodge instead of block. Realizing that with the next attack from him, he simply sidestepped to evade it. The impulse shot through his body and exploded, seeing the sheer power of the explosion. Lee Han became a little tense. Regardless, Velati didn't stop. He once again reached his hand forward. A surge of impulse gathered in his hand. But this time, Lee Han suddenly let out a loud shout and aggressively charged toward him. 3 impulse blasts were fired. Lee Han ducked low to dodge them. He told himself he had dodged for now. Am I always this good at dodging? But right at that moment, Velati suddenly nodded in approval. As I expected, this is way too easy for you. With that, he snapped his fingers. One of the lights in the room suddenly went out. Lee Han became wary again. He let out a sigh, thinking that he was hiding in the dark. I can still pull something off no matter what. Before he could finish his thought, he suddenly threw something at him. Lee Han asked curiously, what is this? Opening his hand, it was a piece of cloth. He replied, blindfold your eyes. Hearing that, Lee Han fell silent. Then he stepped forward and raised the cloth to blindfold him instead. But before he could finish wrapping it, he said, not my eyes. He flinched and replied, I see. But then he couldn't help but ask out of curiosity, sir, it's already pitch black out. Is a blindfold really necessary? Seeing him hesitate, Velati used magic to control the cloth in his hand. While comforting him, you can do this. Then his eyes were covered by the cloth. Lee Han, at this moment, was completely cut off from sensing the world around him. His heart began to race, thinking, I really can't see a damn thing. This sound. I need to sense the mana around me. Off to the side, Velati just stood there silently watching him adapt. Professor, Velati was very confident in his teaching policy. With the motto, If any student can't keep up with my lecture, that's on them. And that thought became even more ironclad. After meeting Li Han, he was delighted to discover that Li Han could use lightning, the most difficult element to control. However, today he heard a shocking fact, that Li Han made a mistake and broke his arm in battle. That's why he thought, if I were Li Han, I'd want to learn evasion techniques right now. As the train of thought got weird once again, that's how they ended up in the current situation. And unfortunately, Wardenus once again reinforced Volati's values. He dodged everything while in the dark, and unable to see anything at all. After steadying himself, Li Han slowly stood up. Meanwhile, Volati was absolutely thrilled, thinking to himself, when I heard others talk about the joy of teaching, I thought they were just capping. But now I think I get it. Teaching is actually lit. While thinking, he began gathering various sources of mana. Together, Li Han sensed it and asked worriedly, Sir, I'm sensing mana from other elements too. Is that right? But his only response was silence. He didn't seem surprised either. He's not answering me. I shouldn't expect anything normal at all. It will be impossible to dodge everything in this situation. In that case, I'll minimize the impact and pain as much as possible. When I get hit, this current lesson is only taught to third years and up. Li Han has exceeded expectations. Volati snapped his fingers. The blindfold covering Li Han's eyes vanished accordingly. Even though he was gifted with a massive amount of mana, his real talent is looking at Li Han kneeling on one knee, gasping for air. He didn't hide his admiration and praised him. I didn't expect this. You actually cleared everything on the very first day. Very fast learner. Despite his mind being a bit foggy, he still respectfully replied, It's all thanks to your teaching, sir. Though overshadowed by his massive mana capacity, that special talent still manifested itself. He picked up a package from the table, saying, You look totally wiped out, then handed the bundle to Li Han. Receiving the gift from Volati, Li Han was a bit surprised. Is the professor actually worried about me? I didn't know the professor had a side like this, but he didn't forget to respond. Thank you, sir. Then he opened the package, wondering if it was medicine, as if reading his doubt. Volati explained, This is a book on lightning magic and its applications. Make sure you learn it all before we meet again. Hearing that, the complexion Li Han had just regained turned pale once more. He grumpily replied, I got it, sir. Putting his coat back on properly, Li Han's mind started wandering again. Come to think of it, isn't the written exam this week? I'm going to be so busy I won't even have time to sleep. Right at that moment, noisy sounds suddenly erupted from outside. Li Han asked Volati curiously, It's so noisy outside. What's going on? He replied, The professors are dealing with the summoned monsters that escaped outside. Hearing that answer, his eyes became dazed. Then he couldn't help but shout, Why now of all times? I mean, why would the professors do that? Volati casually replied, Actually, it's easy to understand. The monsters are being taken care of, because they could affect the exams. Hearing that, he didn't even know what to say anymore. So he headed for the door and said, I understand, I'm leaving now, sir. The moment he stepped out the door, his face showed a look of total resignation. I shouldn't have even asked. Li Han felt even more let down by the professors. Afterwards, on his way back, having some free time, he read the book Volati had given him earlier while walking. But the more he read, the more surprised he was. This book is better than I thought. It doesn't just teach magic, but also mention situations I need to be aware of. The safety guidelines are so comprehensive. There's no author's name here. Was this book written by the Magic Academy? Studying from this book will be quite easy. Just as Li Han was rejoicing over receiving such an interesting book, a voice suddenly rang out behind him. Nice to see you, Wardenus. Startled, he quickly turned around to see who it was. But as soon as he saw them, he jumped and blurted out, Professor Gumin. Gumin asked him, Are you on your way to Intro to Basic Magic class? He replied, Yes. Hearing that, he smiled and said, Great, we can go together. Looking at his personality, Li Han couldn't help but remember Volati again. He's so cheerful. It's hard to believe he's actually friends with Professor Volati. Along the way, the two continued to chit-chat. Li Han asked, Do you teach illusion magic, sir? Gumin enthusiastically replied, Yep. Illusion magic is more useful than you think. Things like magic barriers, to keep out intruders, and showing illusions to enemies. That's all just one part of illusion magic. There are mages who combine it with spatial magic to create labyrinths. And there are also mages who combine it with mentalism to take down opponents just by making eye contact. Listening to the description, Li Han was also surprised by its utility and blurted out, That's fire! While thinking about thieves at the same time. Using this for a heist would be peak. Thinking he was also interested in illusion magic, Minku immediately made an offer. From what I've observed, it seems you have a real knack for illusion magic. Are you down to learn it? But Li Han was skeptical. I have talent, for real? Then he thought to himself, I've already joined the Magic Academy, so there's no ghosting my studies. The main thing is, What kind of person is the professor for my major? And this person seems to be a real one. All right, then. Illusion magic isn't half bad either. Just as he made his decision, he asked another question. Are you taking private lessons with any other professor besides Professor Voladi? Wanna go? He thought for a moment, then replied, Yes, Professor Uragum. He immediately recognized that as alchemy. After saying that, he continued to list a whole bunch of other teachers, both Professor Von Zagum and Professor Willow, and Professor Min too. Hearing him talk non-stop, Gominku suddenly looked a bit shook. Wait, you're studying with that many professors? While they were talking, a hand suddenly poked out from inside Li Han's coat. It was the skeleton creature he had summoned. Gominku, standing nearby, was momentarily stunned. Seeing it about to run off to play, Li Han called it back. Hey, no can do. Get back here right now. Gominku curiously asked, Is that a summon? Li Han answered bluntly. Yes, Professor Mortem gave it to me. At the mention of that name, Gominku's heart was gripped by instant anxiety. He glanced up at the sky. Suddenly, something massive dropped from above, plummeting straight toward his head. He was being crushed by Mortem. He's even learning dark magic? Just how many people have their eyes on him? Just hearing those names makes me lose it. Seeing him zoning out, Li Han called out, Professor Gominku? He then snapped back to reality and replied, Sorry, when I saw that summon, I just got lost in thought for a sec. I hope you're not too burnt out. The Satanist. It's a very rare and precious monster. He asked dubiously, Isn't it a leopard? Gominku replied with a start, Yeah, it's a leopard. But seeing his startled reaction, Li Han seemed to have realized something and decided, I need to find out what a Satanist is after class. Sure. Then he silently watched Li Han walk away, thinking to himself, he has so many private lessons. Professor Voladi's class alone is enough to drain him mentally and physically. He's exhausted. I really want him as a student, but his thoughts matter most. So I should at least ask him. Thinking so, he spoke up, Wardeness, if you're okay with it. But right then, Li Han interrupted him as if he just remembered something. Oh right, the principal gave me this book. Could you take a look at it for me, sir? After saying that, he politely handed the book to Gominku with both hands. Meanwhile, he was totally dazed. The principal gave him a book? Even the most unhinged person in the academy is interested in him? Seeing him not making a move, Li Han continued to take the lead. Professor? I have a few things I want to ask you about illusion magic. While telling himself, I've got to make a good impression on the professor. But suddenly he reached out his hand to stop him. With a pure expression, Gominku said sincerely, Wardeness, you don't need to learn illusion magic. On the other side, Li Han felt like he had been dropped into an ice pit and asked, Huh? Then he frantically called out to him again, Professor, wait up! But Gominku was already ignoring him. Looking at the basic magic research class, he said, We're here. See you in class. Then he nonchalantly stood there chatting with another teacher, while Li Han was left in total confusion. Why did he suddenly act so different? I wanted him to teach me illusion magic, though. Meanwhile, on the other side, Gominku was silently rooting for him. Go for it, Wardeness. I'll be cheering you on. Another mage had been invited to teach the Introduction to Basic Magic course. At that moment, a student in the class stood up to speak. Professor, is there any way to disable the illusions on the stairs? Another student also asked curiously, If I cast an illusion spell on bread, can I make it look like it's covered in honey? Right after that, yet another student hesitantly asked Wardeness, Can a male student pass through an illusionary barrier? Is an illusion possible? Seeing everyone asking questions so frantically, Gominku also became hyped. Students, it's great that you're so active in class, but chill for a second. Let me show you the magic in the world of illusion magic. First, you need to know what illusion magic actually is. I'll explain it simply. Everyone watch closely. But he just stood there motionless, doing nothing. The students started getting suspicious. Why did he suddenly stop talking? He's not even moving. But Li Han seemed to have caught on to something. Something's not right. At this point, Gominku was still standing there silently. His facial expression didn't change at all. Li Han finally snapped out of it. He thought, I don't know why, but this is sus. It feels like he's not actually here. Maybe he swapped himself with an illusion. While everyone was watching, what if I tracked the professor's mana? He must be nearby. Seeing Li Han's gaze shift toward him, Ganando lazily asked Li Han, Why do you think the professor's just standing still? Does he have to use the bathroom? Looking at his indifference, Li Han wondered, You've got to be joking, right? Then he warned Ganando, The professor is right behind you. Hearing that, he immediately jumped out of his skin and cried out, Huh? Then he quickly cast a petrification spell, but before his spell was even finished, a hand suddenly appeared and fired a blast of black magic power. Ganando got hit by that magic power, as if he'd been electrocuted. leaving him dizzy and seeing stars. Looking at his pitiful state, Li Han nonchalantly thought, missed it. At this point, Gominku also revealed his physical form. He offered a compliment. Good job on finding me, students. But you shouldn't cast curse spells so recklessly. Ganando seemed to have been immobilized. Li Han stood up to apologize on his behalf. I'm sorry, Professor. He didn't mind. It's fine, no biggie. Then he softly chanted a spell and vanished. As you can see, I easily slipped away right under your noses. This is what you can achieve by studying illusion magic, using invisibility to find enemies, and learning to create illusions to distract them. Of course, since you're just first-year students, we'll just stick to the basics. I'll pick a few of you who spotted my illusion to use as examples. If you can see through it, then you'll be able to learn low-level vanishing illusions. Try to dispel the illusion cast here and see how it goes. At this point, Li Han's attention shifted to the chests in the back. That wooden chest wasn't here before. It appeared out of nowhere, as expected of the professor. Meanwhile, since no one volunteered, Gominku pointed to a blue-haired female student and said, "You go first." The student was a bit startled, but quickly replied, "Yes, sir." Then she cast a spell on the wooden chest. The illusion faded away. Immediately after that, the lock on the chest suddenly snapped open, as if she saw something absolutely terrifying. Her face turned pale and her body shook violently. But nearby, Gominku jokingly reminded her, "Never let your guard down. If there's an illusion, there's a high chance it's hiding something. Hiding traps, that is." Seeing stars and feeling dizzy, she replied, "Yes, sir." After that, he looked at Li Han and continued. He quickly stepped in front of the wooden boxes. He thought to himself, "Let me show everyone how it's done." The wooden chests were all illusions. This is how they look right now, but this is the reality. However, he turned toward the wooden barrel and cast a spell to dispel the illusion. The wooden barrels then began to blur and vanished immediately after. Seeing this, the surrounding students were amazed. "They're gone! Wardenus, you're so cracked!" He nailed it on his very first try. Minku then walked over to Wardenus. "It was your first try, but you did a great job. But you don't need to push yourself to become an expert in illusion magic." Hearing that, Li Han's face turned pale and he froze. This was the first time someone had reacted like that. Did I mess up? Or is it because I have too much mana? If not, then this was the first time Li Han had to get serious. A moment later, Gominku waved goodbye to everyone. "That's all for today. Goodbye, everyone." The students replied in unison, "Thank you, Professor." At that moment, Li Han hurriedly ran to him and called out, "Professor!" "Did I do something wrong, sir?" He replied, "No, it's not that. The reason I said that was fine, I'll tell you. Wardenus, right now there are too many professors keeping an eye on you." Hearing the reason, he stiffened up once more. "What?" he thought gloomily. "I already have way too much mana, and now professors too?" The latter sounded even worse. Meanwhile, Gominku continued to explain, "You're already taking so many classes. Adding my class would just be too much of a grind for you. You need some downtime, kid. I'm just looking out for your health." Those words caught him by surprise. I didn't think a professor could be this chill. I really can't pass up this chance. Thinking that, he immediately said, "No, Professor. I'm dead set on taking your class, sir." Hearing that, Gominku felt a bit of warmth in his heart. He didn't refuse anymore and placed a friendly hand on his shoulder. He said, "All right then. If you want to, then come to the next lesson." He quickly replied, "Thank you, Professor." Finally, he didn't forget to remind him, "Don't overdo it." Li Han replied, "Don't worry about me, sir. I don't think I'll be joining any more classes anyway." Ironically, at that exact moment, Professor Goman was the one with the hunch that, in the end, things wouldn't go according to Li Han's plan. But for the sake of his students' peace of mind, he decided not to say anything. Today, Tuesday, the weather was beautiful and clear. But in stark contrast to that, Li Han now looked totally beat. Thinking of Garcia's words of encouragement, "You can do it!" He could hardly believe it and thought, no way. The quiz on basic magic understanding actually covers everything I learned from all other types of magic. We have to study all of that? Seeing him spaced out, Ioner walked up and tapped his shoulder. "Li Han, pull yourself together." He snapped out of it and replied, "Right." Then he told himself, this isn't the time to be thinking about this. After all, the quiz on basic horsemanship training is happening today. Just thinking about this session. The other students all became gloomy, while Zeta didn't seem to notice at all, excitedly saying, "All right, class. Ready to take the test?" Everyone replied dejectedly, "Yes," she continued. Seeing these reactions, "I'm actually super stoked. Go bring your horses over here. I want to see how tight you've gotten with your horses." While petting her horse, Ioner wondered, "Are we going to be okay?" Garlando also scratched his head, confused. "It tried to bolt last time." Looking at everyone's worried faces, Li Han was also deep in thought. I'm worried about my horse, too. This horse seems to have the worst attitude, even though it's standing among those gentle ones. It's also got a massive build and crazy stamina, to the point where I'm not even sure if it's a real horse anymore. Professor Uridum probably couldn't even bribe this thing. Right, luckily I found a way to keep it in check. Thinking that, he put the leg shackles and collar on it, both of which had been enchanted. Ignoring its visible frustration, he ordered, "All right, let's move." Seeing him walk out with that particular horse, a classmate gasped in shock. "Guys, look!" He actually tamed that aggressive horse. As expected of a wardeness, I can literally feel the elegance, oozing even from his horse. He heard everyone's praise, but he was the only one who knew they were dead wrong. This horse just wanted to turn tail and run. In the tower, there aren't many who can actually tame a horse. "You lazy bunch." Seeing that everyone was ready, Zeta began. "All right, listen up, I'm announcing today's test." With that, she placed a sundial on the ground. Then she pointed toward a path and said, "I want you to take your horses down this trail. At the end, you'll find a river. Let your horse drink, then head back here. Do that and you pass. I'll be using this sundial to keep track of time. Any questions?" As soon as she finished explaining the rules, Garnando came up with a scheme and whispered to Li Han, "If we just give the horses well water and come back, no one would really know, right?" But as if she had read his mind, Zeta glared intensely at Garnando. She added, "Oh, right. If anyone dares to cheat, I will personally dunk them in the river." Terrified, he quickly replied, "Yes, Professor." After the warning was issued, she started the training. "All right, move out." Seeing Li Han only leading the horse instead of riding it, Ioner asked him curiously, "Li Han, aren't you going to ride?" He replied, "Riding it is too exhausting." Then thought to himself, its stamina is already drained because of the magic tool. Hearing that, Ioner also seemed to be deep in thought. Then she jumped off her horse and said, "I'll walk too." Knowing what she was up to, Li Han said, "Ioner, just ride ahead." But Ioner patted her horse and replied, "On second thought, my baby Bommy is tired too. Let's go together." Looking at how close Ioner and her horse were, a single tear from Li Han fell uncontrollably. "Why is my horse the only one like this?" Just then, Garnando and his horse suddenly streaked past the two of them. But seeing the direction he was headed, Li Han was confused. "Why are you running the wrong way?" Garnando cried out, "I can't control it! Help!" Seeing that, Li Han finally felt a bit of comfort. "Guess I'm not the only one." Then he turned to look at his sulking horse. He said, "I've looked after you as best as I could. Show me some sincerity, will you? Here's the sugar cube you like." Right after he fed it, voice suddenly called out from behind him. "Wardanus, what do you think you're doing?" Turning around, he saw 3 other classmates standing there, arms crossed, staring him down. Seeing their unfriendly faces, he asked, "Is something the matter?" Sanko shot back, "What did you just feed that horse?" He replied, "I gave it some sugar." At that, another gray-haired student exclaimed, "Yeah, exactly! Why would you feed it that? You should be selling sugar on the black market instead." Looking at the 3 of them suddenly jumping out to criticize him, he wondered, what is he even talking about? But Sanko told the others, "Focus, guys." Then he turned to Li Han and said, "Look, Wardenus, horses love carrots. Sugar is a rare commodity. Feed it carrots instead." It finally clicked for him. They want me to feed it carrots? Why did they do that? But he quickly replied, "Thanks a lot." Sanko waved a hand and replied, "No biggie, come visit the black market again sometime. When you're there, let's play a game of chess." Watching them leave, he seemed to realize the reason. It must be because, but suddenly, Ioner jumped out, looking at the basket of carrots with delight and said, "Now you can save your sugar cubes." He also quickly took out a carrot, handed it to his horse, while saying, "Yeah, it's fine, but looking at its stuck-up attitude." He went silent again. "I really should have swapped for a different horse, huh?" Finally, after walking for a while, he and the horse caught up to the lakeside. Seeing him arrive, a classmate spoke up, "Oh, you're here? Wardanus, watch out," he asked curiously. "What's up?" The student pointed in another direction and said, "Look." There they saw another classmate trying to let a horse drink from the lake. "Here, have some water." But just as the horse's mouth was about to touch the lake, the water suddenly receded. Seeing that, Li Han and Ioner were startled. Thinking back to Zeta's fierce expression, he wondered, when the horse tries to drink, "The water drops? That's just low." Then he looked at this classmate who had warned him earlier and asked, "Found a way yet?" The student replied, "We've tried to get closer to the source, but the water recedes way too fast." Right at that moment, Wardanus slowly walked toward him. That classmate remarked, "The princess is glad you're here, Wardanus." But Li Han noticed, it seemed she was staring at the carrot basket, not at him. She wanted to feed her horse a carrot. Thinking that, he handed one to her. "Here, But as soon as she took the carrot, she shoved it into her own mouth and crunched away. Then suddenly Adenis flinched. Horse carrots aren't exactly ripe or tasty. She turned to Li Han with a sour look on her face. As for him, he was completely baffled. I thought she was giving it to the horse, Ioner whispered to him. Shh. Just pretend you didn't see anything. Li Han then turned to leave. I'll use water magic to get some water. He then pointed his staff forward. As the waves rose, Rowena looked ahead in surprise. Unbelievable. Wardenus. I didn't think he could cast magic so quickly and effortlessly. She suddenly felt more confident. If we use this method, we definitely won't face any more obstacles. A water bubble immediately flew toward the white horse. It promptly snapped at the water bubble. This left her stunned. Both Rowena and Ioner couldn't help but wonder. What just happened? Did the water bubble just evaporate the moment it touched the horse's mouth? Li Han looked ahead with a cautious gaze. Looks like we have to bring the horses to the river. It only counts if they actually drink from it. This is too hard. Ioner was a bit worried. What should we do? He reached into his clothes and took something out. It'll be fine. I've prepared a few things for situations like this. Right after that, Li Han pulled out a small stone. Ioner froze at the sight. Is that? A while later, everyone was slowly heading down. They were scoping out the situation to plan their next move. Ioner was inwardly impressed. I can't believe he could actually bring a rope that long. Li Han then encouraged everyone. If we back each other up, we can withstand the tide, no matter how fast it is. He couldn't help but ask about the progress with concern. How's it going? Can the horses drink now? It worked. A voice echoed from below. We had to go down quite a bit, but the water level isn't dropping anymore. Hearing that, Li Han happily led his horse down. Awesome! We'll be able to wrap up this mission easily now. He tried to calm it down by offering a deal. It's not that hard. I'll give you a few sugar cubes, so quit being difficult. Its eyes sparkled after it had a change of heart. Then it obediently started to drink the water. Li Han could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Everything is going smoothly great. At this rate, suddenly a strange feeling welled up inside Li Han. He quickly got a major case of the creeps. What was that feeling just now? It felt like one of the professor's chaotic schemes. Li Han immediately switched to high alert and looked back. Is there something else? Who would have guessed? The next second, a violent wave appeared again. In an instant, it came crashing down toward them. Li Han stood frozen, looking absolutely salty. What the heck? The river is rising, for real? Because he, more than anyone, knew they were being trolled. Damn, Professor! Von Seagroom. Li Han didn't hesitate and gripped the rope tightly. Everyone, get out of the way! He quickly cast his spell. Deploy! A water shield immediately swept past his face. Li Han grit his teeth, looking incredibly stressed. Yoner, once she found a safe spot, called out to him. Li Han, everyone's safe! Thank you. Only you and your horse are left there. Li Han also wanted to end this as fast as possible. All right, I'll maintain this spell and get out. But who would have guessed? The white horse suddenly slipped. It lost its balance and fell straight into the rushing water. In a split second, the white horse was swept away. And Li Han, seeing this, couldn't help but feel frustrated. Damn it! My horse! He then made a bold decision. This isn't helping at all. So, when Ioner saw Li Han disappear into the water, she became incredibly worried. No, Li Han! Oh no, we have to save him! Sanko immediately tried to hold her back. You can't! If you jump in, you'll get swept away too! I'll go get a teacher! Why can't I pull this rope out? Rope! Ioner, pull the rope! I can't! The current snapped the rope. Rowena was extremely worried about Li Han, so she ran forward and shouted, Wardenus, can you hear me? Leave the horse and save yourself! But then she suddenly stood still for a moment, because now Li Han had completely vanished into the water. I can't see Wardenus anywhere. Could he have been swept away by the current? Suddenly the white horse's eyes widened. A pillar of water rose from beneath, lifting it up. And that was because of Li Han's hand. He was unscathed and had even saved his horse. Everyone immediately fixed their eyes on him. They all noticed one thing. Wait, look, the water shield isn't very thick, but it's still holding its ground. Li Han was straining every muscle to hold the horse up. What kind of bizarre situation is this? If you keep resisting, I'll throw you to the bottom of the river. The white horse was a bit shook. It couldn't wrap its head around his thoughts. It's hard enough just saving yourself. Is he actually trying to save me too? Meanwhile, Li Han was trying to keep his cool. I have to stay focused. I have to put all my mana into the water shield. If I lose focus, everything will be swept away by the water. When Ioner saw him reach the shore, she ran over to Li Han. The first thing he did was put the white horse down. Li Han was soaking wet. He looked more salty than he'd ever been before. Von Zeppelin! The two of them watched him and couldn't help but wonder. Why is Li Han looking for Professor Von Zeppelin? No idea. The students were still clueless after hearing Li Han's angry shout. The white horse was also deeply worried about him. Are you okay? Does your head hurt? Li Han gently patted it. He really didn't want to lose this friend. No matter how nice you act, I'm not letting go of that harness or the girth. Suddenly its eyes turned bloodshot again. The two of them started bickering a bit. I know your true colors. You think I'm stupid? Watching from behind, they were completely shook. At least Ioner and Rowena felt relieved. I'm so glad to see Li Han isn't hurt. I agree. The two of them still haven't moved past shock just now. How could Professor Thunderstep do something like that? What if the horses were in danger? After reading all about the professor's adventures, I really admired him, but not anymore. Suddenly, he pointed toward the sky. Wait, look over there. A giant bird slowly descended to the ground. Jetta and Julia appeared on the scene. She spoke softly and stepped forward. Looks like I've arrived a bit late, huh? They then expressed their frustration. Professor, I can't accept this. I'd rather take an F than gamble with my friends' lives. Jetta replied calmly. Yeah, I know. I heard the river spirits were causing a ruckus. The horses could have almost died. I came to prevent that. Everyone stay calm. Seeing them approach her, she asked, What's wrong? They immediately denied it. Nothing's wrong, ma'am. Julia then walked slowly over to Li Han. Seeing him cuddling the white horse, she commented, It seems you've become much closer with your horse. His next words made the horse absolutely fuming. Not at all, it's just trying to fool us. Look at it, don't buy into its little trick. But Julia didn't see it the same way as he did. To me, it looks like it's simply showing its affection for you. Wait. Suddenly, Jetta also appeared behind them. Witnessing the scene before her eyes, she was shook to the core. What did that white horse just do? Did it just accept him as its master? Jetta couldn't believe her eyes. How? She couldn't understand why he was so close to it. Because Jetta knew exactly how precious it was. A creature like a griffin has the traits of an eagle and a lion. They also have pride that hits the roof. They would never bow down to someone wicked or unworthy. She couldn't wrap her head around that relationship. That creature shouldn't easily give its loyalty to anyone. Yet, the person it chose as master was just a first-year male student. Jetta couldn't hide her curiosity. What did you do? What do you mean, Professor? Professor, you really don't know? Ioner then helped explain for Li Han. When the river spirits went wild, the horse fell in and then Li Han fished it out and saved it from right there. He, however, uttered a very nonchalant remark. It wasn't really that big of a deal. Suddenly, she realized something. You idiots! Of course, this is a huge deal. Now I understand. He saved the horse's life, even though it put him in danger. Because of that courage and honor, the griffin accepted him as its master. Some arrogant mages mistakenly think that only magic or knowledge is the key to taming creatures like these. But the real key lies right here. A righteous heart that always cares for those around them, more than themselves. When he saw the white horse trying to give him something, he refused. I'm not taking it down for you. Cut it out. Suddenly, Jetta stomped her foot in irritation. These fools are really driving me crazy. Li Han didn't hesitate to fire back a question. What's wrong with what the professor is hearing? Why did the professor just toss it away? Also, what's that horse's name? He didn't hide anything and said it straight. It didn't like any of the names I gave it. Professor, do you have a name for it? She then hesitated. Of course it's a griffin. Finally, Jetta blurted out its name, Lionbird. Li Han was a bit surprised to hear that name. So your name is Lionbird. What a weird name. I finally know your name now. Not happy? It looks like it hates it. Li Han then let out a slow sigh. He didn't hesitate to give his honest opinion. I knew you were a mean-spirited horse. A month later, they were relaxing together. She looked at the scene ahead and spoke. Horses shouldn't be given water like that. That's true. It's only tough if you water them right when the river spirits are acting out. Suddenly, Li Han walked up. Professor Jetta turned around and stated, Are you here to ask about your grade? No need to worry at all. You got a 100. No, I'm here for something else. Suddenly, he lowered his voice. Professor, could you tell me about the monster named Sakan? Jetta then agreed to enlighten him. A Sakan? There isn't much to tell about it. It's the king of leopards. Legend has it that it's a cross between a rock mountain and a leopard. Hearing this, Li Han was curious. Is it dangerous? She immediately emphasized, Of course, why wouldn't it be? Aren't even normal leopards dangerous enough already? Suddenly, he asked about a hypothetical scenario. What would happen if one were turned into an undead? However, Jetta didn't even consider the possibility. Who would ever do such a thing? Even if it became an undead? It doesn't mean it would lose all its wild instincts. If it sees a chance or gets provoked, it attacks without warning. Li Han then slowly closed his eyes. Li Han began to sink into thought. Wouldn't that be even worse than what the headmaster did? Even the headmaster wouldn't give me a monster like that. Jetta was a bit suspicious, so she asked, "What's up? Do you want to create an undead monster? No?" Since they were talking about it, she also offered some advice. It's best to choose creatures that are actually useful. Do you know the reason? Why so many mages died 30 years ago? Do you? It's because they chose to summon uncontrollable monsters as undead. Hearing that, Li Han looked down. He suddenly felt a sense of responsibility. I really should treat it better from now on. Afterward, Jada gathered the students together. You all must have learned a lot from this test. The lazy ones should have learned the consequences, while the hard-working ones saw that they can actually get things done. If you've identified your weaknesses, don't just stop there. Try to fix them. This isn't just about taming animals. You can't master magic overnight. Li Han suddenly felt Jetta's words were wasted here. Great speech. But the lazy bums aren't even here. They couldn't even make it out of the starting gate. Please listen to me, horse. She waved goodbye with a smile. Pass it on to those lazy kids, will you? Class dismissed. See you later. Thank you, Professor. Right after, they headed deeper into the forest. Suddenly, he called Li Han over. It was Wardak. Li Han gently turned back and asked, "Tutanta, right?" "What's up?" He looked quite serious about this. "I have a favor to ask you. This is something that can only be done with your skills." Li Han was a bit puzzled. A high-ranking person like Tutanta, talking to me as an equal? He didn't hesitate to offer, "Just tell me what you need. If I can help, I will." Tutanta then swallowed hard. He slowly stated his wish. "What I need is your cooking talent." Hearing this, he froze for 5 seconds. "What?" "A dwarf named Muhadin is a priest of the Sichenza sect. That sect is dedicated to pursuing knowledge and educating people. They are widely known for followers who are absolute studyholics. Because of that priest spent all his time reading. Sometimes he'd only eat a single loaf of bread all day." Hearing that, he could guess why. Maybe because the conditions there are poor? It's not just that. Tutanta then added more info. He naturally ate very little, but the main issue is he always had someone taking care of him before. Now that's gone. Li Han was a bit curious. What exactly does he want me to do? He then spoke bluntly, so I came up with a way. "I heard your cooking is fire. When I asked the priests at the Phoenix Tower, they were hyping you up non-stop. Furthermore, even Ranjit, who comes from a family of culinary experts, admitted that your skills totally gap his." Hearing that, Yi Han was twice as confused. Can't he just do it himself? But in the end, you still accepted the request. Whatever, helping them out doesn't hurt anyway. Did you prepare the ingredients? Yes, you just need to go there and cook. Tutanta has prepared everything necessary. Go to the warehouse under the main building. Hearing this, Yi Han's eyes widened. A haunting yet familiar scene suddenly appeared. At the main building, Yi Han changed his mind and turned away. "Hey, I've got things to do. I'm heading out first." However, Tutanta used all his strength to hold him back. But Tutanta tried his best to keep him here. "Gardenes! Don't go. We really need your help. Someone who can even infiltrate the White Tiger Tower." He then shouted in annoyance, "You said you needed my help to cook. If you bring the ingredients here, I'll cook for you." Busted. He suddenly appeared out of nowhere and spoke loudly. "We won't ask for your help for nothing." In his hand was a wooden box. "I believe what's inside will interest you." Seeing this, Yi Han was also a bit curious. What could it be? The treasure inside was quickly revealed. A grimoire containing forbidden dark magic. What do you think? Yi Han jumped in fright the moment he saw it. "This thing is a curse. Close the box now." He didn't hesitate to close the lid. A dead silence suddenly fell over the area. You couldn't believe they were going this hard. I barely looked and almost got cursed. What? As expected, your knowledge is truly deep. You knew exactly what it was with just one look. What is he talking about? He then spilled some more info. "According to what I heard from the White Tiger Tower, you're quite into cursed stuff like this, aren't you?" Hearing this, he secretly made a decision. "Someday I'm going to catch those bastards and lock them all up." While walking, Yi Han asked, "Where did you find that thing?" Tutanta was more than happy to elaborate. "The 4th floor of the library. There's a bottomless pit there. That's where we found it. The library of the Magic Academy isn't peaceful like other libraries. From the 3rd floor up, it's basically a maze or a dungeon rather than a library." Yi Han was a bit curious. "What were you guys doing up there?" He just laughed it off and said, "Because we have a grand goal. We want to create a map of the academy that will be useful for everyone." Yi Han was also impressed. "That sounds interesting. Unlike my tower, they seem so disciplined. I wish I could switch towers." Tutanta then got a bit flustered. "We found that grimoire while looking for records on this place, but it doesn't seem to interest you much, huh?" The two of them then started whispering to each other. "Must be the curse, right?" "No, whatever. You guys can think what you want. What's a curse compared to him anyway? But that curse is Mana Devour. Even Gadanis wouldn't vibe with that." Hearing this, Yihan suddenly froze. He immediately stepped forward to confirm, "Huh? What did you say?" They then said it contained the Mana Devour curse. Anyone who tries to read it gets their mana sucked dry. Yihan pondered for a moment after hearing this. An idea suddenly came to him. "I want to give it a try." He was overjoyed. "See? I told you he loves cursed stuff." The lid was slowly opened. A dark aura wafted out from inside the box. Yihan's eyes were glued to the book. The atmosphere suddenly became still for a moment. Yihan was sensing every tiny change. It doesn't suck that much. It does devour mana, but it feels like almost nothing. He also had some thoughts about this book. That's surprising. Yihan continued to hold it in his hand. Yihan was surprised for two reasons. First, it wasn't a dark grimoire, but a blood grimoire. It contained a secret technique that could use blood to increase mana capacity significantly. It's very dangerous because it consumes blood, but extremely useful. Second, that book, he slowly reached into his robe, had handwriting similar to Professor Vodali's. Even the cover looked the same. But Professor Vodali would never write about something with such thorough detail. Like this, Tutanta then asked, "How do you like it, Godanas?" Yihan had to admit, "It's quite interesting indeed." He stood deep in thought for a while. The book said that blood magic should only be used when a mage is completely out of mana, so I'll probably never need to use it. Immediately after, Yihan made his decision. "I'll help you." However, he turned around and proposed, "I have one condition." Yes, night has now fallen over everything. Redford disguised himself again and prepared to act. "I'll do my best." Yihan then looked around warily. Sensing someone was missing, he asked, "Is Linnea not here?" He asked back, "I thought you already told her." Yihan sighed inwardly. "Why did you leave without saying anything to me?" Now I have to waste time explaining it to her again. Right after that, he spoke up. "I need to survey the area once more before we make a move. There are many individual rooms here, but every room is strictly guarded. Even if the guards are blind, their investigation methods are very sharp. It'll be almost impossible for you guys to escape if you get caught." Tutanta was a bit confused hearing that. "Then how did you escape without even losing a hair?" Yihan then reached out and asked for opinions. "How do you all plan to deal with them? What if we get spotted while hiding in the shadows? I can go invisible, so don't worry about me." Tutanta had already planned ahead, so he explained clearly. "I'll throw someone out as bait, then take the chance to make a run for it." However, Yihan was a bit concerned by that. "This method is way too reckless. I should try that method sometime." With the people at the tower, White Tiger Oshu couldn't help but be angry. "Even so, how could you mistake me for a new student? But based on mana density alone, I can't clearly tell the difference." The inspector instructed, "Don't focus too much on mana density." He looked annoyed. "You must verify if someone is an intruder, or not using other methods as well. If it's too hard, I'll summon something to give you a hand." The nearby suits of armor suddenly began to move, but Oshu paused after saying that. However, "If you find Godanis, don't let him escape." Yihan finally realized, no wonder why the path to the kitchen was so easy. He must have tightened security because of the last mistake. The two of them whispered, "A walking suit of armor? Do you know about that thing?" He confirmed with a look of fear. "I've seen it before. Some students have been caught by it. Even attacking it is useless, because it regenerates instantly." Yihan remained calm while looking for a way. "Is there no way to defeat it?" "That inorganic compound looks like Giovante. Inorganic summons will vanish. If they take a certain amount of damage, but you'll definitely get caught. The problem is, I can't use lightning magic, the most effective kind. That sound of thunder would surely be Godanis, unless I want to broadcast to him that I'm right here." They continued discussing the plan. "It hasn't spotted us yet. We have to hide. Does it chase its targets?" "I'm not sure. It's different every time." Suddenly, a look of pure shock spread across his face. "Wait, there's another suit of armor over there." He ducked behind the wall and pointed his finger. "Now they have no way out, damn it. We're surrounded." Even so, Yihan still tried to find a solution. "I'll be the decoy." "Stop talking nonsense and get over here, okay?" The armor seemed to hear a noise. It immediately spun around, but behind it was another suit of armor. So the two suits of armor just stood there staring at each other. The atmosphere right now suddenly became quieter than ever. Yihan, hiding in a corner, covered his mouth. He could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Good. Another crisis has passed. But this place is a classroom, or it used to be. A familiar feeling suddenly welled up inside him. Redford walked over to Yihan and asked, "What's up?" He didn't speak directly, but just denied it. "It's nothing. I wonder if there's anything useful here. I want to go look around too." Yihan looked up at the ceiling and felt something was off. Something's not right. Am I just overthinking it? Nothing seems different, though. Being the careful person he is, he quickly urged them, "We can't hide here for long. Everyone, once that suit of armor gets in here, I'll use magic to take it down. All of you take that chance and run immediately. It's going to get loud." They agreed and stepped forward. "Fine. Wadanaz, you're awesome." Just then, something brushed past. What was that? Someone is over there. One of the two tripped and fell to the ground. Suddenly, something flew right in front of him. Words appeared on a blank piece of paper. Freshman, shut up. Startled, he jerked back. A spirit. Freshman, be quiet. I'm not a spirit, I'm your senior. The paper scolded him. Stupid freshman. Ihan also took notice of that direction. A senior? He couldn't help but wonder. If you're a senior, why don't you show yourself? Let us see your face. You must be one of the principal's lackeys, right? Ridiculous. The paper then said bluntly, I don't want to end up in the punishment room. Even what I'm doing right now is enough to put me in danger. Hearing this, he understood the situation. It seems the senior will be sent to the punishment room if they interact with us. The principal is so extra, making all these pointless rules. The paper continued to give careful instructions. No matter what, keep your voices down and don't try anything stupid, like trying to defeat the armor with magic, when you've only just started school. But Redford and Yi-Han seemed to be on the same page at this moment. Here's our chance. Senior, they acted immediately after. Yi-Han seized the opportunity to ask for help. How can we defeat that armor? Who knows when we'll run into another? Senior. The others then started bombarding with questions. What's the best way to get to the kitchen? Do you know the answers? For Imperial Basic Geometry and Algebra? I told you to drop it. You don't know anything about that armor? Yi-Han asked politely again. Everyone calm down and let the senior speak. What is that suit of armor? The senior then revealed some information. That walking armor is the summon of the principal. It can move all day long, and it can sense heat. It's quite infamous among the students. Ihan felt things were getting intense. Damn, there's no hiding from it. However, we're not just going to take it lying down. The senior immediately laid out a plan for them. You can confuse it with fire magic, or trick it with an illusion that emits heat. If you hide your body heat well enough, you can fool it. This classroom is safe because I'm using illusion magic. However, if you talk too loud, the magic becomes useless. So you lot shut your mouths. Ihan suddenly realized, so that's why I felt something was off about this room. Tutanta then asked what the senior was doing here. I'm planning to head to the kitchen. Ihan was suddenly startled. The kitchen? Is the senior planning to swipe some food too? Don't tell me even the seniors are starving to death. He wondered, Wodanaz, he's a senior. Why would he have to do that, right? I'm heading to the kitchen to retrieve some reagents I hid there. Ihan scanned his surroundings quickly. I don't think so. The future looks pretty bleak. All right, the armor's gone. Let's get moving. Suddenly he froze. Senior, can we learn illusion magic to trick those suits of armor? I want to learn it right now. The senior took a moment to consider, even if I were to teach you, you wouldn't be able to learn it instantly. But if you want, I'll explain it to you. Pahit's Basic Illusion, a spell that summons an illusion capable of emitting heat. I'm not using magic to change the environment. I'm just using it as a screen to hide from view. While it's very effective at fooling the armor, summoning an illusion drains a lot of mana. Yihan quickly grasped the main point. Understood. However, the senior misunderstood. Did he go silent because it's too difficult? It's too hard for a freshman anyway. They're still learning mana control, and with such a small mana pool, how could they possibly use it? Got it. He then raised his staff high. Without any hesitation, Yihan chanted the spell. O fire, warp the very air. A surge of energy immediately billowed up. Yihan stepped lightly through and looked back, while the senior was completely floored. Huh? Yihan then immediately asked, How is that, senior? The senior hesitated. I think it's still a bit lacking in appearance, probably because the colors aren't vivid enough. The senior wondered why he was acting so pathetic. It's not even a big deal, but who would have thought he'd go out of his way to nitpick his junior? But it seems you have a real knack for using the fire element. Ihan recalled Professor Garcia saying the same thing. Is that so? Professor Garcia forbade me from using fire magic, but the senior desperately needed an answer right now. Who on earth is this guy? He then led them to their destination. Besides, we don't know when they'll be back. So let's get to the kitchen quickly. Everyone slowly stepped inside. This place is known as the Kettle Kitchen. The senior gave them strict instructions first. Hey, freshmen, look over here. Remember to be careful. Don't go screaming now. Leftover food was still sitting in the kitchen. The senior grinned at the sight. Poor little freshman. They'll definitely be drooling and rushing. Over there. Yihan then approached the pile of food. Thanks. These sausages are actually pretty high quality. The senior wondered at his reaction. Why is he so chill? He even has time to critique the food. Who the hell is this guy? A voice urged from afar. I've found the ingredients we need. Now Yihan had work to do. Now it's your turn to help. In front of them was the pot of purple liquid. Yihan immediately rolled up his sleeves. What's that? I'm cooking some nutritious food for a friend. Food? Is that supposed to be food? The senior dropped a bombshell. That's a type of alchemy. Freshmen like you can't possibly pull that off. Stop right now. Tuta immediately reassured him. It's fine, there won't be any problems. Yihan sighed with relief. It seems he has his reasons for believing this will work. That's enough. Regardless of everything, he's not the type to act recklessly. This is a family secret that I've documented in as much detail as possible. He then handed Yi-han a scroll. You'll be able to do it. Yi-han was a bit stunned. I am the reason. He believes this will succeed. Why? Anyway, I think I can pull it off, because I've tackled experiments even tougher than this one. The senior also recognized the effort in him. I already tried to stop you guys. Yi-han looked back and reassured them. It's all good. A faint, blurry shadow suddenly appeared. Just another cocky freshman, whatever. You have to go through stuff like this to finally learn where your limits are. If you mess up all the liquid in the cauldron, don't come crying to me. A moment later, the pot of purple liquid had completely turned a bright yellow. Everyone was ecstatic. That's it, it's done. It's finished. As expected of Wodanaz, the senior watching from afar was shocked. He couldn't believe you actually did it. No way. You aren't really a freshman, are you? Tell me straight, what year are you in? But I really am a freshman. How could someone like you be a freshman? Yi-han asked again to confirm. So are we all finished? Yeah, it's done. Tutanta then poured a little more into the pot. This is my family's secret technique. Beer candy. Huh? Seeing this, Yi-han felt a bit out of his element. He then revealed more. This beer candy is a super nutritious ration. It's amazing you can store it at room temperature for months. And with just 2 spoonfuls, you'll have enough nutrients for 2 whole days. Yi-han then took a bite. It's delicious. It tastes just like butterscotch. It even has a mana recovery effect. He looked so proud while talking about it. My ancestors created it to replace beer, because when they were trapped in the mines, they didn't have enough beer to drink. So they named it beer candy, I see. Yi-han didn't want to linger, so he urged, we've achieved our goal, so let's get out of here fast. Suddenly, the senior flew toward him. We've got major trouble. While he was still confused, the signal was given. What is it? Shh, don't talk. Right now, outside, the senior seemed to sense something. The food storage guard is coming this way. If they get caught by him, they're toast. He slowly approached the door. The senior quickly urged them, get in the corner. I will chant, but Yi-han was puzzled. Can you really fool the guard this way? I don't know either. Shut it. He slowly placed his hand on the door. Everyone froze, waiting to see what would happen next. Yi-han began to question reality. That person is standing right in front of the door, but he's not coming in? Why? He extended his hand forward and unleashed an incredibly powerful flow of energy. It wasn't hard for Yi-han to recognize this feeling. Senior, the guard is using magic. The senior confirmed, yeah, he is using magic. They then exchanged whispers. Wait, how did you figure that out? I just know because I set something up outside, because his mana is moving. You can detect that from in here? Wodanaz really is something else. Even the senior thought he was incredibly talented. The senior quickly brushed it aside. Whatever. Let it go. More importantly, it looks like the guard of the food storage is dead set on catching us, no matter what. Yi-han still couldn't hide his confusion. Why would a guard who usually just passes by suddenly act like this? He's not just casting spells on this kitchen, where we're staying, but on the door as well. And he could feel that magic getting clearer and clearer. Suddenly, a small movement occurred. It's spatial magic. That's notoriously one of the hardest types to use. He ducked down immediately. Hey, senior, what's going on? The door in front of them suddenly swung wide open. This left Yi-han completely stunned. Doors on both sides opened at the same time. Ow. They were now in total panic. He still didn't understand what was happening. Is that your doing, senior? What are you doing? The senior only had time for one last instruction. Go see for yourself, and then you'll understand. Let's use the back door to get out of here. Wait, what? Why the sudden change of heart? He didn't linger, but moved into action quickly. Wodanaz, this could get real sketchy. I'm heading out. Suddenly, he froze right at the front. Who would have thought he'd end up right back where he started? This sent him into a total panic, but I just walked through the back door. What on earth just happened? The guard of the food storage used magic to warp the space within this room. Yi-han started to feel backed into a corner. Is there any way to break this spell? Senior, it's a bummer, but I have to admit, there's no way at all. Yi-han kept his cool and looked around. Then he closed his eyes for a moment, because he understood what was going down. Looks like we're heading straight to the punishment room. Please, no! Yi-han was incredibly calm. I guess I'm about to visit the punishment room again. The group was shaking. 2 classmates stood there frozen. He continued, well, before that, we all knew this could happen, but don't forget the promise we made. His classmate looked at him and thought, he knows he's headed for punishment. But he's not worried or surprised at all. How can a freshman act like this? Both classmates were losing it. We're cooked. Now I'm the one feeling embarrassed for joking around for no reason. Ban Patan spoke up. Actually, there is a way. They were ecstatic. For real? However, I'm gonna need your help. The two classmates seemed to listen patiently. The yellow grains were quickly filled. The color inside became deeper as well. And Patan sighed, I'm feeling way better now. I was just about out of mana. After using magic non-stop, Sanko clutched the bag tightly and questioned him. Is this actually gonna work? He replied, no need to worry, just watch. A hand gripped the staff and thought, all right, time to do this. Leah looked at the energy flow being generated. Ban Patan thought, as a junior, representing the meaning of pure silver, I have to look cool. In front of these freshmen, he chanted the spell, O senses, let me enhance. O spaces, let me perceive. O fire, turn into an arrow and fly. Li Han watched intently. He thought, is he using 3 spells at the same time? A bow and arrow appeared. With a shout, go! The golden arrow shot forward like a bolt. It streaked through the air and slammed into the door. He thought his magical skills could rival those of House Godanis. Its form was incomplete, and he lost control when launching it. He needs more polishing. Li Han rubbed his chin. Oh man, why am I thinking? Exactly like Professor Bellotti. My mind is totally poisoned. That power struck the wooden door directly. A massive explosion occurred. Li Han covered his mouth and asked, did it work? Ralphford's jaw dropped. After the white smoke cleared, the door was still perfectly intact. Seeing that, Ban Patan seemed dazed for a moment. He cried out, help me! The sound echoed out. It's a failure. A bag full of gold was shoved into the pouch one after another. Everyone stared as he apologized sheepishly. My bad, this is so embarrassing. The spell on the warehouse was stronger than I thought, so I ended up using way too much mana. Sanko got heated. So you basically did nothing just now? Even though you ate all the beer candy? Yeah. Li Han, standing nearby, thought, is this deja vu? Bang Patan flew up in a huff. You freshmen! You have no idea how hard that spell is. Li Han quietly walked over without saying a word. He touched the door and called out to the senior. Teach me that spell. I'll try to cast it. He was startled. What? You're acting like you can actually use it. I'll teach it to you then. He thought back. Earlier, he had successfully cast the low-level illusion spell of Pa on his very first try, and he used alchemy to create beer candy in just one go as well. He sighed. Whatever. Hold on a sec. I'll try to write it out as detailed as possible for you. He was thrilled and thanked him. This spell requires at least 3 components. First, a second-tier sense enhancement spell. It's a buffing spell that boosts reaction speed. Not only that, as the name suggests, it sharpens all 5 senses, which is essential when countering magic that tricks the senses. The next one is a first-tier spell, Spatial Awareness. It's a support spell that allows for precise perception of the surrounding space. Battle mages use it often, but mostly to counter mages who use spatial magic. And due to its nature, it's actually harder to cast than a second-tier spell, even though it's technically first-tier. The final spell is one with relatively high destructive power. You just need to find the weak point of a warped space and pierce right through it. Li Han took the paper. I see. He thought, I can't learn a second-tier spell right away. However, I can learn spatial awareness, which is first-tier based on these descriptions. I can substitute the sense enhancement spell with Wardenaz's haste step, and I can replace the final spell with Wardenaz's sharp hand. He stood up. I'll give it a shot. He firmly gripped the staff. Ban Patan thought, yeah, right. Try it, you cocky freshman. Once you fail this time, you'll finally realize what I had to go through. He's not going to pull it off, is he? An hour later, a footstep approached the group. Li Han walked up cheerfully. Ralph was delighted. I never would have guessed. You'd actually do it in one try. You really are a Wardenaz. He politely thanked him. Senior, I think your teaching is even better than the professor's. He looked at Ban Patan lying on the ground. Senior, why aren't you answering? He felt like all his magic studies were for nothing. He used to be so confident, because he was exceptionally good at magic among the third-year students. But now Rangit and his friend were also curious. Maybe he left earlier? He must have headed back already, since there's nothing left for him to do with us. So cool. Ban Patan floated up with the text, I'm still here. The classmate spoke again. He's probably just beat. After using that much magic, Leah looked up and said, now that you mention it. Then he asked cheerfully, how are you still maintaining the invisibility spell while you're running on empty? Like this? He thought, he must be using a cursed artifact just like me. Just like me. Ban Patan silently wrote with a pen, I'm not the one casting it. Then who is? The classmate wondered. Li Han guessed, could it be the skeleton principal? Did he cast it to prevent him from hanging out with the freshman? If not, then what's the deal? Ban Patan with his translucent hand, whatever, this freshman is a total shocker. But I guess in this academy, there might be others like him. You probably only meet someone like this once in a lifetime. He continued writing, a genius in a league of his own. Thanks for helping me today. Bon Patan revealed his freshman appearance. Usually when people meet in the academy late at night, they don't ask for names or houses. But I want to know your name and your house. Will you tell me? Li Han was stunned. This senior either has terrible hearing, or he just couldn't care less about other people. They had mentioned their names several times throughout the night already. It's okay if you don't want to say. He hesitated. He cut in. I should probably introduce myself first. I'm Bon Patan of the Marathi house. He wrote it all down on the paper. With ideas flashing through his mind, Li Han smiled and began, I'm gonna know. Einrogard is a place full of temptations, schemes, and lies just to survive. You have to use some unique methods. The next day, in basic swordsmanship class, a voice spoke up. All right, this week, I'm going to check how much progress you've all made. Ingerdell continued, so I've brought in some guests from the outside. These active duty knights will be your opponents. A man appeared, looking fierce in full plate armor. The White Ram Knights, an emblem appeared. They are one of the most prestigious knight orders in the Empire. With just a horse and a suit of armor, they have dominated the Empire's most dangerous lands. Ingerdell smiled, thinking, because of that, these young students will surely learn a great deal from them. The freshman stood before the knight order. One of the knights let out a heavy breath. Bikerin scanned the room and thought, even if this was Ingerdell's request, it seems I've come to the wrong place. Even though each of them has studied swordsmanship for years within their clans, it would have been enough to just have them face apprentice knights. Were those students terrified of having to fight real knights? Bikerins turned to him. Professor Ingerdell, I should just proceed as we discussed earlier, right? He replied, yes, that's right. Just make sure to keep them alive. He answered, understood. Li Han was filled with anxiety. Is Professor Ingerdell just like Professor Baladi? He instructed, 3 people will face 1 knight. Assemble in the groups chosen last time. Li Han looked at his 2 friends and thought, why the long faces? Are you guys okay? He called out, Moradi. Both of them turned around. I'll follow your lead this time. He was surprised. What are you plotting? Li Han explained. If we don't work together, we won't be able to get any points in this exam. Giselle smirked. You expect me to believe you? The words of a scumbag like you, who's always ready to stab someone in the back. Hey, chill out. That was only because your leadership was trash. It's just that sometimes I can't even process what you're doing. Durgu saw this and thought, it's probably best if these 2 don't keep talking to each other. He called out, Professor, who is our opponent? Are we drawing lots to choose? Ingerdell laughed. It's already been decided. Based on the students' skill levels, your opponent will be, he introduced Bikerins. Since these are the 3 top students, they need a worthy opponent. His face was cold as he said, looking forward to working with you. Giselle replied, we're looking forward to your guidance. The 4 of them locked eyes. Bikerin stepped forward with steady feet. He took his stance and drew his sword. Energy began to radiate from him. He warned them, use everything you've got to attack me. Even if you use magic, I won't be holding back. The 2 of them stood frozen, staring at him. Li Han thought, just standing in front of him, I can feel his power. This guy could rival Alarin. He might even be stronger. No, there's absolutely no opening. He stood there like a fortress of steel. Li Han gripped his staff. He thought, all right, winning is impossible anyway. But to get points, I have to show everything I'm capable of. He shouted, oh, feet, stir the earth! Giselle was buffed by Li Han. He felt it. Is my body actually stronger now? Even Durgu could feel the difference. He said gratefully, thanks, Li Han. Li Han remained focused. There were side effects, but he probably didn't need to worry about them now. He continued to mutter under his breath. Oh, space, reveal yourself! A beam of light shot out. Durgu was stunned. He's using even more magic? Li Han raised his enchanted staff. Oh, fire! Twist the very air! Oh, hands, tear the enemy apart! A magical hand enveloped his arm. Facing a high-ranking knight, he had no idea which spell would work, so the only way was to try every spell in the book. Bikerins was puzzled. Using that much magic? Running out of mana would be extremely dangerous for such a young mage. Why isn't Professor Ingerdell stopping this? He just stood there, watching from the sidelines. You're wide open! Li Han finished his chant and yelled, Flash! Giselle shouted, Durgu, attack now! A streak of power zipped past Bikerin's head. Giselle charged forward, sword in hand. He thought, my legs feel way lighter than usual. Despite the friction, one in front and one behind pinned Bikerin's down. Sharp blade strikes came from both sides, but a split second later, Bikerin's was nowhere to be found. Durgu panicked. He's gone! A powerful sword strike hit Durgu squarely, sending them both crashing into each other. Dergyu fell right on top of Giselle. Bikerins coldly brandished his sword. On the other side, Li Han cast his spell. Flowing water, surge forth! He dodged and thought, basic magic? I can just step aside. But the stream of water curved back. It circled through the air right behind him. Bikerins caught it out of the corner of his eye and realized, but it was too late. He got drenched. His arm was soaking wet. Bikerins felt a surge of excitement and praised, excellent. He called out, hey, young mage! Li Han stayed focused. Flowing water, surge forth! Multiple pillars of water erupted from the ground. He thought, spatial awareness magic really is the GOAT. It used to be a nightmare to control so many water orbs, but now it's a breeze. Bikerins looked at him with newfound respect. This is truly mind-blowing. Is it possible that every freshman at this academy is capable of using magic like this? No way, that's impossible. This kind of talent is rare. This is talent unique to him alone. Ingardell stood there, deep in thought. I really need to have a talk with Professor Bellotti. This kid, his level is absolutely not that of a first-year student. It's definitely because of Professor Bellotti's brutal lessons. Bellotti is seriously dangerous. Only I can protect these children. Professor Ingardell's misunderstanding only worsened. The battle remained intense. Bikerins dodged while taking down Dergyu. He threw Dergyu aside. Li Han was still casting. He thought, damn it. After a while, both teammates were painfully knocked down. With a sharp gaze, Li Han thought, I don't see any openings at all, even with all three of us working together. We can't touch him. What should I do? Then a plan formed. Maybe if I use that... He stood tall before his powerful opponent. Bikerins looked at him. That kid, I heard he's from the Wardenaz family. Since the start. He's only used one type of magic, and he hasn't moved an inch from his original spot. It seems that even if he's from a noble family, his skills are just basic freshman level. Suddenly, a brilliant magic light appeared behind him. Li Han appeared and cast Thunder Slash Bjorn Chancha. The staff emitted a blinding light. Only then did Bikerins realize and whip around. He finally understood. The person in front of me was just an illusion. I didn't even notice. He created a high-level illusion, using Pa's superior magic and used invisibility to sneak away. Li Han thought, it worked. I'm counting on you, Bjorn Chancha. The magic closed in. He recognized this as a fourth-tier spell. To keep his cool and think like this in the middle of a fight. It seems his talent has been vastly underestimated. Bikerin's sword flashed in a blur. He parried Li Han's magic, causing it to detonate. The area was filled with an unusually blinding light after the explosion. The smoke gradually cleared, revealing Li Han. He looked completely rattled. It had zero effect on him, Bjorn Chancha. I'm never counting on you again. He pointed his sword at the boy. Young man. But I'm actually vibe-checked. You're impressive for your age. That's why staying rooted in one spot would be an insult to your talent. So I'm going to take you on for real now. His expression turned grim. Sweat dripped as his feet began to move. Li Han panicked slightly. Sir, I think there's been a misunderstanding. He lunged toward the boy with unbelievable force. He grit his teeth. Damn it! I guess I have to use that converge. He roared, leaving Ingardell stunned. Compress! Explode! He looked at the boy in a whole new light. A freshman. Is actually using this level of magic? Who taught him? No one. After grinding through the Blood Magic Fundamentals and Applications book, Fundamentals and Applications, for a long time, Li Han understood and mastered that magic all by himself. The arcane magic missile of the Archmage Fiblicute. Most magic missiles are just Tier 1 spells, but this incantation is built different. The user must instantly extract and compress a massive amount of mana, a process no other magic missile incantation utilizes. This is a spell that perfectly suits Li Han, who possesses a mana pool as vast as the ocean. Li Han thought while chanting the spell. I didn't expect to have to use this in a real fight, without ever practicing it beforehand. Powerful magic circle manifested. He prayed, please don't fail. His whole body felt off. What's with this weird feeling? Did I fail? No, the chant was successful. But it's shaking way too violently. Bikerins charged in quickly. He kept his eyes glued to the spell. Bikerins raised his sword and he realized it was about to explode. As his magic grew larger and vibrated intensely, he gave a faint smile. So this isn't the kind of magic missile you fire off. He stood there watching the magic. Then an explosion went off right before his eyes. Bikerins was caught off guard by Li Han's magic. This is a point-blank explosion spell. In the thick smoke after the blast, his teammates called Li Han. Are you okay? But they still couldn't see him. He thrust his staff down to clear the dust and smoke. Honestly, it's so frustrating that the book didn't accurately describe how this magic actually works. He shielded his eyes from the dust. I could have been taken out by my own spell, and I only survived by controlling the blast radius. He gripped his staff tight. My opponent is likely... Sharp blade swung at Li Han while he was distracted. Bikerins looked at Li Han with total confidence. Li Han was sweating bullets. Suddenly, Bikerins sheathed his sword. Do you want to join the White Knights? Li Han gripped a sword hilt firmly. He drew the sword and pointed it at his opponent's throat. He didn't flinch. He stood his ground firmly. Bikerins stared at him in silence. He bowed his head. It seems I still have much to learn. How could I let my guard down? Just because I broke your staff? He raised his hands. I concede. The sky was a shimmering crystal blue. The morning sunlight shone brightly. Ingerdell stood before the students and praised them. Well done, class! I didn't expect such an impressive performance from you all. Even when going up against Sir Bikerins, Li Han and Giselle felt a bit guilty hearing that. All three of you received full marks. Specifically, Li Han's combat intuition was the most standout. Ingerdell had collaborated with other knights. The knights with other duties had to leave early as scheduled, but they said they would definitely share the news of today's match with their comrades. He smiled with pride and satisfaction. They also requested that, if there's ever another chance like this, we must invite them back. So those weren't just empty compliments. They were genuinely impressed, all right. That's all for today's lesson. Once again, Ingerdell praised them for a job well done. The students cried out in deep appreciation. Thank you, instructor. After the meeting concluded, the students went their separate ways to head home. Li Han walked away, feeling a nagging sense of unease. Why do I have such a bad feeling about this? Don't tell me. There's no way we'll have to fight the Knight Captain. During the midterms, right? He covered his mouth as a wave of exhaustion washed over him. But putting that aside, my stomach has been feeling weird for a while now. His eyes began to glaze over. His surroundings started to dance and blur. He felt nauseous and his vision was spinning. I shouldn't let them find out I'm like this. Keep it together. This isn't the battlefield. Durugu was right behind Li Han. He noticed something was wrong. Li Han, what's wrong? The moment Durugu touched his shoulder, Li Han lost his footing. He fainted and collapsed on the spot. Durugu shouted in a panic, drawing attention from everyone nearby. Are you okay, Li Han? What happened? He carefully put Li Han's arm over his shoulder, trying to help him up. Li Han's face was pale. He was drenched in sweat and trembling. The tigers, they can't find out I'm like this. Keep it quiet. Durugu was completely frozen hearing this. This isn't the battlefield. But he didn't really care about the rambling. He was more worried about Li Han's health. All right. I'm taking you to the infirmary. He remembered the impact from earlier. Ever since I used that thing earlier, my body feels so weird. How can that be a tier 1 spell? It's powerful, but it has no safety mechanism at all. His eyes went dull. I should rename that spell. As Durugu's face became blurrier, Vliker's violent mana eruption. Don't pass out on me. What kind of professor actually triggers a mana explosion? Near a freshman student? Li Han's mind was still in a fog. What was that? A voice I've never heard before? Durugu's voice echoed. I can't say. I'm sorry. Li Han immediately recognized it. It was Durugu's voice. He felt completely drained lying on the bed. But what are they talking about? Li Han slowly woke up after being out for a long time. He looked around dizzily. Is this the infirmary? Did Durugu bring me here? Li Han peered through the curtain, feeling confused. Why are you so afraid the professor might retaliate? The students in this academy are truly strange. They seem to fear the professors more than my own kind. Li Han slightly pulled back the curtain. Since he took a mana explosion at point-blank range, while already being exhausted, he's showing signs of a concussion. He scanned the room. Is that the head of the infirmary? I didn't meet them last time, did I? This was a first. Her eyes blinked lazily. I've cast a healing spell. He'll be fine. Durugu let out a sigh of relief. Thank God. Thank you. Li Han looked at the strange book and wondered, did that book just talk? She looked at the world with indifferent eyes and sighed. I didn't expect him to be walking around normally after that explosion. His willpower is extraordinary. She turned to glance at Li Han, but don't ever do that again. He walked over, scratched his head, and said, thank you for treating me. The book thought to itself, it seems you don't know how to address me. I am the demon of the infirmary. After that, the book opened up and she introduced herself. I am the demon of the infirmary. Li Han was slightly puzzled. A demon. Now he started to piece it together. I see. Just like the case of the Forgotten Beast statue. Then the demon book thought, that reaction is so boring. The other new students are usually scared to death, because Li Han can read whatever she's projecting. Should I answer her? I've already adapted after staying at this academy. She asks a question as if she's testing him. Is it because of Gonadon test? The students are also pretty terrified. That's right, I was summoned by Gonadin Test. So now I serve this place, in the form of a book. Right, Darugu chimed in from the side. But your voice sounds quite cheerful. The demon book gave a bored glance. Don't tell me. That means I have nothing to complain about, right? Lehan blurted out words that hit her right where it counted. If you act sloppily, the principal will punish you very severely, causing her to nod in approval. What a smart boy. The demon book then spoke the following words. With your mana reserves, I might even suspect you're Gonadin. Test in disguise. He does that from time to time, which left both listeners completely stunned. I should be more careful. Lehan didn't want to bother her anymore, so he excused himself. All right, since I have another class, and my body is feeling better now, I'll be going now. The demon book nodded, letting him leave. Come back and visit me sometime. Before he left, she even sent him something. Here, I'll give you a gift. The demon book immediately flipped to a new page. You must be having a hard time controlling all that mana. I know a few demons who specialize in absorbing mana, she said cheerfully. Do you want me to introduce them to you? Leon turned pale after hearing that and politely declined. I'll just take the thought, thank you. Thanks, just as expected of a demon, summoned by the principal. I need to be more wary of her. This isn't someone I should get close to. Afterward, he moved on to a new class. Basic Imperial Geometry and Arithmetic. The students were looking quite gloomy. They didn't want to listen to the lecture, but Lehan was taking notes very attentively. He just cast a sleep spell. The whole class is out cold. Lehan handed a cup of coffee to the person next to him. Owner, have some coffee. The owner took it. Thanks, aren't you sleepy? Then Lehan spoke up. It feels like you're surrounded by light. Owner, I can't sleep during a sacred lesson. Then Ioner looked at him with a strange gaze. In his head, all Lehan could think about was having to impress him. He looked at the man on the podium with eyes full of admiration, Alan Nathan. He used to be a high-ranking Imperial administrator. He slashed so much of the mage's research budget that some professors still hold a grudge against him. A fire was burning intensely within Lehan. But my goal is to become a civil servant. Building relationships can't do any harm. Alan Nathan spoke up to announce the end of the lesson. That's enough for today. Remember this equation. Anando jolted awake from his nap during class. Is the class over already? Lehan, standing nearby, teased that it wasn't quite over. We're having a pop quiz now. His face turned pale after hearing that. I'm screwed, I'm toast. Then Lehan corrected himself. We're lucky. Anando wiped his drool, confused. Where's the luck in that? He clenched both fists, showing his determination. This is my chance. Lehan wanted his attention. If I get a perfect score on this test, Professor Nathan will definitely notice me. Suddenly, the paper in his hand glowed. The area around Lehan suddenly went dark. It seemed that in that moment, Lehan was all alone. Alan Nathan's voice rang out. All right, whoever is finished can submit their paper and leave. He looked suspicious. An anti-cheating spell? If we can't use magic, cheating will be very difficult. He also wanted to give some more instructions. Alf and Nathan presented a few questions. You guys cannot leave, unless you answer every single question correctly. Hearing that condition made Lehan jump. Wait, what? Time's up. He held the countdown timer and clicked it. Alf and Nathan smiled faintly and said, The two of you finished the exam in first and second place. He was very satisfied with the two of them. Well done. Lehan let out a long sigh of relief. I didn't expect your answer to the final question to be so meaningless. The man sitting opposite him suddenly blurted out, Well, that's fine too. First place student Wardenaz, no, not you. Asan, follow me. Hearing that, Asan turned pale. Yes, sir. Lehan immediately became quite confused. Why wasn't it me? I have to maintain a good relationship with the professor. Professor, may I ask what this is about? Alf and Nathan didn't hide anything. Actually, next week. An old friend of mine will be visiting the academy. He then expressed, That's someone I became close with while serving as an official. A high-ranking Imperial administrator. This gave Lehan a start. He wants to see the skills of the students I'm teaching. He trustingly assigned the task to Asan. Therefore, I want Asan to prepare a simple magic circle. The boy stuttered in response. Me? Shouldn't Wardenaz be the one in charge? I don't want to take on any more tasks. The professor was worried that Lehan might get burned out from doing too much. Wardenaz already has too many private lessons. Let's not add to his burden. When he's already so busy. Asan clearly showed his discouragement, but he still had to accept it. All right. I understand. I'll get it right. At that moment, Lehan realized his life jacket was slipping away. Lehan immediately threw his arm around his shoulder and spoke up clearly. Not at all. Professor, I'll just help Asan with this. Asan was a bit stunned and called out to Wardenaz while Alphen, Nathan asked again, Are you sure? He reached up to wipe away his tears of emotion. Is he really sacrificing himself to that extent for me? Lehan nodded and blurted out, Yes, Whenever someone assigns a specific task, it is always important. Hearing that, he felt truly satisfied. Very well. Then the two of you work on this together. Thank you both. Alf and Nathan stood from a distance, watching the two of them leave. He was deep in thought. Originally, I wanted to nominate Wardenaz for a management position, but with talent and passion like his, it's better to just let him focus on his studies. Alf and Nathan was full of hope for Lee Han. I will support you with everything I've got. Anna Wardenaz let out a long yawn because she was so exhausted. She slumped down in weariness. Lee Han had to ask her something. What time did everyone leave the exam room yesterday? Yana answered with total lethargy. After midnight. Suddenly, a knocking sound echoed from a wooden barrel in the distance. Uragum pointed his staff at everyone and asked excitedly, "Welcome, students! I'm sure you all know what we're doing. Today, don't you?" The students up front looked miserable. Saying it like that, he makes the exam sound really annoying. Even when Professor Leogum says similar things, he makes it sound even more unpleasant. He stomped his feet and took a few steps forward. Uragum pointed to the door ahead. Line up and go inside one by one. The students in the back were quite curious. Why aren't we taking the test in class as usual? He acted all mysterious. Oh, there's always someone. Who asks questions first? How's it going? Uragum slammed the door shut and ordered, "No more talking. Go in one by one." Lee Han gave a cautious glance. Is there a monster inside the classroom? Yana didn't believe that could happen. There was a pig attack on the very first day, so it's not impossible. As soon as she finished the sentence, he invited him, "Lee Han Wardenaz, you go in first." He stepped into the room with complete composure. Uragum flashed a suggestive smile. "This is a test. With a wide variety of potions, only use the ingredients in this room." Uragum picked up the vial to brew this potion. Lee Han's face stared at it without flinching. Then he fired off a barrage of questions. "Is this something you taught in class before, Professor?" "No." "So, can you at least tell me what kind of potion this is?" "No." Uragum didn't hesitate any longer. "Then you'd better start ASAP." Lee Han watched the hourglass dripping grain by grain. Then he asked him a question. "Professor, does this mean I can use anything?" "In this room." "Right?" But Uragum didn't limit the students' creativity. "Did you bring your own materials?" "Do whatever you want." Lee Han blinked once. "Understood." He opened his eyes decisively. Aiming straight for the potion he was holding, Lee Han snatched the vial from his hand, leaving Uragum slightly stunned. He shouted angrily, "Hey, you! You can't just take a professor's things like that!" Lee Han bowed politely. "My bad." And then Lee Han shot back, "But you wouldn't have given it to me if I'd asked, right?" He pouted and crossed his arms. "Of course not." Uragum's voice sounded a bit salty. Let's see how you do." He looked at Lee Han's back and thought that merely taking the potion wouldn't help him find a solution. This wasn't a simple test, even for him. But in an instant, Uragum had to change his perspective. He even had to wonder how that magic worked. At a different location. "By the way," Nulia asked with sparkling eyes, "why were you low-key, exploring the academy at night? Without me?" His whole body trembled. I was busy and forgot." She still gave a friendly reminder. "Even so, you should have called me before leaving." But for Radford, it was pure torture. "When is Wardenaz coming?" Speak of the devil, Lee Han arrived. "Phew, I'm done." He looked at him like he was a lifesaver. "He's here." Radford rushed over, crying to him like a baby. "Wardenaz! Please explain what happened last time to Nulia," making Nulia wonder. "What's the deal, Radford?" Her face grew colder and colder. That didn't look like the face of someone who was just curious. Lee Han watched, his face turning pale. That didn't look like an expression of curiosity at all. He gently patted her on the shoulder. Lee Han told Nulia everything. "The truth is, Sanko went too far. I tried to invite you, but he stopped me, insisting that I shouldn't." The words kept flowing out. He said, "If a skilled hunter like you joined, everyone else would lose their confidence," making Julia's heart pound. "Skilled?" Lee Han spoke soothingly. "Anyway, don't be too hard on him. He was just looking out for his friends." She strongly agreed. "True." That look left Radford stunned. He lied without blinking an eye. "That's Wardenaz for you." Just then, a classmate ran up and asked, "Wardenaz, how was the exam?" Lee Han replied, "It was rough. I had a hard time, too." Then he watched them talking. "Wait, what? If even you failed, then there's something wrong with this test. We should protest this." Once Uragum checked the last person, "You all worked hard." The students shouted, "Professor!" They wanted to demand justice. Seriously, the exam was too hard. At least, it should be based on what we've learned. Those words made Uragum reconsider, and no one succeeded either. Right? He then looked toward Lee Han. "What are you guys talking about? Wardenaz succeeded." Lee Han slowly walked behind the crowd. "Say what?" Uragum blurted out in surprise. I can't believe it. That you would so easily believe the words of a student? Who's this outstanding? So naive. And so on that day, the reminder echoed again at Einregard. You guys must never trust anyone. That day, the students learned yet another lesson. Regum watched Li Han from afar and wondered, anyway, since when did he learn that kind of magic? He also noticed that part. He recalled watching Li Han perform it. During Li Han's test just now, the components separated. He used his staff to command the elemental components. Separate them. This was what surprised him. That was component separation magic. Uragum's face tightened in shock. This is a basic spell that every alchemist must know. But I intentionally didn't teach it to help them develop a passion for learning and to explore on their own. However, that wasn't the only thing that stunned Uragum. Li Han held up the vial and reached a conclusion. Isn't this a confidence potion? One sentence was enough to leave Uragum completely shook. He was so demoralized he just stood there frozen. He even recognized it instantly, with just a single glance. When Uragum looked back at Li Han, why is this giving me the creeps? In another scene, Li Han and his friends arrived somewhere. Nulia felt truly happy inside. Everyone gathering together like this again. It's really fun, isn't it? She asked excitedly. Right? Yana agreed with that as well. It feels like it's been a long time since we last hung out like this. Nando too? Li Han looked at him with a scrutinizing gaze. You just dragged us along because you didn't want to study, didn't you? Professor Garcia's exam is tomorrow, making Gainando flinch. No, it's not because of that. Now that everyone's here, that's right. The reason they gathered today was to find the stable's location within the tower. Li Han thought for a bit. According to the schedule, it should appear this weekend. Maybe we'll run into that guy. He went down the stairs looking around. Li Han stood before a staircase. This is the staircase leading to the 3rd floor. He told everyone, all right, let's go to the 3rd floor. Then he glanced toward Radford. This was the new path Radford had discovered earlier. Li Han walked with extreme caution. We've been to the 3rd floor with Sanko before, but this path is completely different. I don't know what will happen on this side. The rest followed close behind him. Must stay alert. He then touched the gate. Li Han's entire body slowly passed through, until he opened his eyes and looked around. Surroundings were now a lush green forest. The scenery changed. A beautiful sky enveloped by green trees. I know the academy has these charms, but I didn't expect the difference between areas on the same floor to be this distinct. Rumor has it that even the principal doesn't fully understand the history of this place. At this point, Li Han turned to say something. Since it's turned into a forest, why not let Nulia lead the way? I'm counting on you. But then he noticed the unusual appearance of his friend Nulia. When Li Han looked at a cat, he felt it was very strange. Where is everyone, Nulia? Yana, Radford. That white cat kept howling as if trying to say something. Li Han leaned down and whispered, Why are you answering me? Suddenly he was startled as he realized something familiar. Wait, this eye color. Li Han asked the white cat if it was Nulia, along with several baby foxes and bats around her. Li Han stood up in shock. Could this be transformation magic? This isn't just a forest, it's a polymorph forest. A place that turns people into animals. However, he felt like something was off. Wait, then why am I not affected? Is it because of the amount of mana I possess? He needed to clear up the situation first. It turned out the fox was Ayana. The cat was Nulia and the bat was Radford. Li Han noticed one person was missing. Where's Gainando? So Li Han summoned his magic item, Salcon. Go check out that area over there. Salcon raised its skull and sniffed around continuously. Li Han asked curiously, Is there something there? Right as he was about to touch the campfire, Li Han pushed aside the leaves to take a look. A powerful surge of mana was emanating from that direction. A tail peeked out along with that massive power. A rat sat alone, looking isolated from the rest of the forest. Li Han wondered, a rat? Li Han curiously followed the rat, and he came across an inscription, Passage through a duel. The winner stays, the loser returns. So to get through this forest, one must win a duel, and if you lose, you get banished. The rat gave a mysterious smile. Very well, I accept that challenge. But a second later, that smile vanished. Li Han's face suddenly darkened. His power was so immense it was immeasurable, making the rat scream in terror. He had only shown a fraction of it, so he didn't quite understand. What's with that? He recalled some things from before. Hold on, does it measure strength based on mana? Just like the warehouse keeper before, Li Han tried to explain. If that's the case, then I know this rat is seriously misunderstanding something. Wait, I'm not... But from the rat's perspective, there was a skull talking to it, looking like the principal. It turned tail and fled in fear. Li Han tried to chase it, shouting angrily, Don't run, you wanted a duel, didn't you? A noble soul? Even for a rat should have some honor. His friends also eagerly gave chase. Judging by how much it talked about dueling, this rat is definitely the boss of the forest. After it! The whole group of humans and animals chased the rat until they reached a pond. Stop right there, I challenge you to a duel. It accidentally slipped off the rocky ledge. The pond caught the momentum and sent a wave tossing the rat to the other side. Then the surge of water headed toward Lee Han. He gripped his magic staff. Fight! O space awaken, Furuncha! If you're useless again, I will seal you away for a long time. The staff's power glowed to its peak. Lee Han recited the incantation. Strike down, lightning of Furuncha! A brilliant gold bolt streaked across the entire forest. White smoke drifted through the trees. A giant blue item appeared. Lee Han suddenly announced, It looks like there's 0 damage, Furuncha. Hearing this, the cat looked up in pure disbelief and shock. A warning blared in its mind. No, Lee Han, it's already toast. The only reason it's still standing is that the residual mana is barely holding its shape. Just then, Lee Han charged forward with his sword. He skillfully delivered a horizontal slash through the target. It shattered, pieces flying in every direction. Over here, the bat, red fox, and cat sat wide-eyed, witnessing the whole event. As for Lee Han, he stood up and analyzed the situation. It kept flexing about how strong it was, but it seems I got finessed by that spirit during the contract. Hearing that, the cat thought helplessly, I told you that's not what happened. At that moment, the white rat standing behind, watching the whole thing, was absolutely shook. It fretted in pure terror. Oh my God! He clapped a slime made of pure spring water with just one hit. He's definitely the principal in disguise. It keeps overthinking. Usually he doesn't give a damn about anything, but then he suddenly shows up to stir the pot. It's probably going to be just like the previous times again. And then, suddenly a hard rod pointed straight at the white rat's face, making it freeze in terror. Lee Han immediately yelled out a threat. Oh, you're here! He used a spell to fire a stream of blue energy, tightly binding the white rat while shouting, Get out of the way! The white rat cried out in pain. Lee Han moved closer to the rat and interrogated it. Oh, so you're hiding here? Then he let out a sigh and thought to himself, It's shaking like a leaf. It probably still thinks I'm the principal. Thinking this, Lee Han spoke up, Hey! He stopped mid-sentence and thought, Wait, should I even bother explaining to clear up the misunderstanding? Even if I explain, it'll just challenge me to another duel or something. Immediately after, Lee Han spoke in a fierce, low voice. That's right, I am indeed the principal. He continued to threaten it. But if you let me and my friends pass this time, I'll let this slide. The white rat was trembling so hard it started to sob. Meanwhile, the cat and the others stood there dazed, watching Lee Han capping so hard. Terrified, the rat squealed and pointed the way. A sunlit path appeared before them. Lee Han and his group walked straight toward the area. A long staircase stretched out ahead. The red fox excitedly announced that it was the hallway. Then, Lee Han's voice rang out, Wait a minute! Right then, Gainando burst into tears, looking quite pitiful. He picked him up on his shoulder and blamed himself. I completely forgot about Gainando. Based on those whimpers, it's definitely him. Finally, Lee Han sent a parting message to the white rat. Well then, goodbye, forest rat. He gave a small smile and said, See you later. Lee Han meant it as a normal goodbye, but the rat interpreted it as a deadly threat. In its imagination, Lee Han was giving a fierce warning. I'll be sending you to your grave soon, even though he said nothing of the sort. Terrified, the white rat screamed in fear. It immediately dug a hole and begged, Please spare me! The white rat quickly offered, I'll give you this instead. Lee Han was stunned by the offer. Right after, a set of skeletal remains was presented. Lee Han spoke in confusion. A bone filled with concentrated mana? He said in bewilderment, I don't know why you're giving me this, but I'm not really interested in it. As he finished speaking, the bones suddenly moved and assembled themselves, to Lee Han's astonishment. Each part of the skeleton began to click into place. Lee Han exclaimed in surprise, Salkan! He watched with wide eyes and said in shock, Salkan's bones! They're complete now! Before his eyes, the skeleton had reassembled into a creature. Lee Han thought pensively. Professor von Zeppelin once said Salkan was extremely dangerous. Wait, did Professor Mo prepare it as a gift for the freshmen? Or did he just completely forget about safety protocols? After thinking it over, he excitedly called out, Salkan! The skeleton shook and stared at him intently. Then it quickly turned its head away. Lee Han felt ghosted and thought, Is it ignoring me? He asked in confusion. What's wrong with it? The cat immediately deduced that it looked like it was rebelling. Lee Han still patiently questioned it. Salkan, if you have something to say, then show me something. At that, Salkan raised its hand. Lee Han suddenly exclaimed,
Ah,
Don't tell me you want me to create a body for you. Salkan's finger bones kept pointing at him. Li Han confusedly pointed at himself and said, with my own hands? He honestly said, I don't have that kind of power. As he finished, the red fox ran up and tugged on Li Han's sleeve. It offered an idea. Try using elemental essence as the material to shape its body. Li Han exclaimed in surprise, elemental essence? Right after, he told himself, all right, let's give it a shot. Salkan happily let out a few howls. Li Han held a piece of dry wood in his hand and thought deeply. This material will be the most suitable. He used his magic wand to conjure a series of blue items, then shouted loudly, arise! A while later, it was already late at night. Joner groaned wearily. That was one weird experience. On this side, the white-haired boy also sighed in exhaustion. I still feel like I have a beard made of mana on my face right now, Li Han said thoughtfully. In the end, I still haven't reached the horse owner in the tower. As Salkan's new look appeared, Li Han thought to himself with relief. But at least I managed to complete Salkan, Joner said excitedly. Just imagine you compressing all that water to create a body. Gainando added in, it must have been enough to fill an entire lake. Li Han said honestly, I didn't measure it at all, so I wouldn't know. At that moment, a flash of light suddenly came from Salkan. Then it aggressively lunged forward, baring sharp teeth to threaten the blonde boy. He stammered in absolute terror. Why is it looking at me like that? I was just trolling a bit. It's not like I'm gonna eat you. Li Han quickly held Salkan back and said, did you really make a joke like that? Then he spoke to calm Salkan down. It's late. Keep it down a bit. Just then, a flash of green light suddenly appeared behind the blonde boy. A skeletal soldier slowly stepped out from behind. Li Han was horrified when he saw it and thought, is that the principal's skeleton soldier? He thought in fear. Wait, don't tell me this is... Joner also noticed and blurted out in a daze, huh? The principal's skeleton soldier? Immediately after, Li Han quickly urged Joner to wake everyone else up. He immediately shouted the announcement, the principal is attacking! He definitely wants to sabotage our study session for tomorrow's exam. At this, Li Han thought in fear, wait, don't tell me this is... Joner also noticed and blurted out in a daze, huh? The principal's skeleton soldier? Immediately after, Li Han quickly urged Joner to wake everyone else up. He immediately shouted the announcement, the principal has attacked! He definitely wants to ruin our study session for tomorrow's exam! Right then, a loud voice rang out, arise, skeleton soldiers! They were under attack, screaming in terror. On this side, Gainando reported in a panic, wait, we're being attacked outside too! He looked down at the army of skeleton soldiers below and quickly announced, undead are surrounding the tower! The skeleton soldiers were competing to carry torches into the dungeon. Li Han thought worriedly. It looks like they've prepared thoroughly. Thinking this, he turned to instruct Salkan. If anyone tries to break in, push them back. Then a loud voice called out, Li Han! Joner said urgently, I've brought everyone here. At this, the boy with the glasses spoke up hurriedly. The principal is attacking the academy right now? Li Han stated bluntly. No time to explain. Everyone help reinforce the barricades at the door. As he finished, the boy with glasses replied, got it. On this side, Adonis stood observing everyone from afar. Then, she immediately concentrated all her power to conjure sparkling spheres of light. Afterward, streams of dark brown liquid poured out. They slowly crawled up one by one, covering the debris ahead. Li Han looked back at her in awe and thought to himself, truly a princess. He continued to observe. She's using spirits to reinforce the barricade. Suddenly, a terrifying sound echoed through the area. Joner cowered in fear and blurted out, what was that sound? The blonde boy beside him was also trembling, holding onto Joner's hand. Outside the door, a giant hand appeared, continuously punching hard inside. Osiris angrily growled and shouted loudly, you blockheads, open the door! Joner and the blonde boy turned pale as ghosts at that moment, standing there frozen in shock. Over on this side, Asen hurriedly urged, I said pile more on! Hurry up, bring anything you can find! From outside, Osiris's voice still rang out. Why isn't the door open yet? Right after that, Asen couldn't take it and shouted, that's enough, sir! What on earth are you doing? Li Han stood in a corner silently assessing the situation. To think the principal is controlling the undead himself. This is way too big to be just a simple disturbance. Thinking of this, he froze and blurted out, don't tell me. And then Li Han spoke up without hesitation. Everyone, could it be that this is actually the basic magic ethics test? As he finished, Osiris suddenly spoke as expected. You guys caught on pretty fast. Asen was shell-shocked and shouted in a crisis. What the hell does ethics have to do with any of this? Outside, Osiris continued to explain his reasoning. Just do whatever it takes not to get caught by the skeleton soldiers. If you get caught, consider it a fail. Serving until dawn is a pass. Asen couldn't keep his cool and said, "But we have other exams tomorrow too. Is it really okay to do this?" Over here, Gainando was still focused on prepping emergency dry rations. Meanwhile, Osiris spoke up to answer the concerns. "Don't sweat it." He then announced, "Every other dormitory is taking the exact same test." Hearing that, the white-haired student exclaimed, "Oh," while Kaido said excitedly, "So no one can cram for the exams together." Asan shouted angrily, "Is this really something to be happy about right now?" At this time, Lee Han was silently thinking until morning. "I suspect this barricade won't hold up for long." He continued to judge the situation. Besides, the principal isn't just attacking from one direction. As Lee Han finished speaking, outside the window, the skeleton soldiers began swarming in. Lee Han hurriedly announced, "The undead are climbing in through the window." He quickly ordered, "Junir, take 2 others and hold the window. Salkan, check the other directions." Lee Han continued instructing Ganando, "Focus on holding the barricade, Princess you—" At this time, Osiris said with displeasure, "Next time I have to take that kid out first." He thought irritably, "I didn't get to see the other students panic. I mean, how dare that boy rob his classmates of their chance to grow?" Meanwhile, the skeleton soldiers began to act. A skeleton soldier lunged to attack Gainando and threatened, "Can't let them defend this easily." Immediately after, Gainando's head was gripped tightly by the skeleton soldier, the attack causing him great pain. He screamed, "It hurts so much!" Jonir, standing to the side, witnessing this, shouted in horror, "The barricade is broken, Gainando!" The young male student immediately said, "Just leave him. He's toast." Just then, Lee Han rushed up and warned, "Dodge it, Gainando!" He drew his sharp sword and charged straight ahead to powerfully attack the skeleton soldier. Lee Han even turned back to instruct the others, "Everyone watch the entrance, don't get close!" Just then, Asen urgently announced, "Hey, come over here for a sec!" Lee Han and Asan went upstairs, and Asan quickly pointed out the window and said, "Look over there, it's pitch black outside." "But tons of skeleton soldiers are marching in?" Asen continued to report, "Something is coming from behind." Then Asan blurted out in horror, "No way, it's another wave of undead." Lee Han spoke up in surprise, "That's down there." A crowd of students was running for their lives, crying for help. "Please help us." Seeing that, Lee Han exclaimed, "Students from the Phoenix Tower." He observed them and silently noted, "I think I see what they're doing now. They must have chosen to make a run for it." The white-haired boy asked blankly, "What do we do now?" Asen started to analyze. "If we let them in, everyone might be in danger. Look at the undead chasing them. There's a 90% chance that—" Before he could finish, Lee Han quickly spoke up. "No!" he ordered with a stern face. "Let them in." That declaration from Lee Han left those two speechless and stunned. Right after that, Asen summoned his courage and said, as expected of Wardanaz, "Still saving others even in a crisis. What a noble act. I was acting unworthy of a noble just now." Asen hurried off, not forgetting to affirm, "I will personally bring them in under my family's name." The white-haired student also determinedly shouted, "Let's go!" This left Lee Han totally blindsided and confused. What's with the sudden change of heart so weird? Then he recalled Osiris's words. "You kids must have realized that. If you abandon your schoolmates during an ethics exam, you'll lose points." Thinking of that, Lee Han expressed, "Right, thanks for agreeing, everyone. I'll keep quiet for now since things are so chaotic." Osiris, watching from the outside, couldn't help but ponder. "I still don't get why he's doing that." He silently considered, even helping students from other dorms? Why is he being so selfless? Actually, helping other dorms isn't even part of the test. Thinking of this, Osiris reminisced, "That reminds me of my younger days. But his way of thinking is still beyond me. They'll probably keep misunderstanding each other forever." Over here, Lee Han was still passionately fighting the skeleton soldiers with a firm belief. "We can't let our points get docked." Outside the door, Wardanaz quickly led the way and urged, "The entrance is safe! Everyone get inside quickly!" Hearing that, everyone tried to move faster and shouted in unison, "Thank you, Wardanaz." Lee Han immediately reassured them, "All right, now we just need to get inside and—" Right after that, Asen cried out in worry, "My leg's cramping, I'm cursed! I can't move!" Lee Han turned pale and looked back to check the situation. Then Lee Han said, "All right, now just get inside." Asen suddenly gasped, "Gah!" Right after that, he clutched his leg and said tremblingly, "Leg cramp, I'm cursed! I can't move!" Hearing that, Lee Han immediately spun around in complete shock. Without hesitation, he stepped forward and picked Asan up. Lee Han urgently announced, "I'll carry Asan. The rest of you get inside." At this moment, Asan said very emotionally, "Wardanaz is coming." Suddenly, Multiple green lights appeared in the sky. Those beams of light hit Asan. Li Han quickly pulled Asan forward. Then those beams of light flew straight toward Li Han. It surrounded Asan's whole body, making him uncomfortable. Right after that, Asan laughed uncontrollably and blurted out, "Warden Oz, why are you—" Li Han silently concluded. "Is it a tickle curse?" He turned and said, "Sorry, Asan. But thanks to you—" A horde of skeleton soldiers was right in front of them. Li Han still calmly said, "I've found the one behind this." As he finished, he directly launched an attack at the skeleton soldiers and shouted, "Thunderbolt!" Lightning poured out, striking a bunch of skeleton soldiers, causing them immense pain. One skeleton soldier was incinerated down to its waist. Li Han watched, feeling restless and worried. Damn it. Too many distractions. Just then, a flurry of spells was unleashed. Magic arrows set them ablaze. Successive attacks were launched, burning the skeleton soldiers to a crisp. Immediately after, a voice rang out, "Warden Oz!" Li Han spun around in utter amazement and blurted out, "You came to help too?" The white-haired student seriously announced, "All Phoenix Tower students have been evacuated. You should head back too." Li Han tried to reply, "Got it." Damn it! Because he was distracted, the skeletons managed to close in on him. Li Han inwardly cursed, "I'm cooked." Then, out of nowhere, a male student stepped out. Power unleashed. Flames erupted. Li Han was completely stunned. Fireballs were conjured one after another, falling directly onto the skeletons. They panicked and scattered, running for their lives. Meanwhile, Asan was grinning from ear to ear and blurted out, "That was Fireburst, wasn't it?" Asan observed, "Nijigger has mastered the magic now." He couldn't help but marvel and burst out laughing. A freshman can already use that spell? At the same time, Li Han's mind was racing. This guy, he deduced, is he some kind of fire elemental half-human? Nijigger quickly spoke up. "Now's the chance! Everyone get inside the tower!" The voice continued to echo through the air. "Hurry, hurry!" A while later, at the crowded waiting hall, Nijigger took the initiative and said, "Warden Oz, thank you. Thanks to you, my teammates made it out safely." Li Han happily reached out his hand and said enthusiastically, "I'm the one who should be thanking you." He reached out for a handshake and continued, "You helped me out too, thanks a lot." At that moment, Nijigger cried out in shock, "Wait! If you hold my hand—" Li Han quickly pulled his hand back and thought to himself, "It's hot, but I didn't get burned." He looked down at his palm and quietly assessed, "Actually, it is a little... I must have used mana unconsciously to create a shield protecting my hand." Nijigger anxiously asked Li Han, "Are you okay? Are you hurt?" Li Han quickly raised his hand and replied, "I'm fine. But that... it's related to fire elementals, right?" Hearing that, Nijigger spoke sincerely. "That's right, I forgot to introduce myself." He began to explain clearly. "I am a priest of the Alpha sect, worshippers of fire. My name is Nijigger. My ancestors once made a pact with a fire elemental, so our bloodlines have intermingled." Recalling the scene from earlier, Li Han couldn't help but ponder. No wonder he uses fire magic so skillfully. He thought to himself, "So jelly. If only my family had a connection with fire elementals too." Nothing but fake news. Meanwhile, Nijigger tried to look around for help. "Someone help me!" Then he turned and spoke sincerely, "In any case, thanks for the help. If you ever need anything in the future, just say the word. Well, catch you later then." Li Han politely replied, "Yeah, see you." Then he smiled with relief, thinking, he's a good guy. Suddenly, Digilin spoke up in warning. "You mean Priest Nijigger? I'd suggest keeping your distance from him." Li Han was completely stunned after hearing that. He was confused and bewildered. "Digilin, even you would say something like that about someone? Has Priest Nijigger caused trouble in the tower before?" Digilin quickly explained, "Not exactly, but..." Right at that moment, Siana jumped out of nowhere to say hello. "Ah, there you are." She spoke excitedly. The wise and sharp-witted heir of the Wardenaz family, Li Han. Then Li Han added, "And the prodigy of the Fleeman sect, Priest Siana." He turned and warmly praised her. "Your alchemy skills are as impressive as ever, Priest Siana." Then Li Han asked curiously, "By the way, has Priest Nijigger ever caused any trouble here?" Siana replied without hesitation, "No, never." Then she smiled awkwardly and advised, "But I'd still suggest you don't get too close to him." Li Han was still completely confused and cried out, "Why's that?" Just then a young man shouted, "Wait, everyone!" He raised his hand and pointed straight ahead, saying, "Look!" He continued to announce excitedly, "The undead are retreating!" John excitedly cried out, "The sun is rising!" She happily congratulated everyone. "Great job, guys!" The friends around her also said, "You too!" Then Kanando excitedly ran out and shouted, "We won! I need to go outside for some fresh air first." Right at that moment, Li Han stepped up from behind, tapped his shoulder, and spoke. Hold on, he commanded. Sarkhan, go ahead. Go! Then Sarkhan obeyed and scurried off. It fiercely chased all the remaining skeletons out. Someone's internal thoughts surfaced. That jerk still set a trap until the very last minute. So annoying and petty. A moment later, Osu expressed his frustration. Still as obnoxious as ever. He quickly announced, "Perfect score!" Lee Han bowed and said, "Thank you." He felt relieved and thought, rescuing Phoenix Tower Academy really boosted my grades significantly. Over there, Osu was also racking his brain. That's weird, though. Why did that guy help others? Is he trying to flex on me? Lee Han then turned and shared his view. It's a shame about Phoenix Tower. A few of their students were taken. Jolin bowed and stated her opinion. What matters is what we learned. It's not all about the grades, so it's fine. Then she continued speaking. Oh, by the way, did you hear? Before she could finish, Digilin announced, the priests will be visiting the academy this weekend. Lee Han froze after hearing the news. Whenever the priests visit, it's not just about the food and partying. The difficulty of the headmaster's lectures drops significantly. Lee Han stood there with eyes closed, soaking it in. Looks like this weekend is going to be chill. At that time, Lee Han was still completely clueless about what was going to happen. During that long-awaited weekend break, Osu's devious face aggressively appeared on the screen. After Professor Garcia's peaceful pop quiz ended, she flipped open Lee Han's report card and looked at it in disbelief. Lee Han, are you really taking every single subject? He nodded nonchalantly. Yes, that's how things turned out. Finally, the weekend arrived. In the garden, students split into small groups and chatted. Hey, it's been a while since we've seen the priests, right? The other asked, are you planning to go to the Fleeman sect? Fiona rummaged through her bag. Yeah. Also, as she opened the bag, it contained several blue water bottles. I was planning to ask about these potions. Spotting a blue beast passing by, Lee Han took out a potion bottle. But if there's something shady in these, it'll be hard to explain. Yona replied cheerfully, I'll just tell priest that I found them by chance. Everyone there is nice, so they probably won't confiscate them. Sarkhan couldn't take its eyes off the potion bottle. It kept lunging back and forth, making him very awkward. Stay still, Sarkhan. Why are you acting so weird all of a sudden? Yoner quickly put the potion back in her bag. Are you hungry? Hey, this isn't food. It looked visibly dejected. Lee Han then took the initiative to say goodbye. See you later. She seemed to guess. You're going to meet the priest of the Prasinga sect, right? He slowly nodded. Yeah. I need to pay my respects to the Prasinga side, too. Hearing this, Yoner was slightly surprised. Too? He gently explained, I plan to meet the priests from other sects as well. And if possible, join all of them. With that, Lee Han walked off quickly. Anyway, catch you later. Yoner watched his retreating back, clenched her fists, and resolved, good luck. Even though I have no idea what you're plotting. Under the blue sky, he moved to a hut where Bajak spoke up. Over here, Lee Han! He then called out toward the inside. Priest, we've arrived. The priest stepped out from behind the curtain. It was Priest Nijiger. Both Bajak and he bowed cautiously. May the Alpha Flame visit you. And Bajak also respectfully repeated it. Meanwhile, Lee Han watched the flickering flames nearby, while lost in thought. I've made it here, but to be real, I don't really know much about this cult. Heard this is some kind of fire-breathing sect. Bajak then proceeded to introduce him. Honorable priests. This is Lee Han from the Wardenus clan. He gave a polite smile. Hello? The priest scratched his head formally. I'm surprised. Didn't expect a mage from House Wardenus to be interested in our faith. Lee Han clarified directly that those were false rumors. The priest turned around gently. Anyway, please come inside. Would you like me to explain our creed? He nodded. Yes, please teach me. Upon entering the main hall with permission, Lee Han pulled out a chair while the priest continued. Then I shall start with the most fundamental belief. Please have a seat, the Alpha Flame we worship. We believe that one day, the end times will come with the Alpha Flame. The Alpha Flame will incinerate everything. After his lengthy explanation, the room suddenly went silent. This made Lee Han even more confused. So he decided to voice his curiosity. That fire is just a metaphor, right? Like corrupt officials and wicked souls. The priest shook his head. No, it burns everything down literally. Lee Han followed up with another question. So, is it like destruction for the rebirth of a new world? He noted that the interpretation was quite interesting. But no, after the end there's nothing left, only fire. Hearing this, Lee Han was taken aback. The priest then lowered his voice. Now, Lee Han, let us examine The flame residing within your soul? He slowly closed his eyes too. That's right. Now I get why Digilin and Sienna told me. To avoid these fanatics, sweat wouldn't stop pouring from Li Han's forehead. So I have to call out my inner flame to help incinerate the whole world. The priest laughed out loud. Outsiders of our sect often have that kind of misunderstanding. Bajak also chimed in. We don't burn the world down, nor do we torch the empire. The priest nodded. We simply believe in the Arfa flame. Flame will come for us one day, so we must live with no regrets. After hearing such a clear explanation, Li Han finally got it. So it's just a type of doomsday belief. It's chill, nothing out of the ordinary. But what made him wonder was why Digilin and Sienna reacted like that. The priest then turned around to write something on the board. Now let me explain the sect's laws, followed by a streak of writing sounds accompanied by his lecture. Li Han sat cross-legged and listened closely to everything. He rested his chin in his hand, thinking the rules were pretty laid back. Aside from meditation, there weren't too many obligations. But the coolest part was this. The priest raised his magic wand. Let me show you a simple divine miracle. Instantly, a red-hot and searing energy erupted from the wand, burning like fire. Li Han wasn't too shocked by this energy, since they worship fire. There must be plenty of pyromancy masters here. As the magic light dissipated, wisps of smoke still trailed from the wand. The priest smiled, saying that when the Empire needs fire-related miracles, they usually ask for support from our sect. He let out a heavy sigh. Looks like they're the real deal. Just then, someone brought in an object from outside, while Li Han was still pensive, wondering if he could ask them for help, since he was originally weak in fire magic. That cup, which looked quite fancy, was placed before him. The priest gently said, "It's time to test the flame in your soul. This cup is an ancient artifact, used to call upon and summon the soul's fire. You place your hand on it as requested by the opponent." Li Han gently reaches out his hand. I hope nothing bad happens. But the moment he places his hand on it, a roaring flame erupts from the mouth of the bowl, leaving Li Han in shock. But upon closer look, he calms down. Nothing happened. What's next? Bachek replied shortly. Now we will begin the test. The challenge isn't measuring the flame's intensity, but rather the endurance against interference. Trial 1. Breath. The priest gently blows a breath into the flame. Resisted. Trial 2. Water. A pot of water is poured into the fire. Evaporates instantly. Resisted. Faced with this phenomenon, the two priests look at each other in silence, and so it goes to Trial 3. Black sand. Resisted. Trial 4. Magic. Resisted. Then 5, 6, and Trial 7. Resisted. Everything was resisted, leaving them breaking into a nervous sweat. Li Han notices and asks if something is wrong. The priest forced an awkward smile. No, nothing at all. Then the two of them turn back to whisper to each other, something he couldn't quite hear. Can we contact another priest immediately? I'll send a bird right away. I think we should summon the bishop. Just then, someone walks in. If you're talking about me, I'm already here. A bishop is pulling back the curtain and entering. I happen to visit to see the students. Looks like I came at the right time. Seeing him, they rush over to the bishop. This scene leaves Li Han even more stunned. A bishop? He accidentally turns toward him, taking notice of him by chance. Li Han knows the drill and takes the initiative to greet him. It is an honor to meet you, sir. He tells himself, a bishop is a high rank and must be treated with absolute respect. The bishop happily walks over and pats Li Han's shoulder. The honor is mine. It's been a while since I've seen someone with such a powerful flame. He gives a benevolent smile. You must have suffered a lot as a child, being unable to control that fire. Li Han shakes his head blankly. Not really, sir. The bishop continues to smile brightly. I see. You're from the Wardeness family, and they taught you fire resistance magic. He clicks his tongue. Actually, I haven't learned it. The bishop's words continue to resonate steadily, but surely, you can't rely on your family's magic forever. Li Han, you must learn to control the flame properly. This makes him even more astonished. A moment later, Li Han tries to keep his cool. Understood, sir. That is also why I came here to study fire magic. Good. The bishop continues. However, this method will be quite harsh for a student. Are you okay with that? Despite a brief silence of hesitation, he answers, I'm ready. Deep down, Li Han had already expected this. Of course, it wouldn't be easy, but it probably isn't much different from the professor's training sessions. He grips the hem of his outer coat with one hand. But if I don't learn to control the fire now, it will only be harder later on. Li Han decisively takes off his outer coat, his voice full of determination. In that case, release your flame, sir, I'm ready. Faced with such a gung-ho reaction, Bachek and the priest beside him are both shell-shocked, jaws dropped. The bishop, however, has the opposite reaction. I'm sorry, what? This looks like a total facepalm moment for Li Han. Li Han is now sitting inside the tent. He sits calmly and quietly in one spot. Li Han asks himself, so the method is just meditation? The two ministers in front of him are chatting and laughing, feeling the fire element directly as it enters the body. It's truly intense. You students really like to joke around. The candle on the floor is still burning, but this is actually pretty impressive. You've meditated for an hour and the candle hasn't flickered out. Lee Han suddenly speaks up and asks, "So is the fire magic system compatible with my talent?" He ponders for a moment. Actually, before this student was admitted, the bishop had already made a promise, a commitment to Principal Gonadin test, that Yi Han, a young man with extraordinary talent, would become a great mage and wouldn't get too deeply involved in the path of faith. However, Yi Han not only showed incredible compatibility with the fire element, but his spirit was also extremely solid. So if this truth were to get out, this student he might decide to serve as a bishop for the Alpha delegations, and that would mean I've broken my word to the principal. He then reached out to help the boy up. Yi Han, your aptitude for the fire system is just mid. I see. So others are just mid too? How can you call someone this cracked just mid? The bishop took something out from his robe. Yi Han, take this. He looked down at the ring and hesitated. I can feel the mana coming from it. Yes, the bishop explained. These are rings used to absorb the fire element. They will protect you when you use fire magic. Yi Han was totally confused. Do I really need this many rings? He looked at the boy and pondered. It's actually a bit too few. The bishop then requested, "It might be lacking a bit, Kwa. Go get some bracelets for him too." "Yes, sir." Yi Han couldn't even explain himself anymore. Am I even a new student at the academy at this point? Or the most wanted criminal in the empire? The bishop then saw them off. Take care now. May the Alpha Flame always light your path. Yi Han was now covered head to toe in jewelry. He found it a bit humorous. Talk about a fashion statement ahead of its time. As he walked, he expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Priest Niger, for guiding me today. Now I know the rumors about the Alpha Order aren't true. Niger smiled broadly, affirming, "Of course. The priests are all very kind and compassionate. If they hadn't accepted me into the order, I wouldn't be here today." Half-spirits like him often face suspicion or prejudice, being seen as unnatural creatures. A large portion of them are genderless, and depending on their inherent elemental traits, they could potentially harm others. Niger, being a half-fire spirit, had to endure even more discrimination. Yi Han suddenly spoke up. Those who spread rumors that priests want to burn down the world and bring about the apocalypse might as well just set themselves on fire. Niger, though a bit confused, said, "Well said. Can't believe people actually buy into that stuff." The boy gave a long sigh. "No one in the order believes it except me." Yi Han felt the same way. Exactly. Suddenly, both of them paused for a second. He then shared his thoughts. "You Loki sound like you want to burn something down." The boy denied it. "No, it's not like that. It's just that the more fire magic I use, the closer I feel to the Alpha Flame to me. The other priests told me that was wrong. But every time I meditate, I hear that Alpha Flame speaking to me." Niger turned around, stunned, and said, "In that regard, it's truly a miracle that Master Yi Han was born with a flame like that. I wish you all the success in the future." Yi Han now understood. So this was why those two warned me to avoid the sanitizer. This is the first time I've felt unhappy about being encouraged. A while later at the Prasinga stall, the priestess expressed her gratitude. "Thank you," she said, looking very relieved. "Thanks to you, PG Lin won't have to starve anymore." Yi Han humbly replied, "It's nothing, priestess. I'm just doing what I should." She noticed and asked, "Is there something wrong with the belt?" He immediately reassured her. "There's no problem at all. In fact, I almost wanted to put on even more." Hearing that, the priestess decided, "Excellent, in that case. Here is another cursed artifact that also possesses other mana forces." Yi Han asked curiously, "What does this ring actually do?" The priest paused for a moment to check. "Ah, right. The ring helps with underwater breathing." Underwater breathing? Hearing that, Yi Han thought to himself, "The Magic Academy is a place where I can never let my guard down. Even walking down the hallway can be dangerous. At any moment, I don't know what might go down, so I must be fully prepared." He immediately made a decision. "I'll take them." Yi Han held the ring up to inspect it. As expected, it barely absorbs any mana when there's no enemy to fight. The priest suddenly expressed concern for him. "But young man, you're wearing way too many artifacts. If too many artifacts interact with each other, their mana could clash or trigger some unpredictable reaction." He reassured her. "I'll use them in rotation, it's fine." Geeling stood at a distance observing. "Wait, why is he wearing so many around his neck at the same time?" The priest suddenly remembered something. "Oh, young man, could you help Geeling prepare for the Spring Festival?" "The Spring Festival?" The priest repeated, I still haven't informed Geeling." Yi Han suddenly recalled, the Emperor had already approved the festival's organization. "If there's anything I can help with, of course I'll do it." What kind of event will the pressing order be hosting? She shared with him, we'll be putting on a play, a ball-tossing game and a cursed experience. Hearing this, Yi-han completely froze. He seemed unable to believe what he just heard. Maybe I should bring a few people from the White Tiger Tower along. At the same time, in another location, Nulia ran quickly to Garcia. Were you looking for me, Professor? When she saw Nulia appear, she said, Nulia, come on in. The spring festival is coming up. Each professor will prepare something. We need support from the students, and you are the first volunteer. She smiled and replied, thank you, it's no trouble at all. Julia was secretly proud. Each tower sends their most cracked students to help, so of course it had to be me. She noticed someone was missing and asked, by the way, isn't Warderness coming? There's no way a top-tier student like him would be absent. Garcia smiled and explained, Yi-han has been very busy lately. I didn't want to add more pressure on him. I see. Osu suddenly appeared out of nowhere. You're putting a lot of effort into preparations, Garcia. Garcia exclaimed, Principal! She looked at him and inquired, you don't look too well today. Osu glided past and reminded her, we are the ones teaching these kids. Why should we go easy on them? I'm only happy when I see them struggling with their lessons. Garcia took the chance to ask, anyway, Principal, have you found a student to help you yet? Mentioning the Warderness kid made her give a dry laugh. Isn't Yi-han busy, though? He replied bluntly, none of my business. He secretly judged that skeleton. Wait a minute. Garcia spoke up again. What now? Osu said with a suspicious gaze. Professor Vegratek? You don't have any students you're close with, do you? He asked point blank. Yi-han was currently sitting still, staring off into the distance. In the brightly lit space, Asan stood there and spoke. Asan looked at the pile of papers on the table and asked, if we complete this magic circle, we'll make light orbs float along both sides of the corridor at fixed intervals and display a sculptural illusion in the center. Right? Yi-han replied. Seems so? He adjusted his glasses with a menacing look. Warderness. That old Professor Nadi is a total nut job. Yi-han, standing nearby, couldn't believe his ears. You're being way too extra, Rowena. She walked in and called for Yi-han. Wardenet! Adenat spoke gently. Glad to see you. Yi-han wondered, the princess and her entourage? What are you guys doing here? Rowena replied sincerely. We just came for a group study session. Noticing the stack of papers on the table, they asked, but it's the weekend, what are you so busy with? Yi-han shared, I'm handling some tasks the professor assigned me. Word on the street is his friend is visiting next week. I'm setting up a magic circle to flex for that person. Hearing that, his friend got hyped. Isn't it obvious? Aren't you the teacher's pet the professor is most proud of? That's seriously fire. Suddenly, someone called out for Wardenat. Then Adenat appeared right in front of Yi-han. The princess said she wanted to help out. Can we lend a hand tonight? Yi-han thought to himself, are they looking for more human training work? Who would have thought he'd give a hard pass? Sorry, it's not gonna work. The reason he refused was simple. The princess's fame is way too massive. My own hard work will be totally eclipsed. Yi-han hesitated for a moment. But I can't just spill the tea like that. How am I supposed to put this? The professor suddenly showed up out of nowhere. I've come to check on your progress. What are you all doing here? Yi-han was caught off guard by his sudden appearance. Professor, he explained without skipping a beat. They said they wanted to support me, sir. Thank goodness, that strict teacher definitely won't let this slide. In his heart, Yi-han was secretly hoping, please just shoo them away. Who would have thought the next second the professor would be hyped up? That's dope! Before Yi-han could even process what was happening, he added, you really have some ride or die friends. Knowing how to help others is a great vibe. In that case, why don't you try teaming up with the other students and see how it goes? Managing such a large crew is also a valuable experience. He just ghosted them in silence. Asen, standing nearby, spoke up. Since the teacher put it that way, I guess letting them join is Gucci, right? He stood there frozen. Asan, get back to the dorm. Drag every single person who's just slacking off out here for me. Was Asan so shook by the order that he went that far? Yi-han decided to go all out this time. I'm already in too deep now anyway. I'll drag everyone into this to score more points. And so, all the students of the Blue Dragon House gathered. A moment later, after starting, the atmosphere was buzzing. Yi-han's strategy actually worked. Problem was, Yi-han ran into a much weirder situation. Even though the head count increased, the productivity just didn't match the numbers. The magic circle was only a third done. But everyone was collapsing from being mana drained. It's all because Yi-han's mana pool is just cracked. Suddenly, a voice echoed from behind him. Not bad. Baku suddenly appeared coldly from behind. Not knowing who it was, Yi-han slowly asked back, who's that, a professor, right? Baku crossed his arms, confirmed it, and laughed. In a way, that's exactly right. Yi-han was confused about what he was saying. Suddenly, it clicked. I get it now. It seems you're working directly as the professor's proxy, right? Like some kind of grad student? Baku immediately denied it. Wrong. Seeing how awkward it was, he introduced himself. My name is Kendry Baku. If I say I'm a friend of Professor Alpin, you'll probably know. I was scheduled for next week, but I dropped in early. Ihan's jaw dropped. You're way earlier than expected, huh? If he's a friend of Professor Alpin, there's a high chance he's an Imperial big shot. Ihan looked down and introduced. This ritual site was prepared to welcome a VIP, sir. Hearing that, he was surprised. Already making moves to prepare? That's classic Alpin. Sorry for making you work so hard. The man whispered something into Baku's ear. You really did show up a bit too early, didn't you? Nothing is even ready yet, Baku whispered back. If I show up on time, I can't do a real check. Those snaky professors will hide all the receipts. They'll get caught slipping. I have to show up. Unexpectedly to see it for real. I heard you guys aren't being fed well, and the training is straight up savage. He was skeptical. But looking at the vibe of this student, it seems the rumors were cap. This student isn't famous for no reason. What a huge mistake picking this student as the standard. Baku stood with his arms crossed and said, By the way, that magic circle over there is pretty complex. Yet you deployed it so fast. I figured you guys had been grinding on it for ages. Have you been at it since the start of the semester? He denied it. No, sir. I only started working on it today. Hearing that, he was even more shook. You did all this just today? Could it be that you are actually Wardanis? Li-Han immediately confirmed it. That would be me, sir. Baku immediately expressed his admiration. I used to think old man Alpin was hyping you up too much. Turns out there was a reason for all that praise. Li-Han stood in silence for a moment. He even mentioned my name to an Imperial official. I guess not sleeping during class finally paid off. Baku was very satisfied with him. That's the spirit. Magic academies needs to forge students like you. Even a mediocre person can become an Imperial official. But for magic research, only geniuses are reliable, Li-Han humbly replied. I think Imperial officials are just as important, sir. He burst out laughing. Coming from the family of Wardanis, that's quite a strange thing to say, isn't it? Thank you, though. If you became an official, I'm sure you'd be a perfect fit. Li-Han suddenly froze up. Finally, my career path in politics is opening up. Why do you think so, sir? He gave a forced laugh. I was just kidding, of course. A genius like you belongs on the path of research. But I could be a great Imperial official, too. After hearing that, Baku left. Anyway, you've really opened my eyes. I'll be rooting for you. Maybe I shouldn't have thought so poorly of Ein Rogard. There will be outside guests visiting the academy this week. Li-Han asked back. Is there anyone else besides the priests? Baku turned his head and gave a heads up. Since it's festival season, those interested in Ein Rogard will be looking for it. That includes people from other magic academies as well. Li-Han stood frozen on the spot upon hearing that. Other magic academies. The scale is bigger than I could ever imagine. Steaks were currently sizzling over the charcoal. Yoner and the others were enjoying an outdoor barbecue party. Li-Han then turned to ask her, Exactly, Yoner. By the way, how's it going with the mana potions? Hearing that, Yoner turned to him with a bright smile. Yoner pointed up and said, I finished testing a few bottles. Only that first bottle was alcohol. The other one is a transformation potion. I need to verify it more carefully, but based on the reaction, it looks like a beast form potion, and this one is supposed to be an antidote for harmful magic. It seems its potency is really high. Suddenly, a voice rang out from a distance. Exactly. Besides the mana nullification potion, there's also... Li-Han and Yoner immediately whipped their heads around. What was that screaming coming from the tower? Let's go check it out. Li-Han immediately rushed in and threw the door wide open. What happened? Inside, there was currently a blue leopard. It was holding a green potion bottle in its mouth. Seeing that, Li-Han shouted a warning. Shar Khan is making a break for it. He couldn't understand it at all. Why are you suddenly going wild like this, Shar Khan? Li-Han immediately ran outside. Yoner, which potion did Shar Khan take? Yoner wasn't sure either. They look so similar, it's hard to tell. It's either the antidote or the beast form potion. At this moment, chasing after it helplessly was truly peak frustration. Sometimes, it reminds me of back when it was just a skeleton. So well behaved. The two of them quickly dashed forward. Right after that, they stopped at a familiar place. The stables? Yoner heard a noise and asked about that sound. What's wrong with the horses? He suggested. Let's go inside and check. Li-Han immediately threw the door wide open. The sight before him made him pause for a second. The potion bottle from earlier was now shattered to pieces. Now it's obvious what Shar Khan drank. A pair of giant wings suddenly appeared, and a new creature was born. A hippogriff appeared right inside the stable. They finally figured it out. No wonder those horses were panicking like that. A hippogriff that specializes in hunting horses, and suddenly popping up out of nowhere in their stable. It'd be weird if they weren't scared to death. Finifort is feeling pretty satisfied right now, because after all this time, its master has finally realized its true identity. Anner took one look and guessed. Sarkin must have let it sneak a drink from the potion that turns things into hippogriffs. Finifort really wanted to deny that. However, it suddenly froze up, because something unexpected was happening. The next second, Finifort reverted back to its life as a horse. Its face was etched with deep sadness. The curse placed on it was just too powerful. A single potion bottle couldn't possibly break its curse. Li Han, standing nearby, spoke up. Ioner, is it possible the truth is actually the opposite? She asked back, what are you trying to say? He then proposed a hypothesis. I mean, what if the stolen bottle wasn't a beast transformation potion? Hearing that, she just burst out laughing. There's no way Professor von Zeppelin would turn a hippogriff into a horse and then just hand it over to a student. The atmosphere suddenly went dead silent. Li Han then made a decision. We have to verify this. Let's test the remaining blue potion number 6. The owner hesitated a bit. Giving animals potions? And transforming them recklessly is extremely dangerous. Suddenly he flinched. Of course I never intended to give it to Filford. But to Kanano. He started paying closer attention. Wait a sec, that name sounds weird. Filford? Don't tell me that's actually the case. A typical weekend at the Magic Academy had passed, and Monday had come around again. Li Han stepped inside the classroom once more. Good morning, Professor. Vodali maintained his usual stern and aloof demeanor. He wondered to himself, did he just see me sigh? That's seriously scary. Vodali expressed his dissatisfaction. I warned you not to get too full of yourself. I told you not to be so hasty. He didn't hesitate to speak bluntly. I heard rumors that you attempted to cast multiple water spheres. Li Han heard this and wondered, just how many people did Professor Ingudel blab to? It was an emergency, I had no other choice. Vodali seemed to understand. I figured as much. He suddenly fell into silence. Vodali became pensive. Teaching students to listen is truly a tall order. A mage will never stop their reckless actions, just because of some scolding. That rings hollow. They only stop once they understand it for themselves. That is why this is a teacher's responsibility. Suddenly, he tossed a garment toward him. Put this on. He knew full well that his empty warning from before didn't do squat. Li Han asked, is this a cloak? I can feel magic within it. What kind of spell is hidden in here? Totally didn't hide it. Defensive magic. Hearing that, Li Han felt a bit wary. How much more is this teacher planning to torment me? He suddenly stood up. Let's go. Putting on the cloak, he asked curiously, we aren't practicing in this classroom, Professor? Where are we going? Vodali said as he walked. Your ability to sense elements is sufficient for now. There is no need for further practice in that area. I will give you a book on basic lightning magic. But I never expected that you would master it instantly. He thought to himself, looks like that book is way harder than I thought. Vodali then stopped at a place with a brick wall. Your sensing ability, along with your control and element transformation, all meet the requirements. To be honest, using multiple water spheres is no big deal. The brick wall in front of Li Han opened up. The air suddenly went quiet. He couldn't help but wonder, just how many more secrets does this place have? So, Professor, where exactly are we going? Afterward, Li Han thought back on it. It seems like he's just dead set on the idea that I already know everything. Li Han lightly brushed his hand against the walls. Professor, could you be a bit more specific? Starting with where exactly we're heading right now. Vodali only gave a totally generic answer. We're going down to the dungeon. Hearing that, he didn't even know what to say. If I'd known, I wouldn't have even bothered asking. A dungeon, a different, warped dimension, where the rules of the outside world don't apply, formed by magic power accumulating at a specific point. It could be ancient ruins, or a tower used as storage by some crazy Lich King, somewhere to use as storage. It could be absolutely anything. The catch is, dungeons usually have monsters. Li Han thought to himself, and I have zero interest in stepping into a place like this. Professor, don't you have any armor other than this robe? Besides this cloak, sir? He heard the question and replied, armor hinders the flow of magic. Li Han continued, then how do we defend ourselves? Do you use protection spells instead of armor? Vodali explained again, that would get in the way of other spells. Just dodge it, that's enough. At that point, he looked down. I've made up my mind. No matter what the professor says, I'm going to fight with my defensive spells already active. Li Han's heart was filled with unease. Who knows what kind of hellish thing is inside? The summer festival finally opened. Garcia stood at the gate to welcome everyone. Welcome. I'm glad you could make it. Please follow me this way. The gentle-looking woman in front of her was Eumedesis, a grand master. This water attribute mage had a legendary reputation across the empire. The spells she pioneered are currently being used by royal mages everywhere. Even Professor Garcia was once her student at the academy. She stepped forward and bowed respectfully. "It is a great honor to have the chance to meet you," she replied gently. "There's no need for such deep respect for an old mage like me." Garcia looked at Eumedesis and smiled inwardly. No one would guess from her current look, but she knew very well that this kind woman was once a warrior mage, already a battle mage, who achieved countless illustrious victories. Eumedesis looked up and offered a compliment. "The Magic Academy has always been a wonderful place, and so are the students," Garcia agreed. "I completely agree with that assessment. Who would have guessed she'd be so blunt next?" Although the professors aren't quite the same, Garcia was speechless from the shock. "Is that so? It seems they're all working very hard." She lowered her head and said in a low voice, "The problem is their attitude. It's not about their professional skills. I guess with Ganadantest's current status, we just have to accept it." She thought to herself, "I have to completely agree with that." The two of them then continued their conversation. "Are you teaching any interesting students?" "Nothing makes me happier than teaching a talented pupil." Then Eumedesis looked off into the distance. "I've solved almost everything in life with logic, but I've never succeeded in training myself properly. Oh, by the way, speaking of Vladi Vegrek, isn't he also working here? I need to see him before I head out. Could you show me the way?" She immediately agreed. "Of course. He should be in basic theory class right now. I mean the basic magic combat practice class. Again and again. I'll take you there right away." She was ecstatic inside. "Perfect." Garcia then gave a bright smile. Hopefully, Eumedesis will witness how he teaches and totally lose her cool. And so they both went into Vladi's classroom. However, the classroom was completely empty. Garcia had no idea where Vladi had gone either. It was clearly supposed to be class time. Where did they go? Beneath Eumedeus's feet, a blue aura suddenly emanated. That blue light guided her to see what lay ahead. Eumedeus quickly realized he was conducting his teaching at a different location, judging by the traces left behind. "I'm sure he has entered the dungeon." She was taken aback. "The dungeon?" Eumedeus let a faint smile play on her lips. When a student's level reaches a certain threshold, the fastest way to hone them is through real combat. Based on this, is he teaching third-year students? Or perhaps fourth years? Suddenly, Garcia became frantic and dashed forward. "Let's go." She looked like she was in a massive hurry. "Why are you reacting so intensely?" "I'm afraid Professor Vegrek has taken the first-year students down into the dungeon." "First years?" She heard this and remained surprisingly calm. "Then they must be exceptionally talented individuals." She froze. "Talent is not the issue here." Eumedeus stepped forward gracefully. "In our day, we taught magic directly inside the dungeons. The mana energy there is so abundant. It makes casting powerful spells much easier. Moreover, all the magical phenomena that occur there make it an excellent reference material." Garcia could only give a forced smile. "Modern mages don't learn that way anymore." She continued speaking. "Balance, logic, and safety limits are very important. Vladi will always keep things within the allowed limits, so you don't need to worry." Despite hearing that, she still ran ahead. "That professor would never do that." "Wait a minute. The way she speaks about Professor Vegrek is a bit off." At this moment, Garcia came to a full stop. "Eumedeus, could it be that you are that professor's master?" Garcia asked back in complete surprise. She then clarified it for her. "It's not exactly like that. He only received some short-term guidance from me for a while." Garcia replied, "I guess. Most people would see that as a teacher-student relationship. Did something happen between the two of you?" Her eyes suddenly turned somber. Eumedeus then only quietly denied it. "It's nothing. Our personalities just didn't clash well. If we had stayed close any longer, then one of us probably would have ended up dead." Hearing this, Garcia was at a loss for words. That is actually believable. Vladi and Li Han were still standing in the dungeon. Before them stood a giant zombie. It was a low-level demon. He didn't hesitate for a second and just snapped his fingers. This action also surprised him. Is he trying to put out a fire in this situation? Li Han from behind cast a light spell. "Manifest." But the next second he got annoyed. "So your guidance ends here, doesn't it? Among the low-level demons? Is there something called a demon, Professor?" Demons are a type of immortal monster, warped by the sins and wrongdoings accumulated during their lives. Li Han then raised his staff. "Arise!" Specks of blue light immediately appeared. Raising your voice in a dungeon is never a good idea. That blue beam quickly pierced through the demon, and in an instant it was completely defeated by him. Vladi stood from behind, evaluating. Sharp reflexes and a natural sense of vigilance. Those are the qualities a battle mage needs. But Vladi no longer gave him even the slightest signal, because to him it was all perfectly natural. He requested, "Keep moving forward." "Understood." Li Han thought to himself. Do I really need to follow exactly what the professor says? If I consider the reason, the professor brought me here in the first place. This dungeon likely contains many traps, requiring a mage to use multiple spells simultaneously. If that's the case, then I need to be ready. Li Han stood calmly in the space. Locate your footing, master the ground. He continued to command. In the blink of an eye, a plume of green smoke was summoned. In his hand now was a small stone. The fact that Volati stood there in silence made the situation even more awkward. Appear, skeletal hand. Go scout ahead. Li Han did this to get a better handle on the situation. The skeletal hand quickly set off on its journey. It hadn't gone far before it encountered something. A suspicious sign appeared before them. Once again, it was a demon, but this time it looked quite slimy. Li Han proceeded with his next move. It seemed like there was nothing there. Rise! The demon was defeated in just a moment. Does the professor know that demons can also hide themselves? When asked, he only gave a vague answer. Demons have many different traits that are hard to pin down. Li Han realized right then that he couldn't rely on him. This doesn't look good. Immediately after, he put several rings on his fingers. Li Han decided to change his strategy and ignite a fire. Volati saw this and was extremely pleased. A very good thought. A great mage never rests on his laurels. He realized one thing. It seemed he had started to adapt. He then continued through the dungeon and headed further down. He requested, "I'll be waiting." As soon as he finished speaking, Volati vanished into thin air. Li Han stood frozen in place, looking incredulous. He couldn't believe he had to fend for himself now. How could that damn professor just ditch me here? The two of them were currently standing inside a stone cave. Volati was surprised to see her appear. She calmly walked up. Volati, Greg, it's been a while, hasn't it? Garcia glanced forward, wondering. Is that screen over there made from illusion magic? Did he really put that boy Li Han into the dungeon? And he even left him there all alone? Eumidius stepped forward to inquire. How is this new student's current level? Volati didn't hide anything and shared. Elemental control, shape-shifting, and using multi-layered control magic. All skills have reached a thoroughly trained level. She was shocked to hear that. What, is that for real? Eumidius couldn't help but be amazed. Gonadantes, you're not trying to pull a fast one on me, are you? No, Professor Eumidius. Unfortunately, that is the absolute truth, Garcia said with great pride. The reason that student is using such advanced magic is because he was guided and taught in an extremely strict manner. I've always had my doubts about whether you could actually train anyone. Garcia stared intently at them. But, all of a sudden, she started grinning from ear to ear. I guess I underestimated your ability. A student's success truly comes from their mentor. Volati was very touched to hear that. Thank you for the compliment. She asked further, what is the goal we need to achieve today? Implementing multi-layered control magic. And what kind of monster was chosen? Garcia smiled and said, the doggos? Aren't they too dangerous for a new student? Eumidius walked over to look at the screen. A freshman is still a freshman, but even among them there are different levels. With his proficiency, handling the doggos is still feasible. Li Han pointed his staff forward and commanded, heat that warps the air. Magic shield, deploy! A fierce flame immediately erupted. Eumidius was very satisfied with this performance. The amount of mana he possesses is significantly larger than what I anticipated. Garcia couldn't help but be shocked either. Everything suddenly became unusually quiet. Is it all over now? But right at that moment, the ground shook violently. A slimy hand suddenly appeared before his eyes. A giant demon appeared once more. It was a mutated doggo. Garcia looked a bit worried upon seeing it. Isn't this situation beyond his current capabilities? She completely agreed. That's right. There's no need to use this kind of monster. But he only coldly replied that it was indeed the case. This is a situation completely outside of the original intention. Seeing him answer so nonchalantly, both of them froze on the spot. Eumidius didn't stand still and decided to take action. To let you go in? It's not appropriate at all for me to go in your place. To achieve absolute control, every activity must be carried out according to the correct method. Garcia looked at the screen and suddenly paused. Li Han! Hearing that, she whipped her head around. Eumidius hurriedly ran over in worry. What's happening? Don't tell me he got eaten! However, what was before her eyes surprised her. Li Han was emitting lightning bolts to control it. He didn't hesitate to point his staff forward and unleash a move. But Go's reaction left Li Han confused. He couldn't have expected one thing. What? That whole stone absorbed the lightning? Is Fakuncha's magic always such a fail? Seriously, what a useless spirit. So pointless. He raised his staff, emitting blue sparks. Those blue sparks, like will-o'-the-wisps, flew forward. Then I'll use the element I'm most familiar with. It was clearly a water ball. Normally, it wouldn't have any effect at all. I have to find a way to make it turn the tide. Li Han racked his brain. It doesn't need to be perfect, like when I used it against the golem. All I need right now is enough force to pierce through the opponent. Those glowing blue streams spread throughout the space. Gao now seemed to have been subdued. Those water balls quickly pierced through its body. This made Li Han stop for a moment. Gu collapsed to the ground immediately after, with holes riddling its body. He stood silently, looking at the result before him. She approached from behind and praised him. Excellent! Li Han was startled and spun around. A Gu. Eumidius explained it to Li Han. That wasn't a normal Gu, but a mutated Gu. Li Han wondered, who could possibly appear so suddenly in a dungeon like this? Then she must be a mage visiting from the outside. Hello? Seeing him bow in greeting, she asked, Do you recognize who I am? Li Han answered truthfully, I don't know. But you are a guest visiting from outside, so I should welcome you with politeness. She spoke gently. A mage who is both talented and well-mannered. You just defeated a mutated Go. Aren't you surprised? Aren't you angry at Velati for setting up a challenge like this? Li Han was startled when he heard that. She didn't use the title professor when referring to him. They must be close acquaintances. He replied humbly, Not at all. The professor only prepared this to teach me. Why should I be angry? Eumidius immediately sensed the aura radiating from him. How could Velati possibly find such an outstanding student? This is truly impressive. Garcia ran forward and asked, Are you okay, Li Han? Professor Garcia! She ran up. I didn't expect you to face a mutated Gu. Li Han grinned and replied, I'm still good. The professor already calculated it for me. She said softly, That Gu was absolutely not part of the original plan. It was a surprise, dear. Li Han was a bit salty, but he still tried to play it cool. No wonder my spells didn't work. It's fine, Professor. On the contrary, it's just an opportunity for me to get better. Garcia then made the introduction. By the way, let me introduce you. This is Professor Eumidius. You've heard of her reputation before, right? Li Han recognized her immediately. The famous water mage of the Empire? It's a great honor to meet you. She asked him again. Just now you were able to use the water rotation, right? I haven't been able to pull it off perfectly yet, but she was still beyond impressed. The fact that you did it at all is already a huge flex. It's incredibly good. If you can fully master the rotation skill, many mages would probably get so triggered they'd snap their own staffs in frustration. Eumidius asked again to confirm. You said your name is Li Han, correct? I will be staying here for a few more days. Would you like me to teach you a few simple things? At this sudden offer, Li Han